Chapter 458. Master Tobu's behavior surprised Tyrion and the others. Just an hour ago, the man was acting like a brave martyr. But in just an hour, after taking a stroll around the dungeon below, he was behaving like a pug. Dragon Queen deliberately put the blacksmith's chair next to her and whispered, "Master, the night is coming. In order to save the world, my means are a bit fierce and a bit rough. I hope you can understand." The blacksmith master nodded again and again. "I understand, I completely understand. I am willing to contribute to the fight against the demons. I am willing to tell you all the spells to recast the steel weapons. Don't worry." Dany waved her hand and asked with a soft smile, "Master, do you know Ghetto, which is 500 miles east of Pentos?" "I know, my ancestral home is Coer. In recent decades, I have settled in King's Landing. I often take the road Pentos, Novos, Coer in Valeglia," Tobu said. "Ghetto has 2 Sphinx statues made by the people of Valeglia. Are they made of steel?" Dany asked again. Tobu's thin face gradually showed a look of understanding. He sighed, "I understand what you mean. The statues are indeed made of steel. In fact, we Coer people had the idea of making them. But the size of the statues is too big to be put into the furnace." "Can't you make a bigger furnace?" Tyrion curiously asked. After a few words, Tobu gradually recovered from the fear of the demon's tail. His look and bearing revealed a bit of master's style. He said in a deep voice, "It is not an ordinary furnace. Recasting steel requires magic spells and blood sacrifice." "Is the legend true?" Ymont was shocked and murmured. "What legend?" Tobu asked. "There was a scholar from the City of Knowledge who disguised himself and went to Coer to explore the secrets of steel. When he came back, he left a record. Coer blacksmiths sacrificed slaves on a large scale to forge steel through blood magic," Ymont said. "Well, scholar." Tobu coldly snorted and did not hide the disdain on his face. "That's right, we need a living person as a blood sacrifice, because we don't have enough magic power," he told the Dragon Queen honestly. Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, "How many people did you kill when you helped my father reforge the ice in the House of Stark?" Tobu noticed that Dragon Queen's flower-like smile had been replaced by an unapproachable flower. His heart jumped as he whispered, "Less than 100 people." "Less than 100 people?" Tyrion grinned. "Looks like we'll have a chance to reunite as father and son in the 7th level of hell." "Master, I don't think you're as tall and sturdy as a blacksmith," Dany said. Tobu looked at his bamboo-like arm and sighed. "If a blacksmith master is 60 years old and still needs to lift the hammer to forge iron, then he must not have accepted apprentices. In other words, if I learn your spell, I can also become a grandmaster blacksmith?" Dany smiled. Tobu wryly smiled, "Your Majesty, you can look down on me, but please respect the profession of blacksmith. Smelting is a profound knowledge. The spell to reforge iron is just one of the most dazzling pearls on the crown." Dany was startled. After a while, she solemnly said, "You're right, I'm too arrogant." Tobu looked at the Dragon Queen in surprise. Seeing her serious look, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of resentment towards the Dragon Queen. His heart was filled with resentment towards the Dragon Queen. He reminded her, "Your Majesty, if you need to reforge iron weapons, you can let me do it. The spell is not of much use to you, but it's the reverse scale of the Khal Blacksmith Guild. If they know that I told you the spell, of course, I'll die, you." Speaking of this, he looked around and seemed to feel that there were too many eyes around. He raised his eyebrows, moved his chair closer to Dragon Queen, and said in a very low voice, "Your Majesty, the Blacksmith Guild and the Black Goat religion are 2 sides of the same coin. The Black Goat priests are proficient in the blood curse technique. I'm not sure how strong the Black Goat god is, but you should know how overbearing the Red God Church is, right? Just a year ago, because your dragon brought magic to the world, the Red God priests recovered their extraordinary power. And the believers of Khal Lalo were not willing to be oppressed. Under the leadership of dozens of Red God priests, they attacked the Black Goat Temple and tried to burn the statue of the Black Goat God. In the end, Tobu Mott stopped here, tilting his head to look at the group of people who had almost put their heads in front of him, his expression stupefied. When he whispered to Dragon Queen, Tyrion, Clinton, Old Ymont and others unconsciously leaned over. "It's okay, I'm not afraid of the black goat." Dany waved her hand and said confidently. "I'm afraid." Tobu cried. Dany gave Hattar a look. Hattar received the signal, cracked his knuckles and gave Tobu a ferocious smile. The blacksmith master shuddered and said mournfully, "More than 20 Red God priests who can control fire, thousands of holy fire hands, the Red God Church's armed forces, thousands of Red God believers." Before they could even get close to the Black Goat Temple, they were all slaughtered. Now everyone has seen that Khal continues to live the same life as before. Lalo and the Red God Church did not take revenge, so the matter was left unsettled. This shows how terrifying the Black Goat is. I know about this too. To be fair, you can't blame the Black Goat Church for being cruel. In the past 2 years, the Red God believers have been developing wildly. Their demands have become more and more excessive, and their actions have become more and more overbearing. The Black Goat belongs to the primitive religion of Khal. Even Valeglia did not ban it. But an outsider wants to destroy the local church and preach that the Red God is the only one. Clinton frowned. "Yeah, I heard about the chaos at Slaver's Bay." Dany nodded. Why did Dany support the Seven Gods Church? Or rather, why did they have to develop a religion? Because the people of this world needed faith. As long as people experienced hardships, they would have hope. They would hope for the hardships to pass, and hope for salvation to come. Hope was to step onto the steps of faith. If she didn't promote her religion, another religious force would immediately fill the void. And the Red God Church was the largest, most overbearing, and the hardest to control. The King of Light Lalo was real. He was a true god with power and will. On the contrary, the 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. The 7 Gods Church represented the 7 spirits. It was more like a philosophical thought on what is a person, and how a person should be. What really made the 7 Gods Church powerful was a person. It was a wise and powerful chief bishop of a certain generation. It was not a god that was above humans. The 7 Gods Church could be controlled. Dany's lips curled into a smile that made the blacksmith's hair stand on end. She asked, "Do you think the Black Goat really exists? What do you want to do?" The blacksmith asked with a trembling voice. "I heard that the Black Goat Church's fanaticism for blood sacrifice even surpassed the Red God priest." Dany's smile widened. "This is true." Budo Mott swallowed his saliva and said, "The Black Goat is a god of darkness. It needs living things to worship it every day. On ordinary days, the priest will offer calves, bulls, and horses. On holy days, convicted criminals and slaves who do not please their masters will have their throats slit by the priest. If necessary, the nobles in the city will offer their children to the Black Goat as a show of comfort. They hope that it can protect the city." "Ha ha ha, good, good, good." Dany laughed out loud and said, "Good 3 times. What's good?" Tyrion asked curiously. "My son is growing and lacks God to eat." "What?" Tyrion opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Eat God? Are you crazy?" Dany waved her hand and said loudly, "Master Tobu, tell me the incantation to melt steel. I want to melt the Sphinx statue. I want to choose one out of 100,000 soldiers, 1,000 battle wolves. Oh, dragon warriors. If the dragon warriors could wear steel armor and hold steel swords, even without the help of the Megalosaurus, they would be able to kill the demon god Black Goat." As soon as the Dragon Queen had this idea, a demigod of darkness in Kohor thousands of miles away felt a sense of danger. In the center of the city, there was a dark temple that was tightly shut. On the altar, there was a fluffy Black Goat statue that was the size of a wild bull. Its red eyes, which were polished with blood crystals, suddenly began to flash with a red light. A moment later, a group of black-robed priests with their faces covered by hoods gathered in the corridor outside the main hall. Creak, the door of the temple opened, and a middle-aged man with silver hair and purple eyes with a dignified appearance walked out. He was also wearing a black robe, but the edges of the black robe were sewn with dark red edges like blood. "My master, the black goat, prophesied that a great disaster is about to befall Koa," the dignified middle-aged man said. "Your Excellency, where is the prophesied disaster coming from?" A black goat priest asked. "The Mother of Dragons," the high priest said. Hearing the name of the Mother of Dragons, the priests were not shocked. Instead, they felt a strange sense of relief, as if it was finally their turn. She first burned hundreds of nobles in Valeglia, and more than 10 noble trading princes in Lys. Even the strongest city, Bravos, did not escape her fate. Now, I am not surprised that she wants to attack us. In fact, I always thought that she would ride a dragon and burn down our arsenal. After all, many parts of the dragon-slaying crossbow were made by Koa. She should treat us as her mortal enemy, an old blue-eyed priest said. No, the prophesied crisis is related to her. The Mother of Dragons seems to be hostile to the great black goat god, the high priest said. Why? The old man did not understand. Maybe, because of the slaves. We often sacrifice slaves to our master, someone guessed. No matter why she wants to harm our master, what we need to do is to protect Koa. It would be best if we could help the alliance break through Slaver's Bay, the high priest said. What can we do? Go to the Lorne Plains, the Dothraki Sea, and the Horse King's city to find the Khal. No matter how strong or weak their Khalasar is, I need you to persuade them to go south to Slaver's Bay, the high priest said. Will they listen? The old man was uncertain. The high priest explained, you do not need to go alone. There will be caravans carrying large amounts of supplies with you. In a way, the centaurs are very trustworthy. When they accept our gifts, they will definitely repay us. It is up to them to decide when to repay us. Your mission is to join the Khal's Khalasar and remind them to go to Slaver's Bay. High Priest, the Dragon Queen is also the widow of Khal Drogo. She is a Khaleesi. Will the centaurs be willing to be enemies with her? Khal Jocko, Khal Bono will definitely be. The high priest laughed in a low voice. Especially Jocko. He killed her son. With the Dragon Queen's temperament, would she let Jocko go? In the first half of the year, when Jocko passed by Koa, it was the naming day of his son, Wild Horse Django. He was as strong as a wild horse. At the age of 2, he had already tamed an 8-month-old red pony. For that, I gave the young Khal a saddle, a small scimitar, and a horsewhip as a gift for his naming day. At that time, Jocko had already expressed his fear of Danny Rise. Chapter 459. With dragons, many miraculous things could really be done. Blackie brought Butomot back to Astapor in the evening, and by midnight, even Whitey from the Stone Steps archipelago had returned. Then, the 5 dragons, black, white, gold, red, and yellow, went to Meereen together. Well, Danny carried Little Red and rode on Blackie's back. John Bolton and Bruce Wayne also went with them. One of them was in Meereen to participate in the war conference against the Allied forces, and the other was a juror to participate in the Great Trial of Cleon. Both of them were commanders of the guards, and Meereen was suffering from an epidemic and needed the guards to manage the city's security. They had already boarded the ship and were ready to set off. Danny happened to meet them and gave them a ride. Early the next morning, the new freedmen and the freedmen of Gith in Meereen saw 5 megalosaurus of different sizes under the golden red sun. 5 dragons. Such a shocking scene immediately boosted the morale of the people who were affected by the grayscale disease epidemic. In particular, the black dragon could actually speak. While they were stunned, they were suddenly filled with confidence for the future. The Holy Light Megalosaurus had said that the epidemic was under control, and that a miracle cure for the grayscale disease would soon be developed. Most of the people believed what the Dragon Queen said. It was just that the grayscale disease had almost no possibility of being cured. Now, with the Megalosaurus endorsement, everyone was completely convinced. Who could not believe what the Megalosaurus said? Then, an even more fantastical scene appeared. Under the premise of reminding every household to keep their dogs, cats, pigs, sheep, horses, and cows tied up. With the cooperation of the guards, the 5 dragons, starting from the east of the city, flew close to the ground. The 5 Megalosaurus draconic aura was fully unleashed, and the dragon's roar was endless. Squeak squeak squeak, countless rats, weasels, hedgehogs, cockroaches, and other small animals and insects came out from the corners. They ran out of the houses, onto the wide streets, and ran mindlessly towards the west of the city. Fishing nets had been set up to prevent the corpses from being washed to other places in the West City docks. The sea-like rats jumped into the fishing net. The rats in front struggled and drowned in the sea, while the rats behind continued to run forward under the pressure of the Firebird. People with trypophobia would probably pass out just by looking at it. This cycle repeated 7 or 8 times. Finally, not a single mouse could be seen on the street. Only then did the 5 dragons end the demonstration of power activity. At this moment, the azure sea surface was actually filled with floating corpses, causing one's scalp to go numb. However, the rat corpses on the surface of the sea did not need to be dealt with by humans. Boom! The 5 dragons spat out dragon flames at the same time. The rolling pillars of fire almost boiled the surface of the sea. I should eliminate Little Red. He was just here to be a bystander. The chopstick-thick dragon flames and the cat-like dragon roars were completely useless. Danny had called him over mainly because she wanted to establish a friendly relationship with her brothers through their activities. Well, it could be considered a parent-child activity. After doing this, Dragon Queen prepared to leave. She still had to use the same method to get rid of the rats in Kayuan and Astapor City. Whether there was grayscale disease or not, rats were one of the greatest sources of infection for the plague. By getting rid of the rats, the safety of the people in the 3 cities of Slavers Bay would be reduced by 10 times. The Great Pyramid of Myrene. Under the sunlight, on the green brick wall, Danny sat on Blackie's back with Little Gold in her arms. Little Green, Little White, and Little Gold circled above her head. She said to the red-haired Lila below, "The rats that can run in the city are all dead. The ones that can't run. The rats that can't even run on the ground have no effect on the residents. In the next few days, the symptoms of the patients will show. You are responsible for sending them to the quarantine area. Before the cure is developed, I will come here every 3 days. Can grayscale disease be cured? Or did you discover something with the witchcraft lens?" Lila asked curiously. "To tell you the truth, I'm not confident either." Danny pulled back Little Red, who had naughtily climbed onto her shoulder. She hugged him and smiled bitterly. Grayscale disease is indeed transmitted by a virus, but the virus of grayscale disease is actually a magical beast. It's too strange and confusing. The red-haired Lila's cheeks twitched. She asked dryly, "I don't understand what you're saying. What kind of virus is it? And magical beasts, what are they?" Danny opened her mouth, but she didn't know where to start. She sighed and said, "Wait here. I'll go back and write a grayscale disease prevention manual. I'll bring it to you and John the next time I come." The night before, Danny found the witchcraft lens in the Queen's treasury. It was a strange metal lump with many lens tubes extending out. It looked a little like a certain coronavirus. Danny originally didn't want to use it. At first, she wanted to melt it as scrap metal to forge armor. However, the City of Knowledge had been researching the witchcraft lens for thousands of years. In recent decades, they had even spent a lot of money trying to imitate it. Because of this, there was a lot of information related to the witchcraft lens in the City of Knowledge's library. Not to mention the usage instructions, even the structural principles were piled up in detail there. Activating and continuously using the witchcraft lens required magic power. Danny's Grand Wizard power was able to activate it easily. In the field of science, the witchcraft lens had all the functions of an optical microscope. But it was limited to that. It couldn't see human DNA clearly as Danny had guessed before. Well, Danny tried it. The witchcraft lens had a maximum effective magnification of about 3,000 times. It was much stronger than the thousand-fold optical microscope on Earth, but it was several orders of magnitude weaker than the electron microscope that was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times stronger. But the witchcraft lens wasn't just scientific. It also had magical properties that even the atomic force microscope didn't have. It could see magic power, spirituality, and genes in Valeglia's language, not DNA fragments. It wasn't until last night that she had time to study the gray spot tissue cut off from Clinton's body. The results of her observation shocked her. She couldn't see the virus. Of course, the virus was too small. It was a nano-level organism. No matter how awesome the optical microscope was, it couldn't see it. But she still saw the virus with magic power. It was a grayish-blue light spot that was constantly moving. Well, in the optical eyepiece, she couldn't see the virus clearly. But when she adjusted the magic eyepiece, she could capture the bright magic radiance emitted by the virus. This was the strange thing about the witchcraft lens. Things that couldn't be seen with the naked eye could be perceived with magic power and mental power. That's right. When using the magic eyepiece, she didn't use her eyes to see. Instead, she used her magic power to resonate with it, using her own magic power as another organ. This magic organ could see the magic nature, shape, and other attributes of the sample on the glass slide. This was very buggy. It also made Danny feel that Valeglia was the Atlantis of this world. The development of their civilization was too advanced. Well, it could also be said that the development of other civilizations was too slow. For example, the Westeros, with tens of thousands of years of history, the level of technology had been stagnant. But the gray-scale virus had magic power. What did that mean? Although the virus was small, it was still a single organism. Wasn't a creature with magic power a magical beast? After driving away most of the rats in Kayuan and Mirin, it was almost 8:00 in the evening. After dinner and taking a shower, Danny went to the laboratory opened on the second floor of the Great Pyramid, next door to Tyrion's bedroom. She summoned Kuei-shi together with old Yamant, and the three of them began to study the virus again. Well, Kuei-shi came over as a friendly support. After discovering the gray-scale disease, Danny contacted her. After all, Kuei-shi was a rare big shot in the magic world. In terms of knowledge and experience, Danny was far inferior to her. But in the face of Danny's request for help, Kuei-shi was helpless. Asia and Edie didn't have a good way to deal with the gray-scale disease. In the major cities of the Jade Sea, quarantine and incineration were still the best ways to deal with the gray-scale disease patients. But Kuei-shi promised to come over and study the magic medicine together. If it could cure the gray-scale disease, then it must be a magic medicine. The two sides agreed that as long as Danny gave her a true dragon roar, Kuei-shi would project her image. The wizard lens is worthy of its reputation. There are 15 kinds of lenses that can observe spiritual quality. The Edie's imitations only have 2 sets of spiritual quality lenses, no magic lenses or optical lenses. After seeing the dim spiritual quality of the gray-scale disease with her own eyes, Kuei-shi was filled with emotion and gently stroked the wizard lens with a look of awe. They actually let you use the Edie lens? It seems that the title of number 1 of the young generation in the East is really famous. Danny said in surprise. I told you, don't mention number 1 to me. Kuei-shi's face darkened. Well, this time Kuei-shi didn't wear a mask. She had a small and delicate oval face, long brown hair tied behind her head, big blue eyes under her willowy eyebrows, and a tall nose. She was very beautiful. But Danny also had to admit that ordinary people wouldn't think that Kuei-shi was beautiful. Her skin was as pale as a dead person's, and her thin and transparent lips made her less lively and less lively. She didn't have the sickly beauty of the Lilidrigon. Instead, Kuei-shi looked a bit like a zombie. After seeing Kuei-shi, old Yamant asked Danny with concern, will Jon Snow look like your friend in the future? There was no need to think about the future. At this moment, Jon on the Great Wall was as pale as a dead person, and because he was afraid of the light, he was wearing a helmet. John didn't wear a wooden mask, as that would make him look too different. But he also had a way. The Westeros knights were used to wearing iron armor and helmets all day long. John only took off his leather armor and put on a set of stainless steel armor. He also asked the blacksmith, Tanner, to help him make a babuta helmet with a visor. It was also a T-shaped iron helmet. Only his nose, mouth, and eyes were exposed. He pulled down the visor with breathing holes, and even his nose and mouth were tightly covered. Also, John had an advantage that Kueishi didn't have. He was a man, and he had a long beard. He was born with a lush beard. Now, he didn't shave anymore. When the hairy beard covered his entire face, he wouldn't have to worry about the light even if he took off his iron helmet. "Does Asia have potions?" Dany asked. Kueishi said, "Many wizards can concoct herbs, such as aphrodisiac, hallucinogenic, moon tea, and so on." "What kind of potion is that?" "Only the knowledge of quantitative and qualitative analysis of substances and forming a theory can be considered proper potion," Dany said with disdain. "What theory do you want? Isn't it enough to treat patients and effectively achieve the goal?" Kueishi said calmly. "Sigh, if there's a basic theory of the 5 elements, we can at least find a cure for new diseases through mutual promotion and suppression, such as gray-scale disease." "I don't know how to test drugs at all," Dany said helplessly. "What's the theory of the 5 elements?" Old Ymont asked curiously. Chapter 460. What kind of theory is the 5 elements theory? Ymont asked curiously. Dany was a doctor in her previous life, but she was a modern surgeon. She did not understand traditional Chinese medicine and could not accurately explain the 5 elements theory of traditional Chinese medicine. But since she had already bragged, she did not want to admit defeat so easily. Anyway, there was no real traditional Chinese medicine expert here. Ymont and Kueishi were from another world and had never heard of the 5 elements theory of traditional Chinese medicine, so it did not matter if she spoke nonsense. It's probably to classify everything in the world into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. So, Dany stumbled, combining her understanding of the 5 elements theory that she had read in novels with her own professional knowledge. She made a mess and served it to the 2 people opposite her. Whether they could eat it, whether they would have diarrhea or be poisoned to death after eating it was none of her business. At first, Kueishi was calm and did not care about a certain person's fallacious theory. But as she listened, she was shocked to find that regardless of whether the Dragon Queen's theory was true or false, it was indeed a very systematic, very reasonable, and very magical medical theory. "This is indeed a very advanced way of thinking," Ymont said thoughtfully. "Our current medicine only has medicine and no theory. As for the potions, they were all improved from folk recipes. Scholars can't develop new medicine out of thin air, and can't develop corresponding medicine for a certain disease. We have no theory and don't know how to start. We can only test a variety of herbs. But the patient is weak, how can they withstand the experiment? So, the bloodletting therapy, which may be useless but is absolutely harmless, has become a panacea in the hands of doctors. This 5 elements theory of yin and yang is worth a try." Kueishi nodded in agreement. Then, she sighed. "The problem is, this kind of medical theory also requires a lot of time to experiment, verify, and accumulate experience. For the current gray-scale disease," speaking of this, Kueishi suddenly froze and was stunned. Dany saw that her expression was not right and could not help but ask with concern, "What's wrong?" "The 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. Water counters fire, and water and fire do not mix, right?" Kueishi asked. "Isn't it obvious? If your house is on fire, just put it out with water." "Dead wood can't be lit," Dany said casually. "No, your understanding is too shallow." Kueishi shook her head and said seriously, "The 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. It should be related to the cycle of the laws. With the 5 laws as the foundation, a complete world can be built." It was Dany's turn to be dumbfounded. She asked blankly, "What are you trying to say?" She opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but she had just come into contact with the theory of the 5 elements, and it was Dragon Queen's second hand that was full of mistakes. She had some understanding in her heart, but she could not form a complete idea. Sighing, she directly suggested, "The gray-scale disease was born from Leona. Theoretically, it belongs to the water element, and your dragon belongs to the fire element. Perhaps, you can try to see if your dragon blood can kill the gray-scale disease virus." "That's not a problem." Danny frowned and thought for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Taking blood was very simple. At the top of the Great Pyramid, the 5 dragons were sleeping on the huge stone wall. She woke Blackie up and poked a small hole in his fleshy wing. Hot dragon blood with smoke dripped into the test tube. It was not much, about 3 milliliters. The wound on the dragon's wing stopped bleeding and slowly healed. Then, Danny quickly returned to the laboratory and smeared a layer of dragon blood on the gray-scale disease sample, 7 levels of hell. What is going on?" Danny turned pale with fright when she used the wizard lens to observe the blood sample. "The gray-scale disease virus is multiplying rapidly in the dragon blood, and even mutating," she said in disbelief. She leaned over and looked for a while. Her pale face became even paler. She muttered, This doesn't make sense. It doesn't conform to your theory of the 5 elements. Let the theory of the 5 elements go to hell." Danny immediately took out the sample and used the fire wizard power to burn the sample stained with dragon blood into ashes. She looked at the burning sample in the dry pot and wondered, "It doesn't make sense. The fire wizard power can burn the virus. How can dragon blood have the opposite effect? Water restrains fire. That's normal." Old Yamant thought it was natural. "No, water restrains fire, but fire can't create water," she said. "Oh," Danny slapped her forehead and groaned. "I was just kidding. The theory of the 5 elements is not suitable for this world." "Why is it not suitable?" "I think it makes sense," she said. Old Yamant nodded and sighed. "Human medicine has been developed for tens of thousands of years, but there has never been a theory. Now that you, Danny, have developed such a scientific and magical theory, we can't just abandon it." Danny was stupefied. The old man's words were, "I've never even seen a woman before. Now that my wife is beautiful and seems to be able to give birth, it doesn't matter if she's crazy or not." She continued, "Not only can we not give up, but we should also invest a lot of manpower and resources to research it and perfect it. One day, when this theory is perfect, we should write it into a book and let all the doctors in the world see it. Up to you." Danny sighed. Yamant was worried. If the dragon's blood promotes the growth of the virus, will the megalosaurus be infected with the grayscale disease? No, the high temperature will kill it. At this point, Danny suddenly froze. After experiments, burning with fire could indeed prevent the grayscale disease. Fire could kill the virus. Then, with her non-burning physique, she was immune to the grayscale disease. Blackie could also withstand the burning of ordinary flames, so it should also be immune to the grayscale disease. But the problem now was that Blackie's blood was conducive to the growth of the virus. Try it with my blood," Danny said. "What? I want to see if my blood has antibodies." "Well, let's see if the blood can kill the virus." As she spoke, Danny took out a dagger and cut her little finger. A drop of blood fell on the sample, 3 minutes later. Looking at the virus growing wildly in the blood, Danny felt a chill run down her spine. "This doesn't make sense," she said hoarsely. She leaned over and looked for a while. She was also puzzled. "Try it with my blood," Yamant suddenly said. "What?" Danny was confused. "Your blood and that of the megalosaurus have magic, but I don't know magic," Yamant explained. Danny was shocked and immediately began the experiment. Then, she let out a long sigh of relief. Old Yamant guessed right. His blood did not have any effect on accelerating the growth of the virus. After that, Danny rode the dragon and went to the wildfire processing plant 10 kilometers away to take the blood of a group of fire mages. The result was that their blood had an accelerated effect, but it was not as strong as the Megalosaurus and Danny's. Why is that? Can the grayscale disease virus absorb the magic in the blood? According to this theory, transcendents are more likely to be infected with the curse, but the reality is the opposite. Kuei-shi was puzzled. In fact, few mages were infected with the disease. After a while, Danny said seriously, "I'll try it myself." "How?" Kuei-shi asked. "Try to see if the virus can infect my body," Danny said. "Danny, are you crazy? You're the queen, how can you put yourself in danger?" Old Yamant cried out in panic. Kuei-shi also advised, "Don't be stupid, only 100 people in Slaver's Bay are infected. The worst result is that they'll be burned to death. 100 people in Slaver's Bay is really nothing. Plagues are not uncommon in the major cities, especially in the coastal ports. For example, there's an outbreak in Flanders, and it's the terrifying grayscale disease. Hundreds and thousands of people die every day." "Is that so?" Danny smiled faintly. "Wait until I test the poison and develop a cure, then I can save thousands of people." "But what if you're infected?" Yamant said anxiously. Danny smiled strangely. "Don't worry, I'll use the witch lens to observe. As long as there's a virus in my body, I'll burn it to death immediately." "What if it doesn't die?" "If it doesn't die, I'll cut off the flesh with a knife before the virus spreads." Danny's expression was firm, and her whole body exuded a fearless spirit of sacrifice. Kuei-shi asked, "Which part are you going to infect?" Danny looked at her right hand. On the lower half of her palm, there was a pinprick-sized brown mole on her white skin. "How about this?" She pointed at the mole. Kuei-shi was stupefied. Old Yamant was stupefied. Danny fixed her right hand under the lens, and after adjusting the magnification, she used her empty left hand to pick up a slender silver needle. First, she inserted the tip of the needle into the dark gray skin tissue of the stone man, infected it with the virus, and then carefully placed the needle near the mole on the palm. She gently touched it. Kuei-shi was responsible for observing the target under the eyepiece, and after seeing the dark blue magic spot, she immediately said, "Okay, the virus has fallen into your palm." Danny pinched the silver needle with her fingers, and an orange flame ignited on the tip of the needle. Putting down the sterilized silver needle, Danny nervously looked at Kuei-shi, waiting for the final judgment. The waiting time felt like years. For a long time, Kuei-shi didn't say anything. Danny couldn't help but ask anxiously, "How is it? Am I infected?" Kuei-shi looked up at her and saw that her smooth forehead was sweating. Obviously, she was anxious and scared. Kuei-shi couldn't help but laugh. "Weren't you very brave before? You wanted to test the poison with your own body to find the miracle medicine that can save the people?" Phew, seeing Kuei-shi's smile, Danny let out a long sigh of relief. "It seems to be working well?" she asked casually. Kuei-shi nodded and said, "The virus that fell on your mole didn't spread, and it didn't multiply. Instead, it died after entering the pores on your skin. In other words, the magic spot under the eyepiece is disappearing. It's strange. Your blood promotes the growth of the virus, but you're indeed immune to the grayscale disease." The shadow binder looked very confused. After a while, she looked up at Danny and said, "We still need a group of fire mages to do the experiment. We need to test whether you're special, or all transcendents are immune to the grayscale disease. Testing this won't help with curing the grayscale disease. Our main goal now is to cure the disease. Also, the fire mages under me are weak. They can only conjure wildfire. They can't even gather fire to light a lamp. It'll be terrible if they get infected," Danny said. Kuei-shi frowned and thought for a while. She said, "My projection is about to end. Why don't you get the Black Dragon to pick me up from Thunder Island, and I'll come to Slave Bay to help you research the miracle medicine. You're not sealing the evil god of the underground palace? Danny asked in surprise. According to the Brandon evil suppression formation you gave me, I ordered a new batch of magic materials from Yasha. I have about a month of free time, Kueishi said. Okay, I'll get Blackie to pick you up. After Kueishi left, Danny didn't end the experiment. If Aegon was not Rhaega's son, then who could he be? That was what Danny thought after seeing the comparison data. But soon, her thoughts changed again. Because she observed Tyrion's blood. Tyrion was the Poison King who infected dozens of people in Astapor. Of course, there was a sample of his blood in the laboratory. But Tyrion's blood was also golden, and it was even richer than Ymont's. What made Danny even more dumbfounded was that Tyrion's golden light spot had the same fluctuations as hers. This, knock knock knock, in the middle of the night, old Ymont's bedroom door was knocked loudly. Who is it? After a while, Ymont's voice could be heard waking up. It's me. Danny suppressed her excitement and said softly, something big has happened. Creak, the door opened, and the sleepy Ymont yawned and said, Danny, what happened in the middle of the night? Danny turned sideways and slid into Ymont's bedroom through the gap in the door like a loach. She said to the puzzled old man, Tyrion has Targaryen's true dragon bloodline. What? Ymont was a little confused. The witchcraft lens can detect genes. Old master, you know that, right? Yes. Unfortunately, I don't have magic power, so I can't release my spirit power. I can't sense the fluctuations in the genes. Old Ymont said regretfully. Aegon has true dragon bloodline, but it's very thin, even thinner than yours. Danny said. This. Ymont looked surprised and said hesitantly, his bloodline should be purer than mine. I don't have the typical silver hair of Targaryen. Yes, Ymont had black hair, but he was old and his black hair had turned silver. You mean, he could be a fake? Then, does Targaryen have other collateral relatives? Danny was shocked. Your great-grandfather and I have 2 younger sisters, Danny and Leigh. Their bloodline still exists, but it's 5 or 6 generations away, so they can't be considered collateral relatives. Also, Varys doesn't need to use collateral relatives to exchange for direct relatives. It's meaningless. Ymont said. Danny had thought the same before. Maybe Aegon has poor talent. Just like how your talent is stronger than your ancestors, but he's unlucky and his bloodline density is lower. Ymont guessed. Sigh, the point isn't Aegon. Danny waved her hand, her face full of disbelief. Old master, Tyrion also has true dragon bloodline. You must be mistaken. Our Targaryen doesn't have a princess to marry Lannister, and Tyrion's parents are cousins. Ymont shook his head. I'm not mistaken. Genes don't lie. His bloodline density is very high. In terms of bloodline, he seems to be closer to me than you or Aegon. Danny said with certainty. This. Ymont was completely stunned. He hugged his head and paced back and forth in the spacious bedroom a few times. Suddenly, the old man paused and said, Danny, quickly contact Sir Barristan. He's your father's Kingsguard, so he must know about Aerys and Joanna. Danny didn't act immediately. Instead, she asked in surprise, Joanna is Tyrion's mother? She had an affair with Aerys? There's a rumor that when your grandfather was crowned, Joanna came to the Red Castle, and your father. After that, she was your father's lover for a few years before marrying Tywin. At this point, Ymont shook his head with a bitter smile and said, now it seems that it might not be a rumor. If Tyrion is really your father's illegitimate son, at least it means that Joanna really did have an affair with your father. It was bad enough that the wise, mighty, cold, and arrogant old lion had died in the toilet, and now there was a sea of Dothraki grass looming over his head. Could it be that she had been wrong all along, and the most miserable person in the game of power was actually the elder lion? Danny's expression was conflicted for a while before she let out a long sigh of relief and sighed. This explains why Qing Taiwan is so cruel to Eris, and why Qing Taiwan is biased in the matter of the purple wedding. Go and ask Barristan, before Tyrion was born, did Eris and Joanna have an affair? Ymont urged. All right. The Dragon Queen's bedroom was just opposite Ymont's. Dany returned to the bedroom, took out the glass candle, and began to contact the White Knight. Yes, it was noon in Astapor, and around 4 in the afternoon at the Narrow Sea, thousands of miles away. On the mirror-like Sea of Myr, a long string of flat-bottomed cargo ships with the White Tower flag came from the east. Barristan stood on the bridge, looking at the ships in the distance with a pair of binoculars in his hand, and his heart was filled with emotions. After today, the story of him leading the royal fleet to rob merchant ships would spread across the Narrow Sea, and he wondered if anyone would call him a pirate. Thinking of this, he quickly turned around and looked at the flag on the main mast. Then, the old knight flew into a rage. Sweet potato, Kent, I told you to hang the three-headed dragon flag of the Targaryen, what is wrong with you? The White Knight pointed at the skeleton pirate flag on the mast and roared at the first mate on the deck. The short man who looked like a sweet potato shouted, Sir, we are now the Targaryen Royal Navy. You said that we have to cherish the honor of the Royal Navy. Isn't hanging the true dragon flag during a robbery a disgrace to the Queen and the Royal Navy? Kent was originally a pirate captain under the command of the Lord of Dimensional Waters, and also the captain of Cersei's Royal Navy. In other words, Sweet Potato Kent was born in the royal territory, and came from the King's Landing. Therefore, Kent was no stranger to Sir Barristan and the Dragon Queen. In fact, the thousands of pirate lackeys of Ordwake were mostly from the royal territory, and the Targaryens were to them what Stark was to the people of the Northern Territory. Perhaps both were eliminated. They were more loyal to the Dragon Queen than to Cersei. The people of the royal territory were not loyal to Lannister, or else they would not have been instigated by the Lord of Dimensional Waters to betray the Iron Throne. There is more to this matter, we need to spread the news of the Queen robbing the Hyder family's food. Barristan pulled Kent to his side and whispered into his ear, Hyder has joined the Queen. This is just a show. Oh. Sweet Potato Kent was enlightened. Keep your mouth shut, and don't tell anyone else, Barristan warned. I understand. Kent nodded and left the bridge, instructing his men to change the flag. You can't hide it. Suddenly, a clear female voice rang in Barristan's ears. The old knight was shocked and turned to look, it was indeed the Queen. She was holding her hand in front of her forehead, her figure twisting and changing under the sun, as if smoke was coming out of it. The sun is scorching, go inside the ship. After saying this, Dany's figure disappeared again. Barristan looked around, and seeing that no one was looking at the bridge, he heaved a sigh of relief and quickly retreated into the cabin. He ran all the way to the captain's room and closed the door, only then did he see the Dragon Queen suddenly appear again. Your Majesty, is there an urgent matter? Barristan asked. What is the relationship between my father and Joanna Lannister? Dany asked directly. Why are you asking this? The old knight looked hesitant. Did you hear some bad rumors? Words are like the wind, they have been dead for so many years, there is no need to be too concerned about any rumors. If there were only rumors, I would not be in such a hurry to find you. Dany's lips curled into a mocking smile. Unfortunately, the things they left behind will not disappear with the wind. Barristan's blue pupils shrank, and he said with a trembling voice, What do you mean? Chapter 462. Dany looked at the old knight's panicked and incredulous face and sighed, As you thought, Eris and Joanna had an illegitimate child. Have you guessed who it is? His pupils contracted and he muttered, Tyrion? Tell me, why isn't it Cersei and Jaime? I heard that Joanna not only gave her virginity to Eris, but also was his mistress for a few years before asking Tywin to take over, Dany said. Take over, the mistress? The White Knight didn't understand the word, but he didn't spend too much energy on the unfamiliar word. More important things occupied his attention. It's a rumor. Barristan said with certainty, there's only pure love between Joanna and King Eris. Are you sure? Danny looked at the old knight suspiciously and reminded him, in front of me, you don't have to worry about damaging Eris' reputation. We all know that he doesn't have that at all. No, your majesty, you misunderstood. Barristan quickly shook his head and explained, in the beginning, when Miss Joanna came to the Red Castle to serve as Princess Lay's maid, she and Duke Tywin weren't lovers. On the contrary, Eris, who was still a prince, fell in love with Joanna at first sight and they truly loved each other. Seeing that he stopped and looked at her nervously, Danny was eager to continue eating and urged, continue? You're not angry? The White Knight looked at her carefully and asked. Angry about what? Layla is your mother. The old Barristan mumbled. I was having a good time eating, Layla. If you didn't remind me, I would have almost forgotten. Danny rolled her eyes and said bluntly, Eris is my father, this is too bad, too melodramatic, I don't want to be involved at all. Okay, the White Knight nodded and relaxed and continued, Your Majesty, you have to understand one thing, Prince Eris was generous and selfless in his youth, handsome and courageous, wait. Danny raised her hand to interrupt him and complained, I only want to hear about Eris and Joanna's love history. You don't have to worry about his identity as the king and my father, don't flatter him. Flattery? Barristan suddenly raised his voice, widened his eyes, and shouted, I have always adhered to the path of honesty, why would I flatter the king? All right, I've poked the old knight's sore spot. The Dragon Queen immediately nodded and admitted her mistake, I said the wrong thing, you were just protecting the honor of the Emperor. Sigh, Your Majesty, I'm telling the truth. Barristan panicked. He, Old Ba, had been wearing a white robe for dozens of years. He had experienced 1 king, 2 kings, 3 kings, 5 or 6 kings. When had he not been upright and outspoken and sincerely admonished? Even if it was for the glory of the king, he would at most remain silent. Why would he deliberately flatter the king? But... Danny frowned. The young talent you mentioned has nothing to do with the Mad King. Prince Aerys in his youth is not the same as in his old age, the old knight emphasized. Old? He was only 40 years old when he passed away, right? King Aerys has changed, quite a bit. Barristan scratched his head. When the Mad King was in his 30s, he was tormented by madness until he looked like a 70-year-old man. He looked haggard, his long hair tangled, his beard unkempt, and his foot-long, twisted nails. He was younger than himself, but in Barristan's impression, the Mad King had always been an old man. When he was young, the prince had a bad temper and was temperamental, but it was all under control. In fact, Prince Aerys was widely acknowledged to be very charming. Noble girls adored him, and talented young men from the 7 kingdoms liked to befriend him. Prince Aerys, Duke Tywin, and Robert's father, Duke Steve, were the most outstanding young nobles of the Westeros. They were also the best of friends. They grew up together and participated in the Battle of the 9 Copper Coin Kings. Your father's bravery was tested in the flames of war, and Tywin even personally conferred him the title of knight after the war. Danny did not comment, so, Joanna fell in love with such a beautiful young man? The two of them did not do anything impolite, but you know that the forest which prophesied to your great-grandfather that the child of prophecy would definitely be born in your parents' bloodline. So, Prince Aerys could not marry Miss Joanna. I am not sure whether the change in his personality was related to it. In short, after marriage, King Aerys' behavior became more and more crazy. Sir Barristan said the last word carefully, and he kept staring at the Queen's expression. Danny did frown, but it was not because Aerys was called the Mad King. Are you sure that my father Aerys loved Joanna? She asked. Barristan said firmly, Prince Aerys is temperamental, and his hobbies could not last long. But I can swear that Prince Aerys never loved Princess Layla. There was no love between them. On the contrary, his feelings for Joanna lasted for a long time. If the child of prophecy had not prophesied, there was a 90% chance that he would have married Joanna. Then, do you think that my father's change is related to the three-eyed crow? Danny asked. Barristan's expression changed drastically, and he said in a trembling voice, If I did not know about the three-eyed crow and that he had once distorted your thoughts, I would not have thought of this. So, it is? Dany asked again. Barristan shook his head and said, but why? Blynden Riverman is a Targaryen. His father, Aegon V, doted on him, and even acknowledged his identity and inheritance. Later, his elder brother, Dylan II, also trusted him and appointed him as Prime Minister. I really cannot find a reason for him to destroy the Targaryen dynasty. Without a doubt, driving your father crazy is the same as destroying the Westeros and the Targaryen family. Maybe, Dany's gaze was gloomy, the director needed him to follow the plot according to the script. Otherwise, how could the child of prophecy be born? Who? Prince Aegon is the child of prophecy? Barristan frowned and said, he has never been to the Great Wall or fought against deviant ghosts. He is just a child in summer. The long night is coming soon. Can he grow into a savior in an instant? Stop guessing. Only deviant ghosts know the three-eyed crow's thoughts. When I master my divine skills and place my steel sword on Blinden's neck, we can interrogate him in detail. He waved his hand and ended the topic. Dany changed the topic and asked, how did Tyrion come about? Joanna has been staying in Casterly Rock City since her marriage. How could she have the chance to give birth to Tyrion? No, there was a chance. 10 years after King Aerys's coronation, there was a tournament held at the King's Landing. Joanna brought Jaime and Cersei over. Joanna gave birth to Tyrion the next year and died in childbirth. I only know that they had, one time, but I didn't know that Tyrion was an illegitimate child. Barristan stuttered and spoke with great difficulty. Does Tywin know? Dany asked strangely. I don't know. Barristan shook his head repeatedly. It was very likely that the elder lion knew about this. As expected, everyone in Game of Thrones lived in hell. At this moment, the sound of a sailor calling for Barristan came from outside the door. It seemed that the Royal Megalosaurus fleet had encountered the Hathar family's grain transport fleet. Your Majesty, is there anything else? Barristan asked uneasily. The Alliance's spies secretly transported the grayscale stone men to Slaver's Bay and planned to throw them into the city's well. 7 gods above, are they crazy? Barristan exclaimed. They have already succeeded in 1/3 of their plan, Dany said. Aren't the Alliance afraid that you will use the same method to take revenge on them? Do you think I should do that? Dany sized up the White Knight with a strange gaze. Could it be that she was mistaken? Did this noble and righteous White Knight have a heart made of white chocolate just like her? Fine, even she had never thought of giving him a taste of his own medicine. Other than venting her anger, she could not achieve the effect of taking revenge on the enemy. In the slave cities, the ratio of slaves to free citizens was generally higher than 3:1. The ratio of nobles was even lower, 1:1:1:1. However, the nobles' hygienic environment and medical conditions were the best. Just like a certain beacon of civilization country, the epidemic in the country was so serious that tens of thousands of people died. But upon closer inspection, the dead were all poor people. No, no, no. Afraid of being misunderstood by the Queen, the White Knight waved his hand and said anxiously, you are the liberator, the one who broke the shackles, that Amisha, that countless slaves look forward to. You must not do that. You said to do it, I didn't, Dany said. I didn't. How do you plan to take revenge on them? The White Knight sighed. Dany said, when the epidemic stabilizes, I plan to take down new guys. I will only use the power of the Megalosaurus and the Navy. It will not affect Myreen's preparations for war and food production. If possible, queers will not let it go. So, I need a Navy general who can fight. Blackbeard Grollet has a lot of sailing experience, but he does not know a proper battle for sea control. How about Ordvi Water? Barristan asked. I need someone with more honor, Dany rejected. With a long sigh, the White Knight said in a tone that said, when I hand over the Royal Navy to Ordvi Water, you can ask Whitey to pick me up. No, Knight, you have a lot to do: reorganize the Royal Navy, protect Dragonstone Island, control the landing point from the Stone Steps Archipelago to the Land of Strife, escort the food transport team and the barbarian fleet. You are equivalent to the Queen's Hand, not a Navy general, Danny said. Barristan nodded in satisfaction and recommended, Eris Sitiga is fine, Gales Hyder is fine too. Get them ready, I will ask Blackie to pick them up in a few days. Tyrion's identity as Targaryen's illegitimate son only surprised Dany. This kind of plot that did not exist in Game of Thrones made her feel sweet and satisfied. However, the identity of the dwarf's illegitimate brother did not make her feel close at all. She did not feel uncomfortable, conflicted, or awkward at all. To put it simply, Dany did not acknowledge Rhaega, second brother Way, Mad King Aerys and Queen Layla, the original owner's relatives. Hence, she did not feel anything when Tyrion became her brother in name. Therefore, the next morning, in the hall on the first floor of the Morning Sun Palace, in front of many officials and citizens of Slavers Bay, Dany awarded General Wildfire at Yellow Magua as usual. Yes, this was an announcement that was made before. Targaryen's words were like a mountain. The Dragon Queen acknowledged Tyrion's contribution in exposing the Alliance's sinister plan. Even if it was indirect, it was to reward Tyrion for giving her 200 tons of steel. She said that she would reward him. Even if he became the Targaryen's illegitimate son, she would still give him this piece of fragrant ice cream. General Wildfire, you can consider changing your hairstyle. Dany held back her naughty thoughts and suggested. Chapter 463. Your Majesty, I don't want to shave my head. A bald head with a braid hanging at the back is so ugly. Tyrion shook his head repeatedly, rejecting the Dragon Queen's good intentions. Dany was surprised. So far, Tyrion was the only one who clearly said that the braid hairstyle was ugly. This guy's aesthetic is normal. Well, she also thought that it was very ugly, very funny, and had a disgusting smell for sensible people. Because of this, she instigated the little demon to get one. The uglier, funnier, and more disgusting he was, the happier she was. After learning that he was Targaryen, Dany hated the little demon's performance in the finale of Game of Thrones even more. She wanted to see him make a fool of himself, to see him get a minion's head without knowing it. Who knew that his aesthetic was the same as the normal people of the Celestial Empire? In this other world, it was too abnormal. Returning to the living room on the top floor from the yamen on the first floor, the unwilling Dany suggested again, Meereen is undergoing the roundhead movement, and the Gith people have begun to shave their hair. If you shave it too, I'll transfer you to Meereen and give you a promotion. A second-grade official is qualified to participate in the Imperial Conference. The Queen's words were half true and half false. The last thing Clyne did as the mayor of Meereen was to urge the Gith people to change their customs and shave off their originally stiff black and red straight hair. But it was not a minion's head. It was somewhat like a Mongolian warrior who shaved off the top of his head, leaving only a circle of hair at the temples and the back of his head. It was also ugly. Moreover, the so-called second-grade official was only a promotion, not a position. The little demon was still a Wildfire general. Tyrion waved his hand dejectedly and said, I have the grayscale disease and am about to die. There's no point in having the Iron Throne in front of me. On the side, Aegon, who was nestled in a daze on the soft couch, seemed to empathize with him. His eyes reddened, and he was about to cry. Sigh. Clinton also sighed. His eyes dimmed and he looked like he had lost all interest in life. Sister Ashara's eyes were filled with pity, but there was nothing she could do. She could only silently stroke Aegon's back and whisper some words of comfort. Seeing this, Ymont comforted them, Don't worry, the Queen has the witch lens and has already studied the characteristics of the grayscale disease virus. Later, Larissa will teach you the fire magic that the Queen has personally taught you. Combined with a high concentration of alcohol, you will be able to effectively stop the spread of the grayscale disease. Maybe he can be like Shireen Byra and Theon, only partially petrified. I've also attended the Queen's witchcraft lectures, and I've also tried the glass candles. I don't have the talent for witchcraft, so I can't learn it. Tyrion shook his head. Ymont thought for a while and said, Dahe went to the Thunder Island in the Jade Sea to pick up Master Kuei Shi. She is the most talented sorcerer in the East. Maybe she can come up with a miracle cure. Kuei Shi? 7 gods above, it's actually her. Tyrion facepalmed and sighed. Dany asked curiously, you know Kuei Shi too? I heard from the fire sorcerers that she is the strongest among the young generation in the Eastern Transcendent world. Together with Lisbon, they are known as the twin heroes of the East and the West. Tyrion sighed again and again. What bullshit, strongest among the young generation? It's fine if you're just fooling others. But I know Lisbon. That bastard even used the 3 gods' return to cave to cheat me of a bag of silver coins. In the end, he was stabbed into a dead end by a mercenary. How unlucky. Instead of relying on that kind of person to save lives, it's better to fight with a wildfire. How do you fight with a wildfire? Aegon raised his head and asked. I have an idea. Tyrion stared at the Dragon Queen's face with a pair of expectant eyes. The Queen's fire control skills are unparalleled in the world. Can you accurately control the wildfire to burn off the infected skin? You can try. Try burning your entire dick to ashes. Dany complained in her heart about the little devil's rotten idea. It won't work. Ymont immediately shook his head and explained, by the time the symptoms are discovered, the virus will have already entered the bloodstream and circulated to all parts of your body. Therefore, amputation as a treatment that is widely spread among the people has never been recognized by the City of Knowledge. For example, even if Sir Clinton's right arm is chopped off, there is a very high chance that the other parts of his body will be infected. Tyrion, you can try drinking a few mouthfuls of the wildfire. Perhaps, you can awaken the immortal bloodline. Dany said with a wicked smile. Dany. Old Ymont increased the volume of his voice and glared at her meaningfully. After leaving everyone's line of sight and entering the laboratory, old Ymont warned her, Dany, don't tell Tyrion his true identity. Why? There are too many dragons. Ymont smiled bitterly. If there are too few true dragons, there is a danger of extinction. If there are too many true dragons, there will be bloody infighting. Including Jon, there are already 3 adult Targaryens. You don't care about the Iron Throne, but they might fall out over this. Jon Snow's identity is still uncertain. Even if he is Rhaegar and Lyanna's son. He is also an illegitimate child like Tyrion. Illegitimate children have no right to inherit. Dany said. According to tradition, it is. But Aegon is different from you. You are 100% the daughter of Aerys and Layla, a true dragon. Everyone knows that. But Rhaegar's children died 16 years ago. This is also a fact that everyone knows. In the hearts of the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, a prince with a doubtful identity is not nobler than an illegitimate child whose identity is confirmed. I am sure that if there is a chance to convene a great council, Jon, Tyrion, and Aegon's appeal and inheritance will be equally divided, unless you are determined to support one of them. Ymont stared at Dany's eyes with a burning gaze, as if trying to see through her inner thoughts. Unfortunately, you don't like the 3 of them, do you? Dany was a little embarrassed. Her eyes drifted, and she said, Old Master, a relative suddenly popped out. Don't tell me you are so devoted to him. Old Ymont nodded seriously and said, When I was at the Great Wall, before I knew about Jon and Tyrion's identities, I already had an inexplicable good impression of them. What about Aegon? Aegon. Ymont was stunned and sighed. Maybe he appeared too suddenly. Not so, Dany argued, I admit, I don't like them, but I have no ill intentions. Otherwise, why would I tell you about Jon and Tyrion's identities? Then what do you plan to do with them? Ymont asked. What do I do? I'm already too busy with my own matters. Let them fend for themselves. What can they think? Why don't you tell me what to do with your seniority? Dany threw the ball back again. Sigh, Jon has already put on black clothes and is destined to be a night watchman for the rest of his life. Tyrion, let him continue to be Lannister. Don't tell him his identity. In the future, you can help him become the Duke of Casterly Rock City. After all, Aegon is the son of Rhaega. The Iron Throne will be given to him. Ymont looked at Dany and asked tentatively, how about this arrangement? Okay, as long as Aegon has the courage to participate in the Battle of the Long Night, as long as he can kill the strange Ghost King. Dany nodded in agreement without any pressure. At around 3:00 in the morning the next day, the sky was still a deep indigo color. Blackie passed through the dark sky like a ghost and landed on the torchlit walls of the Great Pyramid. Blackie had indeed never been to Thunder Island, but Dany's spiritual projection had been to the underground palace of Thunder Island many times. Blackie, who could communicate with Dany's dragon spirit, naturally knew the direction of Thunder Island. She was still dressed the same as when they first met, wearing a loose blue mage robe with a hood and a red wooden mask. She didn't come alone. There was a white-haired old man with her. In addition to the two of them, Blackie also carried a large canvas bag with 400 to 500 pounds of magic herbs in its claws. Blackie, Tyrion, and 4 or 5 unsullied holding torches were waiting on the pyramid. Her Majesty's apprentice, Larissa, greets President Butillon and Mage Kuei. General Wildfire and I represent Her Majesty to welcome the two of you. When Kuei and the white-haired old man slid down from the dragon's back, Larissa said again, I have already asked people to prepare wine in guest rooms. The two of you must be tired from the journey. First, eat a little and rest for the night. When dawn comes, the Queen will personally receive the Masters. Masters, hello. My name is Tyrion Lannister. Actually, other than General Wildfire, I'm the only one bestowed with a yellow mandarin jacket. The little demon was wearing a golden mandarin jacket. He strode over with his short legs and walked over with his head held high. I will accompany the two of you for dinner on behalf of the Queen and introduce the epidemic in Slave Bay. Yes, Tyrion was here to accompany them. At this time, the Dragon Queen was sleeping and couldn't receive guests. However, he couldn't let the guests sit in the living room and eat alone. General Wildfire, who was bestowed with a yellow mandarin jacket, accepted the task of accompanying the guests. After all, he could drink and had a sharp tongue. He was most suitable to be a receptionist. Master Kuei, I have long heard of your great name. After the introductions, Tyrion began to show off. He walked in front of Kuei, who was wearing a red wooden mask, and gave him a thumbs up. He praised, the best of the younger generation, and the same as Volantis Lisbon, enough. The shadow-binding knight, who had been silent all this time, almost shouted. I'm not the best of the younger generation. Don't compare me to Lisbon, she said in a low voice after catching her breath. Haha, Tyrion didn't know what to do for a moment, but immediately smiled as if he understood something. This female wizard was very modest, very shy, and even a little shy. Wizard Kuei is truly modest. But who doesn't know your name? Who doesn't know? Even an outsider like me knows your position in the transcendent realm. You're too modest, he praised loudly. He couldn't be rude just because she was too modest. On the contrary, the more he praised a modest person, the better impression she had of him in her heart. After all, he had contracted an illness and needed her to treat it. Kuei-shi's gaze was deep. Several shadows flashed in her bright, mirror-like eyes, but the red wooden mask blocked her gaze. The dwarf gave a thumbs up and waved it in front of the barbarian elder and Kuei-shi. He praised loudly, Wizard Kuei-shi, the best of the younger generation. Who else could be better than you? Kuei-shi's body trembled slightly. She unconsciously clenched her fists. However, the night wind at the top of the tower blew at her loose wizard robe. Her hands were also hidden in her sleeves. No one could see. I'll give this dwarf retribution sooner or later. The binding knight thought. Black Sister Larissa felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong with Tyrion's praise. She was already the best of the younger generation. Was she not enough for this binding knight to brag about? Thus, she began to suspect that the two guests were dissatisfied with the queen for not personally coming out to greet them. Thinking of this, she smiled and explained, "The queen has been staying up late recently to study the gray-scale disease. Tonight is no exception. She just fell asleep not long ago." She didn't mean to be rude. The white-haired elder waved his hand and looked deeply into Blackie's human-like eyes. He said meaningfully, "Actually, I've already met the Dragon Queen. The great wizard's dragon spirit innate gift is both enviable and revered." The barbarian elder wore a high hat and a wide belt. He had an awe-inspiring aura and exuded a noble aura. Larissa wondered what dragon spirit innate gift was, but the other party was an honored guest who had come from afar. She couldn't be rude and just led the way. "Masters, please follow me. Her Majesty has prepared Qingting Island golden wine. Let's get drunk tonight." Tyrion smiled. The elder seemed to have a high status. He directly walked past Kuei Shi and said, "There's no need to rest or feast. I've been meditating during the flight. I'm not tired now. Take me directly to the laboratory. The legendary wizard lens. How can I sleep when I think of it next door?" Chapter 464. The next morning, when Danny met the old man in the lab, he was observing the gray-scale disease virus under the liquid of the dragon excrement. Kuei Shi and Larissa were brewing potions on the other side. "President Butian, you came to the lab so early." Danny walked with vigorous steps to the side of the old man. She was wearing an exquisite dark purple skin-tight leather armor that outlined her youthful body. The old man was called Butian, the brother of the current king of barbarians and the president of the Necromancer Association. Kuei Shi was not the only mage who sealed the underground palace of Thunder Island. Butian was also one of the people in charge. Knowing that Kuei Shi was going to leave Thunder Island for Slave Bay, Butian was interested. First, he wanted to meet the Megalosaurus and the Dragon Hatcher Queen. Second, he was very interested in the legendary witch lens. Third, there was an outbreak of the gray-scale disease in barbarians. After receiving Kuei Shi's request, Danny immediately agreed. Other than the old president who could help her research the antidote, she also encountered many problems in necromancy in the process of creating the ghost meditation technique. She also wanted to ask for his advice. Butian stared at Danny for a while and sighed. "Your Majesty, you are so young. You are still hale and hearty despite your age. You didn't sleep last night, but you are still hale and hearty. I heard that you asked for some dragon excrement as soon as you came." Danny was also observing him. From Butian's eyes, she saw a vast silver-gray sea of fog. His magic power was stronger than Kuei Shi's. Dragon excrement can suppress the gray-scale disease, Butian said. Danny was surprised, but soon she thought of something and said, "You already know? I once saw a message in a book. Valeglia can obtain dragon excrement to cure the plague by feeding Megalosaurus magic herbs." Butian said. "I see. Then, do you know, Danny, who was inquiring curiously, suddenly stopped. Her purple eyes, which were shining with divine light, suddenly became blank. She was like a robot who had been pressed to pause. She was forced to enter the dragon spirit state. Her soul entered Blackie's body. The Heavenly Father's face is firm and resolute, adjudicating error and upholding justice. The Holy Mother brings the blessings of life, guarding and looking after every woman. The Song of the Seven Gods, sung by thousands of people, appeared in Danny's ears, and an image appeared in front of her eyes. It seemed to be the great cathedral of Baylor that was filled with candles. On the day of Circe's parade, the Black Dragon's words had already shocked the world. The contents of his words announcing the prophecy of the seven gods about the long night, and acknowledging the great sparrow as the son of light spread like a whirlwind. The Iron Throne was extremely wary of the church as the Seven Kingdoms stirred up a tidal wave of fanatical faith. In theory, the rebellion of the four princes had ended long ago. Once Timin's rebellion was quelled, the Seven Kingdoms would regain their superficial unity. Thus, appeasing and roping in Crow's Eye Yuluen became the Iron Throne's top priority. Of course, if Crow's Eye dared to rebel, Regent Kevin wouldn't mind killing him. Because the Green Pavilion Island fleet had already crossed the Summer Sea in the south of Dorne and returned to Green Pavilion Island, the Iron Throne had the ability to say to Yuluen, "If you don't agree, then kill me." If the negotiations between the two sides failed, Taimin wouldn't return the Shield Islands at the mouth of the Mandar River and wouldn't give up on the river bend. The Green Pavilion Island fleet would immediately head north and cooperate with Haiding's Mandar River fleet to attack Taimin on the Shield Islands. To a certain extent, the Lion family's old dog Kevin had already cleaned up the mess left by Cersei. So, the Great Sparrow urged the craftsmen to work day and night to build a black dragon statue next to the statue of the maiden inside the Holy Church and under the lectern outside the Holy Church. This evening, the statue was finally completed. The Great Sparrow led thousands of monks and nuns to kneel in front of the Great Guardian of Light and pray. The Great Sparrow was the spokesperson of the seven gods in the human world, so he didn't kneel. But the other monks and nuns were obviously lower in status than the seven gods' great guardian. Even the king had to kneel to the archbishop, so it was natural for ordinary monks to kneel to the great guardian. Thousands of people prayed, praying for the great guardian of light, the black dragon, to bless the church and make it prosperous. Attention! They were praying to Big Black, not the seven gods. The problem was, Big Black was a demigod. A demigod could perceive and absorb the power of faith. If an ordinary demigod established a small church, even if 2,000 people prayed to him at the same time, it wouldn't increase the demigod's power of faith. Because the number of people was too small, and because the prayer time was too short. In this time of low magic and low martial arts, the power of faith, like magic, was extremely scarce. But the Church of the Seven Gods was a little special. It had existed for at least 8,000 years. First, it was the Undulls on the Andaros Plains. Then, 6,000 years later, all of Westeros, except for the northern border, believed in the seven gods. Other things aside, 10 million people had believed in the seven gods for 6,000 years. The accumulated power of faith was even more terrifying than Christianity on Earth. Even in this magical world of ice and fire, it was the first in the world. That's right, the accumulated power of faith of the Church of the Seven Gods surpassed that of the Red Gods. At this moment, the believers of the Red Gods naturally surpassed the Church of the Seven Gods. But 400 years ago, when Valeglia ruled the world, the Red Gods had been limited to the continents around the eastern Jade Sea. What was worse was that the Red God Lalo was crippled by the people of Valeglia and went into hiding for thousands of years. It was only in the last few hundred years that he became active. Therefore, the faith of the seven gods was the first in the world. The problem was that the seven gods were only the seven spirits, the seven forms of humans, and the seven forms corresponded to the seven virtues. But in the material world, the seven gods were nothing but seven pieces of wood. The seven gods didn't even exist. The power of faith was nowhere to be used, until today. At this moment, Big Sparrow erected a statue of the Great Guardian of Light in the church, acknowledging Big Black's identity as the Great Guardian of Light below the seven gods. Big Black became the only god of the Church of the Seven Gods, and also the only master. Even if Big Sparrow and the church didn't think so, they thought that the Great Guardian of Light was just the seven gods' mount, fighter, pet. Previously, Big Black had divinity and magic, but it didn't have the power of faith, so it couldn't be considered a real demigod. At this moment, the power of faith was surging towards it. Subconsciously, it operated the nine-colored vortex, intending to digest this sudden, natural magic. It was just like how it absorbed the free magic factors from heaven and earth during its daily cultivation. Then, Big Black realized that with its retarded intelligence, it wasn't enough to deal with this extraordinary power. Well, it was too young, and it was still a baby dragon. So, it found its mother. Big Black took the initiative to talk to Dany. The next moment, Dany's soul entered Big Black's spirit ocean, and she became the pilot of the Black Dragon Great Guardian of Light Gundam. The souls of a human and a dragon merged into one, and the human soul was the dragon's soul. Danny replaced Big Black to deal with the complicated information and huge power. The maiden dances in the air, existing in the sadness of lovers, holding the torch high against the sun, bringing freedom and igniting heaven. The 7 gods created us, listening to our prayers all the time. Close your eyes, no more troubles, the gods take care of you, little child. Then, Danny heard the thousands of priests led by Big Sparrow singing devoutly. They used the Song of the 7 Gods to praise the new great guardian of light. She even vaguely saw the figures of Big Sparrow and the cultivators. It was very blurry, like a TV with bad signal, and the screen was full of snowflakes. Even if she increased her power and increased the consumption of the power of faith, she couldn't see the scene, on the other side, clearly. She couldn't even see it clearly, let alone contact Big Sparrow. So, she couldn't respond to the prayers of the believers. This made Danny, who was in the God state, feel inexplicably irritated. She wanted to change the situation. Just like humans needed to breathe and fish needed water, the gods also needed believers and needed to establish a connection with their believers. This sudden feeling of need was very strange, like an instinct. The gods instinctively thirsted for believers. At this time, Danny entered the body of a god, and she had the instincts of a god. If John entered the body of a dog and saw the steaming hot fresh poop, he would definitely drool. This was a dog's instinct. Danny didn't understand this. She was still trying to do something that only a true god could barely do with a mortal body. Yes, a demigod couldn't directly respond to believers, the consumption was too great, and the power of faith alone wasn't enough. They often used the extra power obtained from the sacrifices of believers to give believers prophecies, divine power, and spells. If a true god was in the material world, they could easily communicate with their believers. Unfortunately, they were in the astral world. The astral world was in a high-energy dimension. To cross the energy level difference between the astral world and the material world, a true god needed to consume a lot of divine power. Megalosaurus could be used as a bridge to build a springboard between the two energy levels, thus reducing the consumption of power. Therefore, in the Age of Chaos, when Megalosaurus was extinct, true gods hardly responded to ordinary believers. When Danny hatched a dragon, not only Lalo immediately became active, but Inami and the storm god also began to show their miracles. Well, I digressed. Under normal circumstances, Danny and Blackie weren't true gods. She couldn't contact the Big Sparrow, and it was very rare to see a vague phantom, mainly because the power of faith accumulated by the Church of 7 Gods was too strong. She should give up trying, and then work hard to study the knowledge of the gods. Maybe she could create a blood sacrifice technique. Let the Big Sparrow sacrifice to the great guardian of light. Using the power of blood sacrifice, Blackie, like the demigods like the black goat, crossed the true god barrier and established a temporary connection with the Big Sparrow. Well, 99% of the demigods used blood sacrifice. This was also the reason why the blood sacrifice technique was popular in the world. Other than blood sacrifice, other sacrifices could also be used. For example, Reese's goddess of lust could offer sacrifices to the goddess by lying down in the garden of lust. Danny could end this believer response, then find Kuei Shi and ask her to help Blackie compile a sacrifice to burn sacrifices. Then, she would teach the Big Sparrow the sacrifice that was exclusive to Blackie. The next time she prayed, the Big Sparrow would burn a few people and be able to contact Blackie. But the Dragon Queen was not an ordinary person. She had heard the song of wind of the door god. The door god didn't give a man a fish, but taught a man how to fish. He didn't give his song of wind to Danny, but taught her how to sing her own song of wind. In a hurry, Danny unconsciously entered the state of epiphany of the song of wind, integrating her thoughts into the wind. The next moment, her eyes and ears followed the wind, crossed thousands of miles, saw, heard, and came to the great cathedral of Baylor. Chapter 465. Your Majesty is wise. Butian had a look of appreciation on his face as he stroked his beard. There are many types of spirituality. There are yin and yang, which are different from the living and the dead. There are also type A, B, and C spirituality, which are different from the various functions of the human body. If genes are the appearance of various bloodlines, then spirituality is the appearance of various soul laws. Yes, it can be said that spirituality is the genes of the soul. Unfortunately, the barren lens function is not as strong as yours. Over the years, the Undead Association has only analyzed type A and B spirituality, and type B spirituality represents the vitality of the organs. Type A, which represents the will of the spirit, is currently the main research project, and type B spirituality is the future direction. Type B spirituality, what does it mean? Black girl Larissa asked. Little girl, do you understand? Bu Tian asked curiously. More or less. Larissa's face was slightly red. Dragon Queen, Kueishi, Bu Tian, and Yamant were all looking at her. She was a little nervous as she licked her thick lips and said, I've recently observed spirituality. Although the theory of comparing spirituality to the genes of the soul is strange, it seems to be quite logical. At least, that's what I think. Even a knowledgeable old scholar like Yamant was confused. Black girl, an apprentice, actually said more or less. The Baron Elder was very surprised. Little girl, you are very talented, he praised. Larissa's talent is not bad. She accidentally lit a glass candle. After that, she caught up and became the fire wizard who has the most grand wizard inheritances in the wizard group. Danny nodded. You taught the grand wizard inheritances to others? Bu Cheng was shocked. Danny shook her head and said, the requirements for the grand wizard inheritances are too high. I taught the most talented Larissa step by step, but she could only condense a single color vortex. The other wizards could only condense flames. They couldn't even condense a vortex. The perfect Grand Wizard Meditation Foundation was a 9-color vortex. Larissa's Meditation Foundation was a blue flame vortex, which only had 1 color. She was indeed outstanding among ordinary people, but in Valeglia's Wizard Council, Black Girl was barely qualified. This is also very rare. As my understanding of spells increases, my meditation technique can also evolve. Bo Cheng looked at Blackie and said, you have received the most orthodox inheritance of fire witchcraft. If you work hard, your future will be limitless. The old man wasn't being polite. In terms of potential, his own meditation technique was not as good as Blackie's. In other words, if Hei Mei diligently and painstakingly cultivated for a few decades, she would most likely surpass him. He was the president of the Undead Association. Wasn't surpassing him a great future? Thank you for your encouragement, Master. I will work harder. Blackie clenched her fist. Bu Tian nodded and began to answer Hei Mei's previous question, regarding activity, the 2 simplest examples. If a gecko's tail is broken, it can grow back. If a human's hand is broken, it can never grow back. Some flesh wounds would not leave any scars after they were healed, but some flesh wounds would leave large and obvious scars. After hundreds of years of research, we discovered that a certain type of yang-type spirit substance can affect the activity of limbs. In other words, it was a type B spiritual quality. After a gecko's tail is broken, the type B spiritual quality in the amputated limb is abnormally active. If this type of spiritual quality is taken away every day, the gecko will not be able to regrow its tail. In humans, when there are no injuries, the type B spiritual quality is almost undetectable. When there are injuries, a large amount of type B spiritual quality will appear out of thin air. Of course, the large amount here is only compared to normal humans. It is completely incomparable to geckos. Similarly, if the type B spiritual quality is taken away, the healing speed of the wound will not only slow down, but it will also leave a terrible scar like a mouth. If we replenish the type B spiritual quality in the injured area, can humans regrow their limbs? Danny asked. Yamant frowned and said, Your Majesty, I have never heard of any magic that can regrow limbs. Sai, Lalo can even resurrect the dead. Regrowing limbs is nothing. Moreover, there was no healing magic before. Can't we create it now? Danny waved her hand. Master Butian, can you give the type B spiritual quality to the amputated limb? Yimont turned his gaze to the old man. We can't. If necromancers can extract the type B spiritual quality, why can't they give it to patients? Extract the spiritual quality from geckos and give it to humans? Larissa asked. Butian closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his black eyes were filled with helplessness. The Necromancer Association has existed for more than 10,000 years. We have been trying, but we have never found a magic that can give spiritual quality. Extracting the yang spirit is like killing people. Killing people is already difficult, but creating people out of thin air is almost impossible. Of course, we have not given up hope. We have not stopped trying. The path of truth has always been difficult. If this generation can't do it, then the next generation will. If 10,000 years can't do it, then 100,000 years. Gradually, the old man's expression returned to calmness with a hint of determination. Danny looked at the old man with admiration and sighed. The Necromancer Association of Wasteland has been improving and developing. Compared to it, the City of Knowledge of the Westeros is too useless. For thousands of years, it has been mediocre and has been walking on the same spot. City of Knowledge? Butian was stunned and shook his head. Our goal is different from the City of Knowledge. Scholars want to change the world. Our goal has always been simple. Longevity. It would be best if we could live for 10,000 years like the Celestial Emperor of the Dawn Kingdom. Danny's mouth twitched. This master of Wasteland was really honest. Butian continued, scholars study everything. Even the Necromancer Association has caught a few scholar spies. For thousands of years, we have only studied yin and yang spirits. Scholars are knowledgeable but not proficient. Every scholar has a long chain and can do almost anything. We specialize in necromancy. Many people can't even tell us the history of the Wasteland dynasty. They know nothing about astrology. We can't say that the City of Knowledge is useless. It's just that everyone has their own strengths. Your Majesty, the key now is to research a cure for the gray-scale disease, Yimont reminded. Danny was stunned and laughed. Master Butian's theory of spiritual quality fascinated me. I almost forgot about the important matter. Can we repeat the experiment from before? What experiment? Yimont asked. Danny pointed at the Wasteland Wizard's right hand that was hanging by his side. The pale index finger of the dead had returned to normal. Shouldn't the important matter be researching the gray-scale disease? Yimont sighed helplessly. Let's figure out the human yang spirit and the heavenly yang spirit first. Otherwise, how can we research the gray-scale disease? Danny said with conviction. Sure. Butian nodded nonchalantly. After Butian's guidance, Danny finally found the so-called A-type spiritual quality. It was very unscientific and very magical. When the blood was still in the human body, a type spiritual quality was one attribute. Once the blood left the body, a type spiritual quality would immediately change into another attribute. If we use scientific methods to research magic, it seems to be very promising. Danny felt very novel. At the same time, she was also inspired. In the past, when she used the spiritual bestowment skill, she did not even differentiate between yin and yang spirits. She directly transformed them into the most primitive spiritual quality. If she could subdivide the spiritual quality, or if she could transform the most primitive spiritual quality into a special spiritual quality. If she did not need to enter the sea of consciousness of others, she could bestow a spiritual quality to them. Then, would her spiritual bestowment become a brainwashing technique that could erase a person's willpower, a steadfast will spell, a type, a healing spell, B-type, or even thousands of other magical techniques? Maybe, the spiritual bestowment skill can evolve into a type of magic, just like the fire mages who practice fire witchcraft. In the next few days, Danny's work suddenly became unusually busy. First, with the daily epidemic inspection in Astapor and Myrene, the gray-scale disease was discovered one after another. Astapor was slightly better. 7 more cases were discovered. Those who were infected were all brothel patrons, and almost all of them were sea merchants. In the whole of Astapor, there were no civilians who were infected. To put it bluntly, the Passion Garden was like a banquet. Even if one did not eat or drink, and only looked for the most inferior red saintess to hold hands with, one would still have to spend at least 2 silver coins. How could ordinary people be qualified to go? Myrene found 39 cases, and the total number of infected people was slightly more than 100. If the gray scale disease was thrown into a well, as long as it did not cause the gray scale disease, the harm was actually not great. In other words, if one did not have direct contact with the affected area, the gray scale disease would not spread easily. At this time, there were thousands of gray scale disease patients in the Sad Hill. In the past 2,000 years, the Rhone River that flowed through the Sad Hill had sunk more than 100,000 stone people. There were so many villages on both sides of the river downstream that drank water from the river, and not many people were infected with the gray scale disease. The gray scale disease was similar to AIDS. It was terrible, but it did not spread without contact. The gray blight was similar to the influenza that had the effect of AIDS. It was terrible, but very easily spread. The main reason to prevent the gray scale disease was to prevent it from developing into a gray blight. In addition to patrolling the 3 cities and supervising the residents to check on the gray scale disease patients, Danny also went to the laboratory to research medicine to cure the gray scale disease with Kuei-shi and Butian. Yes, special dragon excrement. Danny did not understand that dragon excrement could cure the gray scale disease. Butian, on the other hand, explained. You can see the gray scale disease as a curse, similar to the extraordinary power of the sorcerers that radiates on ordinary people. If the radiation is classified, the gray scale disease comes from the residual power of the battle between the true god and the 300 Megalosaurus. Its radiation level must be at the highest level. Therefore, the medicine to cure the gray scale disease must also have the highest level of magic. The Megalosaurus is immune to the gray scale disease. The skin, flesh, bones, and blood of the Megalosaurus must be materials of the highest level. In the beginning, someone tried to bathe in dragon's blood to cure the gray scale disease. Now we know that even if he was not scalded to death by the dragon's blood, he would definitely fail. The type A yang spirit in the dragon's blood changed the dragon's blood from an antibody to a breeding ground for the virus. Since the flesh and blood of the Megalosaurus won't work, then, can we try dragon excrement? Dragon excrement is also a material of the highest level. Dragon excrement alone can only prevent the disease from worsening, but it cannot effectively kill the virus. Then, can we let the Megalosaurus swallow special herbs and poop out special, high-energy excrement, which can be taken orally and used externally to cure the gray scale disease? The Necromancy Association had been researching the gray blight for many years and had come up with a relatively mature theory. In summary, it could be summed up in 2 words: eating excrement. When he came over from Thunder Island, Butian specially prepared a few 100 pounds of precious magic materials to feed Big Black and poop out special dragon excrement. Won't your herbs spoil my dragon? Danny was somewhat unwilling. No, these herbs can even be eaten by humans. If you are worried, I will take a bite before feeding the dragon every time. Butian promised solemnly. Danny reluctantly agreed and instructed Yamant to supervise. Butian must take a bite and wait for an hour. If he didn't die and didn't have diarrhea, then the magic medicine could be mixed into the roasted meat and let Big Black swallow it. Since then, a strange cycle had been created. Butian took a bite, Big Black ate a meal, Big Black ate a meal, pooped once, and then Tyrion ate a meal. The little devil was a volunteer for the medicine experiment. Chapter 466. Tyrion was really a volunteer. No one forced him. He had seen Shireen Byra and Theon before. Half of the little girl's face was covered with a layer of blue-gray grouper. It looked abnormally terrifying. If it only looked terrifying, Tyrion could barely accept it with his pants covering his thighs. However, the grayscale scar on Shireen's face also blocked his sense of touch. Simply put, although Shireen's grayscale disease was no longer spreading, half of her face was as numb as stone and had lost its sense of touch. Tyrion's infected part was more special. His inner thigh was pinched by Clinton, and then he was infected with the grayscale disease. Now, the grayscale disease was spreading upward. This, if the virus was not contained immediately, he would end up like little Aegon. Little Aegon was extremely miserable. That part of his body was infected directly. If the grayscale disease's treatment was the same as Shireen's, and the disease was cured but left with a blue-gray stone scar that lost its sense of touch, then Aegon, recently, little Aegon had been wetting his pillow with tears at night and drowning his sorrows in alcohol during the day. So bitter. However, little Aegon was not alone. Other than Tyrion, all the infected sea merchants and the Red Saintess of the Passion Garden shared his bitter fate. As Tyrion and his guests lived on the top 2 floors of the pyramid, and 3 infected people suddenly appeared on this floor, Dany quarantined them and made a laboratory. At this moment, in the laboratory, Bution and Larissa were busy in front of the witch lens. Kuei was guarding the other end of the experiment table, watching over the steaming pot of blue-brown boiling liquid on the stove. Between the laboratory and the stairs outside the pyramid, there was a spacious hall. Little Aegon, Tyrion, and Ymont sat on a soft couch, waiting for Master Kuei-shi's medicine. Could it be that the dwarf's penis is really magical? He was the one who used that method to pass the virus to us. Why is his penis fine, but we? Aegon stared at Tyrion's crotch with an unfriendly gaze. Tyrion clamped his legs and retracted his butt, shouting, "What are you looking at me for? Even if my second brother really has magical powers, you can't be envious." In fact, the little devil also suspected that his dick had magical powers. He was the general of Wildfire, the immediate superior of more than 50 fire mages. He had asked his subordinates, and all of them claimed that the gnome's lifeblood had a strange magic power and was most welcomed by the evil god. It was the best sacrifice for the evil god. Just 3 days ago, the skinny Pogba had secretly approached him and asked if the dwarf was selling his penis. Pogba wanted a magic amulet similar to Lisbon's. "The virus is spreading upwards and will reach you soon. Why don't you cut it off and sell it to me before it turns into stone?" This suggestion was not too rude. Patients with grayscale disease who felt that there was no hope of saving them would often cut off an intact part of their body as a souvenir. Illyrio, for instance, had sawed off the hands of his wife, Syrah, who was a sufferer of the Grey Plague. Tyrion told Pogba to get lost. "Even if I become a stone man, a male stone sculpture is still more powerful than a eunuch stone sculpture. Also," Tyrion remembered clearly that during the wildfire bomb incident, Clinton had touched him there a few times. It just so happened that the infected part was the inner thigh that he had pinched at the end. The Dragon Queen's magic research also proved that wizards with magic power had a stronger immunity. Ymont shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with magic. After one part of the body is infected, it will spread around that part and not give birth to another part of the body." Thinking about it carefully, his worries a few days ago were really laughable. He didn't know if Aegon and Tyrion could survive, and even if they did, they might not be able to preserve their male dignity. How could they fight among the true dragons and fight for the Iron Throne like that? Hearing the conversation outside the house, Kuei stuck her head out and glanced at Tyrion. As she stirred the soup ladle, a pinch of powder silently slipped from her sleeve. Then, the tall barbarian woman took the pot off the stove and poured the medicine into a bowl. Without blowing on it to cool it, she directly carried the steaming bowl of soup to 3-inch Nail and said calmly, "Tyrion, it's time to drink your medicine." "Ouch, it's so hot." Tyrion grimaced in pain. His hands and feet shrunk, and the blue-brown liquid in the bowl almost spilled out. "Drink it quickly. It won't have any effect if it cools," Kuei reminded. "This medicine is for treating illnesses. If it burns me to death, there's no need to treat the illness." Huff huff huff. The dwarf blew on the bowl for a while before raising his neck and downing half the bowl of bitter fecal juice. 3-inch nail burped a mixture of rotten eggs, rotten cabbage leaves, rotten organs, and other flavors. Tyrion rubbed his violently churning stomach and said doubtfully, "The dragon essence soup today seems to be a little strong. It was Master Bouillon's medicine a few days ago. The effect is average." The medicine this time was prepared by Master Kuei based on the 5 elements mutual restraint principle. "It's normal for it to feel different," old Yamant explained. Kuei really took the 5 elements theory to heart. She believed that dragon feces belonged to the earth attribute and contained the fire attribute, which happened to counter the water attribute of the gray scale disease. After that, she also tested the medicine according to the 5 elements theory. It was an experiment anyway, and she was not the volunteer. Take it orally and apply it externally. With that, Kuei left. Tyrion had already tried the medicine several times and was familiar with the process. He immediately turned around and hid behind the high-backed chair. He spread his legs, took off his pants, and applied the remaining juice on the affected area. Gurgle gurgle, gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, Tyrion's stomach made a series of muffled sounds, as if a volcano was erupting in his stomach. Yamant quickly stepped forward and took the bowl from Tyrion's hands. He helped him apply the inconvenient areas and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you eat something bad?" "I don't know." "Ouch, ouch, it's so hot, it hurts." Tyrion cried out with a grimace. Seeing his ferocious expression, Yamant stopped what he was doing and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you feel a lot of pain?" "I feel like I'm burning." "Don't stop. The pain makes me feel very comfortable," Tyrion urged. "Comfortable?" Yamant was stunned at first, then became extremely excited. He said, "Yes, this is a good thing. If you feel pain, it means that the medicine is effective." Master Kuei really lives up to her reputation. In just a few days, she applied the 5 elements theory to the preparation of the dragon crystal soup. The key is that it's really effective. Tyrion felt the burning pain in his thigh and almost burst into tears. He rubbed his churning stomach and said emotionally, "I finally feel it again. The medicine this time is more effective than the ones Master Bouillon prepared before. I thought Master Kuei was the same as Lisbon, who was stabbed to death by the mercenaries. I didn't expect her to be so good. The medicine she prepared is even better than the old wizard. Sigh, she really lives up to her title as the best of the younger generation." Clang, the sound of a jar breaking came from the laboratory. Yamant stretched his neck and poked his head towards the door. He saw that Kuei was also looking at him. Her body was motionless, and her wooden mask was facing Tyrion. She did not even care about the broken jar at her feet. "Master Kuei, Tyrion feels it. Your medicine is effective." Yamant thought that Kuei was concerned about the effects of the medicine and reported happily. "Feel it?" Kuei's tone was strange, as if she was in disbelief, surprised. "Oh!" Suddenly, Tyrion, who was sticking up his buttocks and applying medicine, howled. Without another word, he scrambled towards his bedroom. Gurgle, his stomach was rumbling like an ocean being overturned. "Oh, no!" After running 7 or 8 steps, when he was still a few meters away from his bedroom door, Tyrion clamped his legs together and howled. He fell to the ground. Splash! It was like a sink that had its valve pulled out. Golden liquid flowed, and a foul smell filled the air. Yamant and Aegon covered their noses and wanted to vomit. "What's the matter?" Hearing Tyrion's howl, Clinton, Ashala, and the night duck came out of the room. 7 levels of hell. "Little devil, what are you doing?" Everyone's faces contorted as they cried out in shock. Then, they collectively vomited. Tyrion crawled on the ground and let the warm liquid slide out from between his legs. Woo woo woo. He did not dare to raise his head, and could only press his face to the ground and cry. "Tsk tsk splash," the smoky sound was still ringing out, "That's more like it." Kuei muttered softly, walked lightly to the door of the laboratory and closed it tightly. "Humph, I told you, don't call me number 1 of the younger generation." At noon, Dragon Queen rode her dragon back from the ironworks outside the city and heard the news that Tyrion had fainted. Is he still breathing? Even Dany was shocked when she saw the little demon lying on the bed with his skin so pale that it was almost transparent. Maybe. Old Yamont's expression was very uncertain. Soon, he said excitedly and nervously, but, Master Kuei, she seems to have developed an antidote for the gray scale disease. The little devil really felt it after using it. But, the side effects are a little scary. Effective? Since it's effective, then a small matter like diarrhea is not a problem, Dany said happily. That's not a problem. Tyrion fainted in a pile of feces. He fainted, but he's still having diarrhea. He's even bleeding. Aegon said in horror. That bad? Dany turned her gaze to Kuei. He's not dead yet. This is detoxification, very reasonable. The Shadow Bind said calmly. Since the expert said so, Aegon and Clinton could not refute. After leaving Tyrion's bedroom, Dany also faintly smelled a strange smell in the hall. She quickly walked up the stone steps, and the air became fresh and cheerful again. The ironworks are built. Tobu Mott promised me that the new ironworks can forge steel of the same grade as Korhor's fine iron. Dany did not look very happy. As she walked, she said to Kuei, but I don't only need ordinary steel. I want to smelt tile steel, or at least recast it. The problem now is that in the incantation Tobu gave me, a very important step is the blood sacrifice of the demon god. And the demon god in the incantation is the Korhor black goat. I can't accept this. Korhor is also known as the City of Magicians. Blood magic and necromancy are very popular there. Blood sacrifice of the demon god is natural. Kuei said matter-of-factly. I don't want blood sacrifice. Dany said. You kill people too, don't you? Since you can kill people, why are you so against blood sacrifice? You should give as much as you get. You want to use the demon god's power, so you should sacrifice yourself to the demon god. Kuei explained. No, killing people is law enforcement, upholding justice. Blood sacrifice of humans is blasphemy to humans. It's the greatest evil in the world. Dany said. Upholding justice. Kuei laughed mockingly. Dany smiled proudly. At this moment, she had the calmness and pride of Hong Qigong when he faced Zhou Qianren. So far, I haven't killed a person unjustly. But your Count Shattered Shackles has bones under his feet, and blood flows like a river. He's also doing it for justice, but his methods are a bit harsh. Dragon Queen's tone was not so confident. Kuei laughed lightly and skipped over the matter. Actually, you're riding a donkey looking for a donkey. Sacrificing the demon god is to borrow the demon god's power. When you're a demon god yourself, why do you need to sacrifice to the demon god? Chapter 467. If you are a demon god yourself, why do you need to sacrifice to the evil god? Kuei looked at Dragon Queen meaningfully. Dany immediately understood what she meant. She muttered, Blackie can be considered a demigod. I have some understanding of the path of gods recently. Priesthoods cannot be easily promised. Most of the gods who accept sacrifices are of the dark attribute, including Lalo, who is known as the King of Light. I don't want Blackie to become the evil dragon god. Ever since she accidentally connected to the faith pool of the seven gods, Dany tried to enter the dragon spirit state almost every day to communicate with the believers who prayed to the seven gods. But she was not as reckless as the first time and called out the other party's name. She just maintained a superior attitude, observed the believers, and tried to listen to the hearts of the believers. At this time, she gave herself a very clear position as a god trainee. Dany was not illiterate. She knew the principle of read more if you don't know. She knew nothing about the path of gods before, so she would naturally look for information related to gods. In terms of dealing with believers, gods must be reserved, must be superior, and must have the dignity of a god. Otherwise, if the believers saw a sloppy God, their faith would collapse. In other words, gods were like idols. They must have the burden of being an idol, so that the believers would be like brainless fans and give you rockets. If a fan finally saw their idol, but saw a Princess Chow Biluo picking her nose, it would be strange if they did not lose their fans. After a few days of personal experimentation and research, Danny was sure that she understood most of the secrets of gods. Gods equals idols, believers equals fans, faith power equals fan economy, gods power equals total amount of money contributed by fans, gods responding to believers equals interaction between idols and fans, church equals fan organization, church name equals fan organization's name, pope equals fan organization's number, one fan organization, believers praying equals fan support, church recruiting believers equals fan recruitment, church armed equals fan control group on the internet, enemies of religion, such as Stannis in the Seven Gods, equals unscrupulous anti-fans, religious war equals two idol fan groups fighting each other. The most important thing was, God priesthoods equals idols, personas set up by fans and financial companies. In modern Earth, personas were almost useless except for attracting fans. However, in this fantasy world where there were gods, the character settings, clergy, could bestow that gods, with special faith skills. There was something wrong with Dahei's persona at this time. He was the great guardian of light. To the seven gods, the great guardian was like to Bao Qing Tian in Duke Bao's temple. It was equivalent to the seven gods' church's red flower double rod. Even though Big Black could freely use all the power of faith that belonged to the seven gods, the abilities that his godhood granted him were only spitting fire and biting. Well, Danny had tried it before. After Dahei absorbed the power of faith, the magic power in the Megalosaurus could combine with the power of faith to form divine power, demigod divine power. The divine power would increase the power level of the dragon flame. First, the temperature rose. After using divine power, Blackie could almost do what Balerion could only do when he was an adult, melt steel with dragon flames. Secondly, the durability of the dragon flame had almost doubled. In the end, the color of the dragon flames changed from the blood-red color that was emitting black smoke and the smell of sulfur to a golden-red color that was suffused with golden light. The smell of sulfur was strangely gone. Now Dahei really did look a little like the holy Megalosaurus. Simply put, the Great Sparrow and the seven gods gave Dahei the persona of the Megalosaurus guardian who could spit fire and bite people, and then Dahei had such a godhood. Then, the divine power under this godhood strengthened Dahei's ability to spit fire and bite people. If the power of faith was not extracted, Dahei's combat power would immediately be reduced to its original level. The dragon flames were blood red, emitted black smoke, and had a choking smell of sulfur. In the end, power could not appear out of thin air. The power of faith was also a kind of extraordinary energy. Using this energy, the gods could transcend the mortal world. For example, the red-robed Melisandre, she had been a demigod for a long time, but she had no power of faith at all. On the contrary, she had to provide faith to Lalo. Therefore, she was a demigod in name only. Another example was the immortals in the Temple of Immortality. Once upon a time when the magic tide was strong and vigorous, the male sorcerers had real power. They were famous in queers, feared by everyone, and the power of faith was like a tide. Therefore, the immortals were extremely powerful. They imprisoned the fragments of time and created a fake divine realm, the Temple of Immortality. In the Age of Chaos, the male sorcerers lost their power. The immortals became liars in the hearts of the people of queers, and the Temple of Immortality became the Temple of Dust in people's mouth. Without faith, the immortals lost their divine power and were tragically burned to death by the 4-month-old Dahei's dragon flames. Dahei got lucky and suddenly became the only successor of the seven gods, inheriting the faith pool that the seven gods' church had accumulated for thousands of years. Because of this, Danny did not want Dahei's persona to collapse. Dahei could inherit the billions of assets of the seven gods' church because he had the persona of the great guardian of light given to him by the believers of the seven gods. If Dahei accepted the blood sacrifice and became an evil god, the collapse of his persona was comparable to that of Edison Gu and Marta Lo. The Dragon Queen came from the modern world. She was like the agent of the idle trainee Dahe and could not destroy his excellent persona. The persona of the great guardian was not very outstanding, but it was better than the persona of a foodie. Well, the gods of this world were foodies. They ate human flesh, drank human blood, and absorbed human souls, which was the evil god's blood sacrifice. After lunch, the queen's study on the top floor of the Great Pyramid. Kuei put down the scroll in her hand and shook her head. No, without the blood sacrifice, there is no way to recast steel. According to this blood witchcraft spell, I am 100% sure that the blood sacrifice is not only in exchange for the power of the black goat, but also a necessary condition for smelting steel. For a simple example, when the people of Kowur smelt steel from iron ore, they need charcoal and blood sacrifice for the black goat. When you smelt primary steel in Slave Bay, you don't need a blood sacrifice, but you still need charcoal. Charcoal is a necessary condition for forging steel. The people of Valeglia were originally proficient in blood witchcraft. When they invented the steel forging technology, blood was a necessary condition. The scroll in Kuei-shi's hand was given to her by Danny. On it was the steel smelting spell written by the blacksmith, Butto. The shadow-binding knight first confirmed the authenticity of the spell. Originally, Danny planned to use this spell to try to recast a steel sword. However, the process of forging required a blood sacrifice for the black goat. She came up with a plan. After melting the steel statue and dealing with the first wave of the Allies' attack, she would raid the Kowur Black Goat Temple and feed Little White with the evil black goat. Why would she offer a blood sacrifice to him now? The process of testing the spell was not carried out. Until now, she was not sure if the blacksmith was lying. Can it be improved? Danny asked. Of course. Kuei-shi nodded without hesitation. Do you know about dragon steel? She asked. It seems that in the legend of the Long Night, dragon steel is a weapon to deal with deviant ghosts, Danny said thoughtfully. 8,000 years ago, when the people of Valeglia were still herding goats in some mountain village, there was already a magical steel similar to steel in the world, which is dragon steel, Kuei-shi said. I doubt that. Danny shook her head. Maybe dragon steel can kill deviant ghosts. Maybe dragon steel has the same anti-magic effect as steel. However, dragon steel is definitely not as immortal as steel. Otherwise, it would not be so hard to find even a single piece of dragon steel today. With Danny's identity and status, if she had never seen a dragon steel weapon, it was likely that it did not exist in the world. It was rotten. Maybe. Kuei-shi did not refute. She only emphasized, dragon steel and steel have similar functions, but different forging methods. This means that different forging methods can create the same steel. Maybe it's the same for steel. You can find a way that does not require a blood sacrifice. Me? Danny was speechless. I'm counting on you. I can help you change the spell from sacrificing the black goat to sacrificing Black Diamond. Black Diamond is the real name of your black dragon, right? Now that I think about it, Black Diamond seems a bit low, Danny said awkwardly. Kuei-shi did not comment and continued, the black goat is called Death. Its divine power is not compatible with blacksmithing. Your black dragon is the opposite. The fire magic of Megalosaurus is almost tailor-made for forging. Danny said thoughtfully, when the people of Valeglia forged steel, they probably sacrificed Balerion. Kuei-shi said, do you want to change it? I'm very busy. I still have to make medicine for General Wildfire. Drink medicine. Didn't you see? He didn't even feel anything. He fainted from exhaustion. Danny widened her eyes. I know in my heart that he won't die. Maybe he'll get used to it after a while. Kuei-shi's voice was emotionless. Danny scratched the back of her head and sighed. I'll change the blood sacrifice spell you taught me. It's very complicated. There was obvious reluctance in Kuei-shi's voice. I'm very smart. I have time to learn slowly. In general, there were 3 parts to the reforging steel spell. First, summon the dark evil god Black Goat to obtain a high level of divine power. Second, use the witchcraft to make the divine power work. Third, use the blacksmith skills passed down by Valeglia to blood forge the steel. Danny now needed to change 2 parts. Replace the Black Goat with Blackie, which was the easiest. Remove the blood forge or change it to animal blood, so that Blackie's image as the Holy Megalosaurus would not be tarnished. A few days later, Kuei Shi and Bo Tian continued to improve the dragon soup. Blackie had to eat a lot of roast beef mixed with strange magic herbs every day. Tyrion drank medicine when he woke up, pooped when he finished, pooped when he fainted, and continued to drink when he woke up. The dwarf's eyes began to lose their light. His weight decreased day by day. Visible to the naked eye, the dwarf lost his shape and became a skeletal dwarf. For this, Fenny even asked for leave from the art troupe. She waited on the bed every day, fed the dwarf medicine, helped him wipe his body, changed his clothes. She had almost become Lady Caesar. Although the side effects were a little severe, the antidote for the gray-scale disease was finally produced. Dragon Queen was relieved. After announcing the good news to the people of Slave Bay, she put all her energy into the descent of the 7 gods, which was related to Blackie's future. She wanted to help Blackie become a god. First, she had to help Blackie change from a temporary member of the 7 gods to a permanent member of the 7 gods. Well, if one day Sparrow and Danny had a falling out, or if Blackie's image collapsed. If Blackie's statue was smashed and the believers stopped praying to Blackie, then Blackie would be laid off. But no matter what, the Holy Mother would not be laid off, the Heavenly Father would not be laid off, and the girl would not be laid off. The 7 gods would never be laid off. Since Blackie could inherit the faith accumulated by the 7 gods for thousands of years, then could he also inherit the image and position of the 7 gods? This was not a fantasy. Chapter 468. It was Danny's hope to let Blackie take over and replace the 7 gods as the faith of the Church of the 7 Gods. The hope was not slim. The 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. Even if Blackie offended his superiors, there was no real power to punish him. Secondly, there was also the Church of the 7 Gods in Slaver's Bay. It was just that the time was too short. The quality and number of believers were far inferior to the Westeros, and there was almost no accumulation of faith. If Archbishop Danny found a way to let Blackie replace the 7 gods, she could immediately raise Blackie's position in the Church of the 7 Gods in Slaver's Bay. Finally, Blackie was not alone. A dragon was fighting, and he had a very powerful mother. If Mother Dragon wanted, she could easily take down the Church of the 7 Gods in the Westeros. This was different from the Red God Church. Even the powerful Red-Robed Witch could not control the Red God Church. Because Lalo was real, and the real boss of the church was always Lalo. As for the Great Sparrow, when there was no conflict of interest, he was a good friend of the Dragon Queen, and could help her torment Cersei and the others. If there was a conflict between the two of them, the Dragon Queen would not hesitate to kill him. She would not feel the slightest bit of psychological burden. In the end, the Dragon Queen was never a true friend of the Great Sparrow. She was not even a believer of the 7 gods. Developing the Church of the 7 Gods and taking up the position of Archbishop were purely political considerations. She needed the church to serve her Targaryen dynasty. So, when it came to her core interest, Blackie's future path to godhood, she could be ruthless to the Great Sparrow. If Danny declared that she did not want the Iron Throne and only wanted to enter the great cathedral of Baelor, even Lannister would sincerely applaud her. The believers of the 7 gods would not have any objections. They would even like the pious and merciful Pope of the Dragon King more. If she controlled the Church of the 7 gods, and there were no real 7 gods above her, then she could do whatever she wanted. The crux of the problem was that she did not know how to do it. How could she let her good son Blackie get the persona, clergy, of the 7 gods? Could she just announce to people that Blackie was the reincarnation of the 7 gods? Just like Jesus to God, the son of the 7 gods? This was too ridiculous. Even Dany herself couldn't believe it. How could she make the believers sincerely accept it? On this day, Whitey brought 2 people from the west, the big crab heir Setiga and the 4th White Knight Garth Hyder. The Dragon Queen held an exceptionally grand banquet for them. Everyone with status in Astapor was invited. Even Kai Yuan's fat eunuch Beworth was dragged over by Blackie. In front of everyone, Dany gave a steel sword named Wave Cutter to Garth. Then Big Bear put on the white robe for him, and Beavis helped the new brother put on the white glazed armor. The initiation ceremony was officially completed. Big Crab did not receive the tile steel sword. He was only given the title of knight by the Queen and the position of Commander-in-Chief of the First Fleet. This could be considered a high position and authority. But when he saw the 3 white knights standing side by side behind the Queen, he actually had the urge to join them. At least he could always be by the Queen's side. Little Aegon held a cup of orange wine and walked to Big Crab in high spirits. He introduced himself, Sir Setiga, I am Aegon Targaryen, Thunder Lizard. Tyrion had diarrhea every day, but the grey spots on his legs were disappearing day by day. It was obvious that a mature antidote for the grey scale disease would be developed soon. Aegon saw hope again. Tonight, his clothes were especially luxurious. He wore a grass-green velvet jacket, a wide dragon head belt inlaid with amethyst scales around his waist, shiny slim leather pants, soft deerskin high boots, and a 3-headed dragon hairband forged in gold on his forehead, which complemented his silver hair. He was almost the most eye-catching young man at the banquet. "Greetings, Your Highness." Big Crab looked at the young man in front of him suspiciously. He indeed had the Targaryen's trademark silver hair and purple eyes, and his temperament was not bad. However, everyone knew that Aegon had been thrown to death by Tywin long ago. Was this kid really not a liar? I heard that he was rebellious and wanted to marry my aunt. Even with the endorsements of Clinton, Ashera, and the Dragon Queen, Big Crab still felt that little Aegon was worthy of suspicion. In fact, 8-clawed spiders are not to be trusted had almost become a proverb among the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Aegon gently swirled the light yellow brandy in his cup and said meaningfully, "My Aunt Dany Rise promised that she would help me fight for the Iron Throne. I know. She also told me that she would leave the opportunity to kill the King of Strange Ghosts to you." Big Crab's attitude was polite, but he did not give a special response. This was not what Aegon expected. He felt that the meaning of his words was already very clear. Setiga should be loyal to the Targaryen on the Iron Throne, and he was the first heir to the Iron Throne. Should the eldest son of the Count not show his loyalty to him? He could not help but frown. My aunt has 5 dragons, and she also promised to let me tame Blackie. Not to mention, she will soon be able to forge thousands of tile swords. With dragons and tile swords, killing the King of Strange Ghosts will not be difficult. Aegon twisted his neck that was tightly gripped by his collar and emphasized, "I will be the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and the First Folk. Sire, I need the loyalty of Setiga and Crab Island. Tame the Black Dragon." Big Crab looked at Aegon with a strange gaze. "My father, brother, and I have already pledged our loyalty to the Targaryens." "I said, Setiga should be loyal to the Targaryen on the Iron Throne," Aegon whispered. "What do you want, for Setiga's fleet to escort you to the Great Wall?" "Why would I go to the Great Wall?" Aegon was puzzled. "If you do not kill the King of Strange Ghosts, how will you ascend to the Iron Throne?" Big Crab retorted. Aegon choked and said somewhat angrily, "The oath of the one who ends the long night shall be king was made by my aunt. It has nothing to do with me. You want the Queen to break the oath? I'm afraid that's impossible." Suddenly, Big Crab looked at Aegon with a gaze that was 3 parts suspicion turned into 4 parts contempt. Aegon looked around in annoyance. There were indeed many people looking over, but they all politely kept a distance to give them space to talk. "Sire, I'll be frank. My aunt owns Slave Bay, but I'm not stupid. I know that she is young and will have children in the future. Slave Bay will not belong to me. Because of the oath, she can't even help me. So, I need strength to fight for the Iron Throne myself. Besides, my right of inheritance is before Dany rises, and she has also acknowledged this. Why don't the Targaryen forces of the Seven Kingdoms pledge their loyalty to me? Help me restore my kingdom. Your Highness, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. Big Crab rejected him directly. Why? I'm now the commander-in-chief of Slave Bay's First Fleet. I've already pledged my loyalty to the Queen. Aegon glared at Big Crab and left unwillingly. After the White Knight's coronation ceremony was completed, Aegon pulled the excited Grey Iron Garth to the side. Your Highness, why are you looking for me? Garth Hyder was still immersed in the great glory of being crowned a White Knight by the Queen. He had the happiness of walking the path of his granduncle, White Bull Geralt, and was very excited. Ser Garth, one day I will return to the Westeros. Can the Hyder family provide me with some help? Aegon asked directly. No. The excitement on Garth's face gradually disappeared, and he said directly, Your Highness, you should understand that even Targaryens are divided into factions. It's obvious that Hyder already belongs to the Queen's faction. Instead of looking for me, a White Knight who has left the Hyder family, why don't you ask Her Majesty the Queen? Her will is the direction of the Hyder family's actions. She asked us to help you. Even if you don't come to me, we will do our best and sacrifice our lives. You. Aegon's face was red with anger. Garth should not have said it so clearly, but his identity had changed. He had changed from the second son of the Hyder family to a White Knight who was only loyal to the Queen. He had to be loyal to the members of the royal family. He could not lie, and he could not be perfunctory like Big Crab. After Garth left, the little demon staggered to Aegon, who was sulking alone, and said in a low voice, What are you thinking about? Now you're eating your aunt's food, drinking her wine, wearing her beautiful clothes, and secretly stealing from her? The little demon's cheeks were sunken, and his sallow skin was almost sticking to his skull. His eye sockets were deep and large, like two dim candles in his skull. His body was also very thin. The yellow mandarin jacket that had been perfectly ironed a few days ago was now like a sack on a wooden stake. Tyrion did not want to come out and join the party. He had not recovered from his illness and only wanted to rest in bed. But the Dragon Queen wanted him to come out and be an example to prove that the antidote for the grayscale disease had been developed, so that the people of the city could be completely at ease. So Tyrion wore a yellow mandarin jacket and short boxers. He could roll up his trousers and let everyone see his thighs that were gradually disappearing. Yes, he had already displayed his thighs to many guests like an exhibit. I'm not stealing from her. She promised to support me in my ascension to the Iron Throne. Hyder and Setiga will have to pledge their loyalty to me sooner or later. Moreover, I know my aunt's character. She's amiable and magnanimous. She's strict with me but not harsh. If she was a suspicious ruler like my grandfather, I promise that I'll be more obedient than a quail right now. Aegon said. Perhaps. Tyrion shrugged. But she also said that no matter who ascends the Iron Throne, Dragonstone Island will be her fief. Aegon nodded. Of course. The Stormlands, Hajin, and the Northern Territory no longer have a master. Hiding, Tyrell, and Lannister in the Western Territory may fall, or even two. In the future, the Seven Kingdoms will have a lot of empty territories. As long as her descendants swear eternal loyalty to me, not to mention Dragonstone Island, even one or two territories won't be much. You're generous. Tyrion stared at him and mocked. Aegon raised his head and looked down at the dwarf proudly. Little devil, if you can show enough talent, perhaps I can also generously give Casterly Rock City to you. Sorry, I'm now a subject of the Dragon Queen, although I don't like the position of Wildfire General. Tyrion shook his head and refused. Seeing that Aegon was about to get angry, he immediately added, Little Prince, you don't understand what I mean. A vassal's vassal is not a king's vassal. Even if the Dragon Queen's descendants swear loyalty to you, we're still her subjects. I know, but I can't do anything about it. I need my own power. I can't always freeload at my aunt's house. Aegon suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. Your aunt is too strong. At most, she can be your partner. She can't be your subordinate. Her vassals are naturally not your subordinates. But you still have a relative. He has power, but he's not strong. Especially if you have an auntie who can suppress the world. Using your aunt's power to intimidate and subdue him. Tyrion shrugged and said in a relaxed tone. Who is it? Aegon asked anxiously. At this moment, an Unsullied quickly walked into the garden and knelt down on one knee in front of Dany. Your Majesty, there's a ship that didn't listen to advice and broke into the dock. The leader calls himself Sir Quentyn Martell. He came before I even said anything. Tyrion was stunned. Chapter 469. Sir Martell? The Dragon Queen was stunned and said uncertainly, Dorn Martell? He's a Westerner, but I'm not sure if he's from the Dorn Martell family. The Unsullied replied. It's most likely him. How did he find Slaver's Bay? Old Ymont asked. Beside the old man, Larissa's eyes flashed. Her thick lips moved a few times as she whispered, no matter what the reason is, you should bring him here immediately. Ymont nodded. Yes, Your Majesty, you can bring him here first, the Unsullied interrupted him. Scholar, the ship is infected with a disease, the Grey Plague. Ah! Silence filled the room. Everyone exclaimed. Grey Plague? Larissa's face turned pale. Has it been quarantined? Dany's expression turned serious. How far is the ship from the dock? At least 5 kilometers. Dany let out a sigh of relief. The Unsullied continued. The ship was discovered by a patrol 3 kilometers away. Sir Martell didn't wait for us to board the ship and warned us. Then the patrol began to force the ship away from the dock. Is Sir Martell infected? Larissa asked anxiously. The Unsullied looked strangely at the wizard apprentice who kept interrupting and nodded. He's infected. No one on the ship escaped. 7 gods above. There was another exclamation in the garden. Everyone, please continue. I'll go to the beach to take a look. Dany didn't dismiss the guests and didn't even go back to her room to change her clothes. She found Blackie who was napping on the wall and flew towards the dock. Tyrion and Aegon looked at each other and said, Your relatives seem to be more unlucky than us. No, they're very lucky. Aegon didn't agree. He shook his head and said, Master Kuei, she just happened to develop an antidote for the Grey Scale disease. The Grey Plague isn't the same as the Grey Scale disease. Once discovered, they'll be killed and burned. Even the prince is no exception, let alone Sir Dorn. Now that the antidote for grayscale disease has been developed, it can be considered as saving their lives. Tyrion glanced at the young prince in surprise. As long as the Iron Throne was not involved, this young man was rather intelligent and rational. Aegon's voice was not soft, and the people who heard it calmed down from their panic. Even Kuei Shi, who was sitting under the persimmon tree in the corner, looked over when she heard her name. Tyrion noticed her and smiled flatteringly at the shadow-binding knight's red mask. He praised loudly, Yes, Master Kuei Shi is the #1 among the younger generation. What first person? A customer asked curiously. As they asked, they stole glances at the blue-robed, wooden-masked mage in the corner. Kuei Shi, however, took a step back. From the light, she disappeared into the shadows of the branches. When Tyrion saw this, he thought that the reticent and solitary Asha witches were being shy again. Truly capable masters were always so humble and low-key. The dwarf could not help but sigh in his heart. He also made a decision. In order to repay the witch for saving his life, he had to do his best to help her become famous. Previously, only the Transcendents knew that Kuei Shi was the #1 shadow-binding knight among the younger generation. After tonight, he would let the whole of Astapor know of Master Kuei Shi's status in the Transcendence world, the #1 among the younger generation in the East. There is a legend in the Transcendence world, Fire Mage Lisbon of the West, Shadow-binding Knight Kuei Shi of the East. Lisbon is famous in Volantis and is recognized as the #1 in the Transcendence younger generation in the Western continent. Although Master Kuei Shi and Lisbon are both #1 in the East and West, I swear that her strength is a notch above Lisbon's. How eloquent was the little demon's mouth! She was eloquent and eloquent. She explained Kuei Shi's identity as the #1 in the Transcendence younger generation in a reasonable and detailed manner. Hearing this, the crowd let out exclamations of "ah" and "oh" from time to time. They even forgot about the grayscale disease ship outside the dock. Finally, Kuei Shi could not take it anymore. She took a few steps forward and said emotionlessly, "General Wildfire, it's time to drink your medicine." "It's time to drink my medicine?" Tyrion was stunned. He stood up and prepared to leave. Before he left, he said to the crowd, Look, Master Kuei Shi is so dedicated. She remembers my illness every moment. She's indeed the #1 among the younger generation." Yes, Master Kuei Shi is the #1 among the younger generation. Thinking about the grayscale disease ship floating on the sea and the possibility of an epidemic in Astapor, and thinking about Master Kuei Shi's antidote for the grayscale disease, everyone praised her sincerely. The sea breeze brushed past the garden and tugged at everyone's robes. Tyrion rubbed his eyes. He seemed to see Master Kuei Shi's body trembling slightly. Could she be too excited? I'm helping her advertise. She'll definitely be more attentive in brewing my medicine, right? Tyrion followed Kuei Shi down the stairs with anticipation. It was a 30-meter-long sailboat. The bow of the ship was a mermaid with milky white paint peeling off. The mermaid. 4 longships with true dragon banners stood around it. Ballistas with lit arrowheads were set up on the deck of the longships, forcing the mermaid to sail away from the pier. It was very slow. There were only 2 yellowish oil lamps on the deck, illuminating 4 or 5 sailors who were staggering. The sailors tugged at the ropes with difficulty and adjusted the direction of the sails. They had no choice. If they did not leave the pier immediately, or if they were too slow, the ballistas on the surrounding longships would immediately fire and burn the ship into a torch. Just like everyone who encountered the grayscale disease ship would do. Now, the only hope for the crew was the black-haired young man who was shouting at the longships by the side of the ship. In the past, they hated him as much as they hoped for him now. They hoped that his name and family background would move the Dragon Queen. I am Quentin Martell, the son of Dornan Prince Dowlang Martell. I brought a letter from my father to meet Her Majesty Dany Lissa. The black-haired young man repeated with a hoarse voice. Even if the 4 longships around him were silent and no one responded to him, he could not stop. He did not dare to stop. Even he, a greenhorn, knew how dangerous the situation was for him and the others. In fact, if it was Young Halberd City instead of Slave Bay, he was not sure if his father would save them or eliminate the hidden danger. A fire to end everything. Hiss, a majestic dragon's roar came from the southern sky. The young man had never heard of it before, but his whole body trembled as he understood. The Megalosaurus was here. The Dragon Queen was here. Was she here to save them? Or was it a dragon flame that came from the sky? The young man raised the oil lamp high and gathered his strength. Queen, I am Quentin Martell, the son of Dornan Prince Dowlang. Boom! Dragon flame, scarlet dragon flame, the sulphurous dragon flame was like a flaming sword, stabbing into the deck of the ship from above. It's over. Feeling the heat wave, Quentin closed his eyes in despair. That's right, the Grey Plague was incurable, and the Dragon Queen did not even know him. Why would she take the risk and do something useless? Ah! Long live the Queen, long live the Dragon Queen, long live the Queen of Flames. Suddenly, there was a huge uproar. Hundreds and thousands of people were shouting loudly, the fanaticism and excitement in their voices could not be concealed. What was going on? Were the soldiers of Slave Bay so cruel that when they saw the Dragon Queen riding on a dragon and burning them, they actually cheered happily? Ah ah ah, Dragon Queen, Lord of Flames! This shout came from beside him. Gareth and Archibald's voices were also among them. Quentin opened his eyes and saw an unforgettable scene. The bright red dragon flame twisted into a 40-meter-long fire staircase in the sky, and a tall lady walked down the fire staircase step by step, barefooted like the goddess of flames. Her skirt fluttered as she gracefully walked down the fire staircase step by step. The flames licked at her jade-white soles, and the heat wave caused her light golden dress to sparkle, tumbling and fluttering. She rode the flames in the air and walked down gracefully. 7 gods above, this is the goddess of flames! Quentin could not help but exclaim. The beautiful lady on the fire staircase seemed to have heard his exclamation, and the faint smile on her red lips deepened. Ah, it's you! Quentin exclaimed again. The dragon flame fire staircase was overflowing with heat, distorting the air. From afar, one could feel that the beauty on the fire staircase was graceful, but one could not see her face clearly. When 3/4 of the fire staircase was gone, the queen's face was gradually seen by the crew of the Mermaid. The Dragon Queen was indeed a Targaryen, her face was indeed exquisite. This was what the ordinary crew thought. But Quentin and his 2 companions were stunned on the spot. Under the long silver hair that fluttered in the wind, that beautiful face with a smile on her lips was so familiar. Wasn't this the Lady Layla that they met a few months ago at the merchant's house in Volantis? The son of a wine merchant from Dorne, he. The Dragon Queen took a step forward and landed on the deck 2 meters away from Quentin. With another wave of her hand, the long fire staircase in the night sky suddenly floated into the Dragon Queen's palm like smoke from a vacuum cleaner, and exploded with a bang, forming a 2-meter-tall circle of fire mist around her. It was as bright as the sunset, making the queen inside look like a deity. Even though experiments had proven that she was effectively immune to the grayscale disease, the grayscale disease was still different. Not only was Dany 2 meters away from Quentin, she had also covered herself with a layer of flame film that burned the germs. As for the fire staircase just now, with a large group of fire witchcraft here, could she not learn a few more fire witchcraft? This fire staircase technique was based on the witchcraft of the skinny Pogba and a few other masters of the fire staircase technique. To be honest, this fire control plus fire staircase technique was very pretentious, but it was not very useful. It had too high a weight limit, and the heavier it was, the more magic it consumed, and the harder it was to control it. Even if she wore leather armor and light chainmail, Dany could still fall down the fire staircase, much less metal armor, just like the tragic Pogba that day. It was impossible for Dany to lose weight like Pogba and become skinny like a skinny woman. Other than being a fire wizard, she was also a Night King. She could not throw away the strong and healthy body that she had painstakingly cultivated. Today was a special day. The Dragon Queen attended the banquet in a thin gown without any armor, and could walk down safely without falling into the water. The pool that she had dug in the 5-Dragon Cave was specially used to practice the fire staircase technique. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't know your identity last time. Quentin turned around and glanced at the crew behind him. My companions and I have offended you, please forgive us. As he spoke, he gave a standard knight's salute. The last time in Volantis, Quentin had even asked Layla if the Dragon Queen was especially ugly. She was 10 feet tall, and her waist was also 10 feet wide. How did you get infected with the grayscale disease? Dany asked directly. Your Majesty, this is a spy ship transporting the grayscale disease stone men. Chapter 470. Your Majesty, you have to be careful. There are 3 ships with 10 stone men infected with the grayscale disease in their cargo hold. The stone men were transported from the Lorne River. The Allied spies wanted to smuggle the stone men to the 3 cities of Slavers Bay with the intention of triggering the grayscale disease, which is 100 times more terrifying. The Mermaid is only one of them. Please seal off the docks of Meereen and Astapor immediately. Do not let any foreign ships enter the ports. The sturdy black-haired youth had been tortured by the disease until he was deformed. His eyes were no longer black and bright. His black hair with a few strands of silver had become dry and gray. His once short and strong body was thin and stooped. His bright and lively skin was sallow with small gray spots. Moreover, even though they were 2 meters apart, Danny could smell the rancid vomit on his body and the rancid smell of feces on his clothes. However, the Dragon Queen only increased the density of the fire mist around her, isolating the air and the virus from her body. Her expression was still as kind and amiable. Even if the Dragon Queen did not show any signs of discrimination, Quentin still felt a sense of inferiority when she saw such a dazzling Danny. He had come to propose marriage, but now he was in such a sorry state where he didn't even know if he was alive or dead. Not only was the other party not the 10-feet-tall monster with a 10-feet waist that the slave master had described, but she was exquisite and charming, completely in line with all the legends and fantasies of a beautiful princess and queen. The youth's expression darkened. He quietly took a few steps back, distancing himself from the queen. The oil lamp in his hand hung down, hiding his face and the disappointed expression on his face in the darkness. "Your Majesty, please be careful and keep a distance from us. I and the people on the ship are infected with the gray-scale disease. Please don't get too close," he said in a dry voice. When Dan and I saw this, she had a good impression of this young man. Well, it was not a romantic feeling, but she felt that this honest-looking Quentin's personality was not bad. In terms of first impressions, he was much better than her eldest nephew who always had his eyes glued to the Iron Throne thousands of miles away. The Dragon Queen comforted him, "Don't worry, the 2 barbarian wizards have already developed an antidote for the gray-scale disease. You will be fine." "What, there's an antidote for the gray-scale disease?" Quentin was surprised. His 2 companions and a few sailors also had looks of disbelief on their faces. At the same time, they were filled with anticipation. The extinguished light in his eyes was once again as bright as the stars, flashing with the extreme longing and desire for life. Danny nodded and said with certainty, "The 2 ships that were transporting Astapor have been seized. Through interrogating the spies, I found out about the Alliance's evil plan." Meanwhile, the spies who went to Myrene had already completed their mission. They had placed the stone men in the well of the commercial street and caused a small outbreak of the grayscale disease. So, since half a month ago, I've been leading people to research and develop an antidote for grayscale disease. Now, the antidote is almost complete. Your Majesty, are you sure? A tall, golden-haired young man stumbled out from behind Quentin. The Queen took a closer look at him and recognized that he was a half-acquaintance she had met once before. "What's there to be sure about? Your ship should be heading to Kayuan City, right? My royal fleet has been searching the outer seas of Kayuan all this time. I didn't expect you to come to Astapor." Plop! The tall, yellow-haired youth fell to his knees. "That's great, we're saved." He covered his face and wept. "What's wrong with you? How did you become spies transporting the stone men?" Danny asked curiously. Sigh. Quentin sighed and said, "Do you still remember the meeting at the merchant's house in Volantis? We were sitting in the courtyard waiting for the widow by the waterside to summon us." "Oh, the widow by the waterside is very resourceful. You asked her about the merchant ships heading to Slave Bay?" Danny understood. "Yes, we asked her for help and even brought her a sapphire hairpin. However, she accepted the gift but refused to help us," said the burly, barrel-bellied, tree-legged bald man. The burly bald man was also present at the merchant's house that day. "Why? Other than you and me, Tyrion was also there that day. In fact, Tyrion was ranked before me." "Tyrion? Which Tyrion?" Quentin and the others were confused. "Little Devil, Tywin's dwarf son," Danny said. "He's also in Volantis." "Ah!" the yellow-haired youth exclaimed. "I remember now, the one who fought with the female dwarf in the hall, the noseless male dwarf. I didn't expect him to be Tyrion." He's uglier than a devil. Damn it, we didn't recognize him that day. He punched the deck and cursed in frustration. Tyrion's goal is the same as yours. The widow by the waterside did not hesitate and quickly arranged a ship for them, Dany said. This. Quentyn thought for a moment and said hesitantly, the widow said that we hit our goal and were not sincere and respectful to her. What happened after that? I seem to have seen you join the mercenary group, the Ragged Prince's wind-blowing team. Ah, you saw it? Quentyn was shocked and nodded with a bitter smile. That's right, we signed a contract with the wind-blowing team. In fact, there are more than 10 wind-blowing team mercenaries on this mermaid. We originally planned to follow the mercenary group to Slaver's Bay and find a chance to slip away halfway. But half a month after you burned the Black Wall, Danzo, the wind-blowing team's vice-leader Danzo came to me with a few Volantis nobles. They asked me if I was willing to be a spy for the Alliance and disguise myself as a Dornish wine merchant to enter Cayuan. I told everyone that I was the son of a Dornish wine merchant. When I heard that they would arrange a ship to send me to Slaver's Bay before the war broke out, I was more than happy to do so. Then, I became the owner of the Mermaid and led a group of sailors arranged by the Alliance to Slaver's Bay. Dany's eyes flashed coldly and said in a low voice, "Does the wind-blowing team know the secret of the stone men?" The yellow-haired youth sitting on the floor smiled bitterly. "Then you'll have to ask who it is. We are also from the wind-blowing team, but we didn't know that there were stone men on the ship. If we knew, we would have thrown them into the sea long ago. How would we have ended up in this mess?" That old turtle Danzo only told us to find out about Cayuan's military situation and secretly set fire to the wheat fields outside the city when it was ripe. Yes, the Alliance knows that you're doing the Great Leap Forward, and they want to destroy your grain production. They're dreaming. Not to mention the fact that there are farmers guarding the wheat fields. Under the strict household registration system, it's impossible for foreign merchants to leave the city silently. Dany sneered. Under the Queen's rule, there were village elders, village chiefs, and centaur patrols who were also postal workers. As mentioned before, in the early days of taking down Astapor, in order to avoid conflict between the nomadic centaurs and the farming villagers, even the centaur patrols were not allowed to enter the village without the village chief's permission. This system continued to this day, and the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay were all like this. Each manor chose a village elder, and several manors combined to form a village. The village elder took turns as the village chief. There were militia within the village, and centaur light cavalry outside the village. The village was connected to the city by relay stations. Not to mention spies, even the Meereen farmers who wanted to visit their relatives in Cayuan had to obtain identification from the village elder. Quentyn shook her head. "We don't know about the household registration system. The Volantis told me that I'm a Dornishman, and that I might receive preferential treatment. To match my identity, the Windblown group even prepared a dozen Westeros mercenaries to be my subordinates." At this point, Quentyn turned to look at the sailors on the deck, and said with a complicated tone, "It's fortunate that they're here." "How did you get infected?" Dany asked. "When we went around the Valeglia Peninsula, we encountered a fast-moving wall of storm. The ship in the storm was like a rattle in the hands of a naughty child, and most of the cargo in the hold fell over. Then, a sailor found a stone man in the oil blanket. The stone man is alive, and it's still moving." Quentyn emphasized with a pale face. Of course, the stone man had to be alive, and living stone men were the source of infection. The dead stone man would slowly become a real stone man, and the grayscale disease virus could not survive on stone. "And then, you threw the stone man into the sea?" "Of course we wanted to, but Captain Jack didn't allow it. He's a Volantis officer, and most of the sailors on the ship are his men. By the way, there were 2 ships that set off from the port of Volantis that day, the Mermaid and the Sparrow. The Sparrow's mast was broken in the storm, and the surviving sailors were transferred to the Mermaid. Because there were too many people, it was too crowded, and the cabin became wet with water. Not long after, there were sailors who were infected with the grayscale disease. At that time, I had asked Captain Jack to immediately abandon the Stone Man, but he sternly rejected me, and only killed the grayscale disease patients and threw them into the sea. At its peak, there were 550 crew members on the Mermaid. Quentin pointed at the sparse number of sailors and gestured to the size of the ship. She smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, take a look. There are so many people on such a ship. How can the infection be stopped?" As more and more people were infected and thrown into the sea, the sailors who were once loyal to Captain Jack began to be recruited by me. Yes, the Westeros mercenaries had long since joined me. When we first entered the Bay of Sorrows, I finally gathered enough sailors to revolt. It was a bloody battle that lasted for 3 days, and more than 200 people died. Captain Jack finally compromised, and agreed to abandon the Stone Man. Perhaps the 7 gods were cursing us, or perhaps too many people died, and there was no time to clean up the corpses. Finally, the grayscale disease evolved into the terrifying grayscale disease. Needless to say, everyone was affected, and everyone was infected. Then, Captain Jack persuaded more than half of the people around me. He convinced everyone that since we are going to die anyway, we might as well sail the ship to Kayuan, and complete the mission given by the Alliance. As if worried that the Dragon Queen would not understand, Quentin explained, the spies were very determined, and very loyal to the Alliance. In fact, other than us mercenaries on the surface, the other sailors were all carefully selected loyalists. Danny nodded, and sighed, "I know. Last time at the Astapor Pier, the spies sacrificed their own lives to protect their companions on the other ship, and to not expose the Stone Man plan." Quentin revealed a look of relief, and said, "Captain Jack's reputation was very high, and he had a lot of charisma. He once again took control of the ship. However, he did not know my identity, and did not know that I did not want the Alliance's evil plan to succeed. He only thought that we mercenaries were afraid of death, and that was why we revolted. In order to appease the people, he did not kill the mercenaries who revolted. Even more fortunately, he was over 60 years old, and his body was weak. Not long after he entered Slave Bay, he could not hold on and died of the disease. Then, my companions and I once again seized control of the Mermaid. We killed a group of loyalists who revolted, and revealed our identities to the remaining people, promising that you would save me, save us. They had hope of survival even if the rational people knew how slim the hope was. They still changed the course and sailed the ship here. Chapter 471. You've been infected with the Grey Plague, and the Grey Plague is different from the Grayscale disease. You can't go to the docks or enter the city. I'll arrange for a paddle boat to tow your boat to the quarantine center. Yes, I've built a manor 50 kilometers west of the city, specially prepared for the Grayscale disease patients. Is there an antidote there? Yellow Hair asked anxiously. The antidote is still in the clinical testing stage. The little devil is testing the antidote. He's worried about the spread of the Grayscale disease. We can't wait for the antidote to be perfected. Are you willing to wait? I have to remind you that the current antidote can cure the disease, but the side effects are rather severe, diarrhea. Danny said. Diarrhea? Quentin laughed bitterly. When have we ever not had diarrhea? The Grey Plague is far more severe than the Grayscale disease, the infection rate is faster, and the symptoms are more severe after the outbreak. Vomiting and diarrhea are common. Alright, I'll go get the medicine for you now. Understanding their choice, Dragon Queen waved towards the sky. Hiss, Blackie roared, its devilish black shadow blocking the thin starlight in the night sky. Suddenly, a dark red fireball the size of an egg appeared out of thin air, illuminating the black dragon's ferocious teeth and jaws. The magma-like fireball gradually expanded, illuminating the surrounding space. While Quentin and the rest were in a daze, the fireball that had expanded to the size of a washbasin fell. Like a flame fairy, it floated from the sky to the front of Dragon Queen. I'll be leaving first. She waved her hand and took a step forward. The fireball in front of her suddenly extended, pulling up a level 3 bright red fire platform. The queen's jade feet stepped on it, and the fire platform extended another level. With every step she took, the fire platform extended another level diagonally upwards, one step after another. Dragon Queen was like a cheerful fire fairy, running on the fire ladder that appeared out of thin air, her skirt fluttering, her long silver hair swaying in the red sparks, her figure graceful. Hiss! The black dragon was flying past the fire ladder, and the Dragon Queen stepped on his back as steadily as if she was stepping on a fixed stone step. When the black dragon disappeared with the beauty, Quentin retracted her gaze in disappointment, and saw the fire ladder floating on the sea slowly turning into a cloud of golden red mist, disappearing into the night sky. It's over, Quentin. The yellow-haired Gareth leaned over and hugged his companion, wailing, I've let you down. The queen took away my heart. I think I've also fallen in love with her. Sigh. Wake up. Why would a godlike queen like you? The bald man, Archibald, said mockingly. Blondie shrugged and said indifferently, I love many people, and I don't need all of them to love me. The key was Quentin. Was he happy and worried now? He should be happy that the queen was not the monster the Gith people claimed she was. But the queen is as beautiful as a deity, as dignified as a deity, and as powerful as a deity in magic. Quentin, on the other hand, is a mere mortal. He's in trouble. I have. Quentin quietly moved a few steps, feeling the hard craft paper bag in the gap of her leather boots. I have an engagement. But would she marry him as her father wished? He looked at the sparsely lit city in the southeast with a disappointed expression, feeling a little uncertain. When the queen returned to the Great Pyramid, the banquet was not over yet, and everyone was indeed waiting for news from the plague ship. When they heard that it was the ship used by the Allied spies to transport the stone men, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Your Majesty, we want revenge. The slave owners are heartless, Grey Worm said angrily. Your Majesty, immediately launch an expedition to the south. At least teach the Allied fleet of New Gith a lesson, Chola said. The crowd shouted angrily for a while before the Megalosaurus guard, Quero, said coldly, Your Majesty, why don't you let your dragon throw the corpses of the Grey Plague to New Gith, to Queers, to Volantis, and to the Materis Allied army? Without spending a single soldier, the Allied army would be wiped out. As soon as he said this, the chaotic garden immediately fell silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, staring at the centaur youth with fear and excitement. In just a moment, this handsome centaur seemed to have suddenly turned into a ferocious and terrifying demon from hell. Even Danny was very surprised by Quero's viciousness and his shrewdness. Your Majesty, you are the savior of the suffering slaves. The purpose of your war is not to fight for territory, nor to conquer the world. If the slaves who are waiting for you to save them are all dead, even if you win the war, what's the point? Yamant reminded solemnly. Yes, we are the rebels. The shamelessness and viciousness of the enemy is not an example for us to learn from. Their crimes will eventually become the support of our glorious throne, the Dragon Queen declared firmly. Quero is still not smart enough. Even if he really wants to throw the corpses, he can't say it in front of everyone. He can't even say it, he can't even think about it. At most, he can do it secretly. No, I can't do it. I am the righteous Night King. I am the liberator. I am the hope of millions of slaves. As soon as this dark thought appeared in Danny's mind, she immediately began to self-reflect and brainwash herself. Suddenly, Danny came to her senses. She felt a little strange. Was Liu Bei the same as me back then? He wanted to do bad things in his heart, but his character and reputation restrained his will. No, I am different from Liu Bei. I have a dragon. I know magic. I have a solid base. I have countless knights who trust me and are willing to fight for glory for me. Since I can win this war under the sun, with flowers and cheers above my head, why should I kneel at the edge of hell and turn myself into a ghost? With this thought, Danny's thoughts became clear. I swear that one day, I will put those shameless slave owners on trial. But spreading the plague is a devil's action. We are born as humans. We can't turn into devils just because we want to fight against devils, she said to her vassals. Do you still remember the Great Plague of Old Town that I told you about? After the banquet, on the way down from the garden to the palace, Yimont asked in a faint voice. The time when the City of Knowledge was almost wiped out? Danny asked. Yes. Hearing the word City of Knowledge, Yimont thought of Danny's criticism of the City of Knowledge's incompetence. Compared to her efficiency in developing the antidote in half a month, the old man's face flashed with a hint of discomfort. Count Quentin Hyder didn't have a dragon. He couldn't use it to chase away the rats like you did. He could only order all the ships in the port to be burned, including his huge caravan. He even closed the city gates and sealed off the old town. He ordered everyone to be killed if they tried to escape. Men, women, old, young, and even babies were no exception. The old man asked, "Do you think he did the right thing?" Although his methods were a little extreme, the City of Knowledge was incompetent and couldn't develop the antidote. This measure could effectively stop the spread of the plague and indirectly save more people. River Bend and even the Seven Kingdoms had to be safe because of this, Danny said. But after the plague subsided, the survivors started a riot and tore Count Hyder and his son to pieces. You should know that the Count had scholars, the vassals and knights of the Hyder family, and a huge number of city guards. But things happened in front of those people. It could even be said that those people tacitly approved of the mob's actions. Because everyone who experienced the plague had hatred and sorrow in their hearts. They needed a channel to vent. Danny, do you understand what I mean? Old Yimont looked at the Dragon Queen beside him and warned her earnestly, as a ruler, you must always remember, don't let your hands be stained with the blood and hatred of your people. The basis of the ruler of a country is the millions of people. I advise you not to throw corpses at New Gith, Queers, Volantis, and other cities, not just out of benevolence, nor because of your liberator of the slaves title. I am not pedantic. If killing millions of people could ensure that Targaryen's empire would last forever, I would encourage you to do it even if you didn't. But it is obvious that you can win the war without using such vicious methods. We all know that the night is coming, and the granaries of Slavers Bay are full. You will definitely win. You will definitely surpass our ancestors and be crowned the queen of the world. The enemy cities now will be your land in the future, the enemy today will be your people in the future. Don't let your hands be stained with the blood of your people. Not only is there the example of Quentin Hyder, but your father is also a bloody lesson. Danny listened until the old scholar finished speaking. Then she said with a strange expression, I thought you would always advise me to be righteous, kind, and just, and pursue honor like Barristan. The old man sighed. Of course I hope that you are like that, but there is a prerequisite. Your actions will not harm your rule. You are not only a knight but also a queen. I have lived for more than 100 years, and have experienced too much glory and suffering. But the destruction of the Targaryen family is still the most painful moment for me. At that time, I would rather use all the glory of my life to change the situation at Ruby Beach. Actually, you worry too much. I will never become Quentin Hyder. Danny thought hard so that her next words would not provoke old Yimont. If I were in his position, I would pretend to be dead, she said. Pretend to be dead? Yimont was confused. There is a great plague in the territory, what is the use of pretending to be dead? If you do not work hard to provide relief, when the plague spreads, pretending to be dead may become real death. There must be people in the Hyder family who died in the plague? Yes. I can deny it to the outside world. It is unbearable for a loved one to die. Then, I will arrange for a person of low status but very capable to take care of the plague in my place. Then, it will be simple. If his measures are beneficial to the epidemic, I will continue to pretend to be dead. If he does something wrong, I will quietly correct him. When he has killed most of the people and the plague has stabilized, I will come out to reap the benefits. Let him retire to the front line, and I will lead the people of Old Town to complete the final task of fighting the plague. In this way, no matter how much the people are angry, they will not vent it on me. Similarly, I will not be accused of doing nothing in the midst of the plague as a lord. Danny's expression was very calm. There was not a hint of smugness or showing off. She spoke in a casual tone and spoke in a flat and straightforward manner. Old Aemon, on the other hand, widened his eyes in shock. I never realized that the Targaryen queen of this generation is so crafty. Then he was worried for nothing. However, the world is difficult now, and the vassals are becoming more and more cunning. As a queen, she should be more cunning. Ymont was completely relieved. Thinking of Martell who had suddenly arrived, he asked curiously, "What is Prince Daelord's son doing at Slaver's Bay?" Dany shook her head and said calmly, "There must be a secret, but there are too many people here. It is not convenient for me to ask. Actually, Dorne does not have the power to change my plans and thoughts. No matter what they plan, it will not affect me." Then, Dany recounted Quentyn Martell's experience in detail. "So, the Blowing Wind group betrayed you? Mercenaries are fickle. You should not have any expectations," Old Ymont said with a frown. "I did not have any expectations for them in the past, and I did not care about the alliance at all. But now... Old Master, don't you think this is a signal?" "What signal?" A glint flashed in Dany's eyes. She said faintly, "Mercenaries will always stand on the side of the victor. I am very curious. What trump card does the Alliance have to give the Ragged Prince so much confidence?" When news of the discovery of the Stoneman ship in Slaver's Bay spreads, and when news of the cure of the grayscale disease spreads, if the Blowing Wind group does not give me an explanation, it means that the Alliance has other means. When that time comes, I should strike first and disrupt their rhythm. Chapter 472. Slave Bay began to enter the season of great harvest, and agricultural production took a huge leap forward. The first batch of wheat was already golden and ready to be harvested. From now on, every day would be a day of harvest. At the same time, Slave Bay officially entered a state of war readiness. After more than half a month of running, the 1,000 men under Jogo had already crossed Meereen and began to disperse between the Sea of Grass and Borash. After the epidemic in Astapor had stabilized, the 5,000 Unsullied also set off, transported to Meereen by hundreds of ships. With the witch lens to examine the well water, all the public wells in Meereen that had been thrown into the stone men were found. Then they salvaged, burned the stone men, and buried the wells. Without the source of infection, all the patients in the city were checked, and Dany announced that Meereen was unsealed. Thus, John Bolton could lead the 15,000 guards east against the river to the intersection of the White Dragon River and Black Dragon River to build the future Shepherd Town. The task of commanding the soldiers to build the city and farm was given to a few deputy commanders. John Bolton would continue east on a ship to the stronghold of the Raza Shepherds, and help the Dragon Queen recruit less than 200,000 Raza Shepherds. Cayuan had not had a single infected, and the unsealing of the north and south cities had not affected it much. Of course, with the discovery of the mermaid, the second shoe had finally dropped. The trauma in the hearts of the people was completely gone, and the hundreds of patrol boats in the outer seas of Cayuan no longer had to search for the stone men ships day and night. Then there was Astapor, the capital of Slave Bay, which began to be filled with smoke. The Dragon Queen did not start a general mobilization for war. On the contrary, agricultural production had always been her core policy. In order to free up more labor, she did her best to reduce the number of regular troops. Even the regular troops had to farm. Apart from the Unsullied, the Guards and the Wings of Liberty all had to farm. It did not matter how much land they could farm, at least the army could grow enough food for themselves to eat. But the war would eventually come, and Dany did not dare to look down on the Allies. Especially when he was sure that the wind was once again swaying in the wind and changing direction. Since she could not recruit too many regular soldiers, Dany had to consider special operations. She had dragons. If the Megalosaurus could ignore the arrows and spit fire without restraint, then no matter how many regular soldiers the enemy had, it would not be enough. Thus, an idea that she had had a long time ago became a reality. After becoming the Great Guardian and inheriting the Great Guardian's godhood, Blackie's body size did not change much, but the weight it could carry suddenly increased by half, almost 1,500 pounds. In this way, Dahe was qualified to wear the armor. Well, not everyone could become a knight. If one could not walk after putting on the armor, then they would definitely not be able to become an Iron Knight. Danny cooperated with blacksmith Grandmaster Tobu to design a set of removable fish scale dragon armor 1.0-inch forged from stainless steel. The sheep and cows had already been moved to the nearby arena. In the arena behind the Great Pyramid, a strange two-story oak frame was built on the spacious sandy ground. Big Black lay on the support like a car on a maintenance platform, allowing more than a dozen Unsullied to install pieces of gray steel on his body. The palm-sized steel plate had holes for steel wires and iron nails to be inserted. Multiple steel plates combined to form the fish-scale armor of the Megalosaurus. Tobu pointed to the dragon armor that was gradually taking shape on Big Black's body and said proudly, from the jaw to the chest, it is a breastplate, a helmet to protect the eyes, a gauntlet on the claws, a wing guard, a meteor cone at the tail, a total of 5 large parts. Each large part can be disassembled into a dozen, dozens, or even hundreds of small parts. All of them weigh 404 pounds. The vital parts of the body must be able to defend against the dragon-slaying crossbow. Unlike the knight's armor that covered the whole body, Big Black flew in the sky and did not need to protect his back. He only needed to protect his vital parts and movements. Vital parts of life, the eyes, throat, and chest. These 3 vulnerable parts of the body may lead to the death of the Megalosaurus after being attacked. Vital parts of movement, the wing root and wing bone will affect flight after being broken. In fact, the 2 flesh wings of the Megalosaurus were also easily pierced and torn, but the area of the flesh wings was too large. After being completely covered with iron armor, Big Black may not even be able to flap his wings. When the full set of armor was put on, Danny took a look and couldn't help but sigh, it's too ugly. It's like a big lizard wearing a bellyband, and it's a cheap one that only covers a quarter of its belly. Blacksmith Tobu frowned and nodded, it's a bit ugly, but it really works. I swear, even if the dragon-slaying crossbow hits the head at close range, it will only make your Big Black dizzy for a moment. The waist is exposed, Danny said. Tobu shook his head and said, there is no other way. To defend, it must be thickened. Thickening it will inevitably increase the weight. The black dragon has limited weight, and 404 pounds is already the upper limit. Any more and it will affect the flexibility of the Megalosaurus. It seems that we have to figure out a way to melt the steel as soon as possible. Danny sighed. Squeak! Big Black flapped his wings and jumped. His iron claws pinched a scratch on the wooden bracket of the beam and jumped into the sky. Squeak! Suddenly, Big Black swung the meteor cone at the tail hard and fell down uncontrollably. Like a stalled plane. Boom! Dust flew, and Big Black fell down. Immediately, a group of Unsullied swarmed to help Big Black dismantle the iron armor. Dragon Armor 1.0 failed. The chain of the meteor cone is too long, and Big Black's tail is too strong, which affects the flight movement. Danny covered her face and sighed at such a horrible scene. It doesn't make sense. The addition of the meteor cone is to maintain balance. There are more than 100 pounds of iron armor on the head and neck. Of course, the tail must be hung with an iron chain to maintain the center of gravity. I calculated it. Tobu was puzzled. Danny thought for a moment and said, remove the chain and directly put a layer of iron armor on the tail. Megalosaurus can automatically adjust the center of gravity through the movement of the tail. This belly-type dragon armor looked a bit low, but it also had an advantage that other armors did not have. It was made of connected iron pieces, which was easy to disassemble and could be freely adjusted in shape and size. To give an inappropriate example, this armor was a bit like a bellyband made of mahjong mats. Even if Big Black kept growing, in the future, it could continue to add mahjong bamboo pieces to expand the armor model. Of course, This was not really like mahjong mats, one piece next to another. There was a gap in the middle, which was easy for arrows to penetrate. The iron pieces combined into the armor were similar to fish scales, layer upon layer, leaving no space for arrows. Sure enough, after removing the tail chain, Big Black could still adjust the center of gravity by swinging its tail. Although it was not as light as before, it still flew smoothly. And when Big Black flew into the sky, the low bellyband armor suddenly changed its style and became majestic. Because looking up from below, only the area covered by the armor could be seen, as if the Megalosaurus was wearing a full body armor. Very good. Danny's eyes lit up and she happily said, not only is it not ugly, it seems that there are no obvious flaws. Iron gloves were put on the claws of the Megalosaurus, mainly to block the crossbow bolts. The 2 iron claws waved to block, which could protect a large area of the abdomen, and those parts no longer needed to be covered with armor. After that, Danny announced the start of the armor test. Above the arena, a total of 300 ballistae were placed in a circle. The fine steel arrows were loaded, and the Unsullied acted as crossbowmen, adjusting the crosshairs and aiming at the target. Big Black roared down, only 15 meters away from the ground, the best killing range of the dragon flame. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The crossbow shot out a dense forest of arrows, and the sky was covered with a layer of shadow. Ding 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 chi chi chi, most of the arrows hit Big Black. Like a paper boat in a stream, it swayed and swayed, its flight was very unstable. In just one round, there were many blue dots on its body. Well, the arrowheads were removed and the front of the arrows was smeared with blue paint. In addition to the arrows that were dodged, 2/5 of the arrows that hit Big Black made a string of yellow sparks on the iron armor, and the other 3/5 hit the broad flesh wings with the hard sound of a wooden stick whipping the old leather. One more time, Big Black, you have to be careful to retract your wings. Danny shouted. 2 minutes later, Big Black retracted its wings as much as possible. But after being hit, its movements became more and more unstable, and the number of wings that were hit only decreased by half. Danny frowned and said, "It still won't work. If the wings are broken, Big Black can't pull itself up, and it may plunge into the enemy's camp." "Your Majesty, you can't say that." Yora pointed at the crossbows that were neatly arranged together. "Look, 300 ballistae are so densely arranged together. If anyone dares to do this on the battlefield, can't you let Little Green throw wildfire bombs?" Danny slapped her forehead and laughed involuntarily. "Yes, I will never allow 300 ballistae to attack Big Black at the same time on the battlefield." In order to deal with the possible sea and land battles that might occur in the future, Danny had already preliminarily designed the tactics of multi-troop joint operations. Big Black was the strongest and took on the dangerous task of diving to the ground. It was an attack aircraft. Little White was the second strongest and went to the bottom of the sea to attack the enemy's fleet. It was, a diving aircraft? The mission of throwing bombs was the safest. Little Green could do it with Little Gold and Little Red. They were bombers. Well, although Little Red was small, it could also do some soy sauce. The soy sauce bottle that contained wildfire. If the enemy dared to set up a dense crossbow formation, Danny would arrange for the bombers to wipe the ground with wildfire. If the enemy's crossbows were scattered, she would send out the attack aircraft and set the dragon flames to wipe the ground. Perhaps, when she reached the level 5 dragon spirit, she would let the half-grown Little Gold act as a reconnaissance aircraft and show her brothers the map of the battlefield. Continue to maintain this intensity. Endure more hardships during training and less bloodshed during wartime. Leaving Big Black to dive and take the arrows again and again, Danny went down to the arena and began to put on Little White's armor. As a diving aircraft, the biggest problem it encountered was definitely not the dragon-slaying crossbow. In the water that was 1 meter deep, handguns would be ineffective. In the water that was 3 meters deep, crossbow arrows could not even kill people. Not to mention the Megalosaurus. Fishing nets. Fishing nets were the diving aircraft's biggest enemy. Danny personally tested it in the sea. When the strong big black was tied up by 3 layers of ropes that were as thick as chopsticks, it could not break free with the strength of its body. Well, spitting fire did not count. In the deep sea, the power of the dragon flames was weakened, but the movement was very big. If it was discovered by the other party and then continuously cast fishing nets while the megalosaurus was struggling in the sea while spitting fire, then Little White might be really weak. In short, Little White needed a fast but low-key way to break the net. Then Danny found that the megalosaurus wings were extraordinarily strong. This was natural. If the megalosaurus wings were not strong enough, it would not be able to fly. Danny thought of a movie that she saw in her previous life, The Legend of Shoe Mountain. In it, Dan Chunzi's weapon, the Sky Dragon Slash, inspired her. Well, let Little White cosplay as Dan Chunzi and make a set of flying sword wings for him. However, the function of shooting feather darts was definitely gone. The main reason was that when Little White was entangled in fishing nets, it could use the blades on its wings to cut the ropes. Little White, with a sharp blade fixed on its wings, looked very handsome, much better than Big Black's bellyband. After that, Little White flew to the bay, where the fleet of Garth and the big crab were. Danny wanted to test the effect of the imitation Sky Dragon Slash. If it was really effective, she had to let Little White strengthen its training. Just like Big Black, it had to undergo targeted training. Little Green, Little Gold, and Little Red also had weight training. Slave Bay had really entered a state of combat readiness. Chapter 473. Jia Kun was very unlucky. Perhaps the discovery of Fire Demon Hades' magic pot exhausted all his luck. The next few months were not smooth sailing for him. First of all, his hidden identity was discovered. There were more than tens of thousands of books in the bookseller, and he only stole a dozen. In theory, even if a doctor went down to the cellar to borrow books, he would not be able to find the books he stole. But the old man in the old town asked for the books he stole. Then, he was discovered in a very sudden situation. Not only was the book theft discovered, even the mask of Pater was exposed. It was very rare for the identity of a faceless to be exposed in broad daylight. This was a big blow to the Black and White House. And his mission, after easily killing a few apprentice assistants who arrested him, Jia Kun began to flee. Well, he was a faceless. Being discovered would only make him annoyed, but it would not cause any threat to his life. But under the strict search of the old town's guards, he did not have time to deal with the books he stole from the bookseller. Most of the books were large and could not be carried away. Otherwise, he would not have to steal the books in batches. At that time, he only had one choice: hurry back to his residence, choose 1 or 2 of the most important books, and immediately escape. Without a doubt, the smart and far-sighted Jia Kun chose the magic pot. If the books were gone, he could steal more. The city of knowledge was there, the bookseller was there, and the doctors were there. As long as a faceless wanted to, he could always replace 1 or 2 doctors, and then, but the magic pot was unique. Throwing it away meant saying goodbye to Fire Demon Hades, Death God's forbidden magic. Not to mention that Death God's forbidden magic that all faceless coveted, even the knowledge that Hades grasped, the secrets of the City of Knowledge, the profound magic, and even the incomplete inheritance of the great wizard of Valeglia, were all priceless things. So, he only took the magic pot. Jia Kun came to the old town empty-handed, and when he left, he only took the magic pot. But his heart was satisfied, proud, happy, and full of expectations for the future. Every day, he had to caress the pot. Every day, he had to kneel in front of the magic pot and recite the incantation, "Mother, Son is filial." With the magic pot and his identity discovered, Jia Kun of course had to immediately return to the Black and White House. He easily found a ship heading to Bravos, and just when he thought he would be able to return home smoothly, he was unexpectedly found again. Dragon Queen has subdued the pirate Water King and recruited the pirates of the nearby islands, becoming the most powerful force on the Stone Steps archipelago. The Dragon Queen's royal fleet captain, the Honorable White Knight Baristan, had robbed Hyder's grain transport fleet. The above two pieces of news only surprised Jia Kun. Unfortunately, the Dragon Queen's royal fleet had taken a fancy to the fledgling that he was on. He, the #1 assassin in the world, the faceless one Jia Kun, who was enough to make countless people tremble in fear, was actually captured. Okay, temporary employment. The glorious Baristan did not become a shameful pirate. He paid the fledgling ship to help transport food and hired the sailors on the fledgling ship to help build the camp. Pay up. They were paid. So Sailor Fall had to do carpentry for a month or more on the farm at Queen's Corner. Well, Sailor Fall was Jia Kun's disguise at this time. Generally, if his identity was not discovered, the faceless one would not abandon his current identity and take the risk to escape. Just like in King's Landing, Jia Kun also lived in the Black Prison as a dangerous prisoner for half a year. Queen's Corner, a peninsula that extended to the narrow sea in the Land of Dispute, located between Tarosai and Reese, was very close to the Dragon Queen's Royal Navy station, the Torture Abyss. This place originally had no name, but after the Dragon Queen's navy occupied the land, they named it Queen's Corner. Jia Kun could not guess the Dragon Queen's plan, but he did not care about it. The Dragon Queen deliberately let Baristan rob the fledgling ship. She knew that Jia Kun was on the ship, so she deliberately delayed Jia Kun's return. Her ghost meditation technique had not yet been developed and needed time. The Royal Navy's sailors did not make things difficult for him. He could build houses during the day and play with the magic pot at night. Aegon 299, December 15th, the last full moon night before winter. Land of Dispute, Queen's Corner, a wooden house behind the hills. The moon was like a silver plate, and the broken waves in the distance hummed with the wind. Under the moonlight, a man with long hair sat cross-legged on the roof, hugging a smooth and glossy clay pot. Mwah, 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 mwah. He kissed the clay pot 7 times. Well, other than his own saliva from not brushing his teeth for a few months, there was no other smell. Well, even if there was a smell, it was suppressed by his bad breath. Then, the man hugged the clay pot and rubbed it 7 times. Other than the sweat on his palm, there was no other stain. Finally, with a solemn expression, Sailor Ford placed the clay pot on the wooden platform. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed with his head on the ground. Using Chinese with a slight accent, he recited skillfully, "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots." Just like that, he kowtowed 7 times and shouted 7 times. The sailor slowly raised his head and looked at the mouth of the pot, which did not have any abnormalities, and the anticipation in his eyes quickly disappeared. "Sigh, I have absorbed the essence of the moon for a few months, why is it still not repaired?" Or, "That night, I had a dream." After being hit too many times, the strong-willed faceless was somewhat depressed. He lowered his head, his long hair covering his face, and his heart was filled with doubts and uncertainty. "Jia Kun." Suddenly, a voice came from the opposite side. The sailor who was kneeling on the ground trembled. He first closed his eyes tightly, then raised his head, pushed away the messy hair in front of his eyes, and slowly, cautiously opened his eyes. The clay pot was dotted with red clouds, like a cloud. A white-haired, gray-robed old scholar with white hair and a white beard was standing on top, looking down at him. It was that familiar pale face, as if it was covered with a thick layer of powder. He had a pair of reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, and the longest necklace he had ever seen hung around his neck. He was hunched over, and in his hand was a walking stick. He looked as old as a dead man, but his whole body emitted a powerful aura that made people feel like they were in the abyss. The real magic pot sprite, the fire demon Hades. "Will I finally see you again?" Tears could not help but seep out, blurring the sailor's vision. "You changed your face again, where are you now?" The magic pot sprite Danny looked around and began to show off his acting skills. South of the continent of Ursos, near the entrance of the narrow sea. Jia Kun wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said with a nasal voice. "How long has it been?" The sprite Danny nodded and asked again. More than 3 months, almost 4 months. I have been chanting spells every day, and praying every night of the full moon. Jia Kun said. Only 3 months? The magic pot sprite was a little surprised, and said with a sharp voice, now that we have entered the period of the demon wave, I thought it would not appear again for 30 or 40 years. 30 or 40 years? Jia Kun shouted with his eyes wide open. What do you think? The pot is broken. Is it repaired now? Jia Kun quickly asked. What repair? You just asked the masons to fill up the hole, what repair is that? The magic pot sprite shook his head. Then how long can you last? Will you appear again in the future? Jia Kun asked nervously. Let fate decide. The genie of the magic urn sighed, and a bleak and lonely aura surrounded him. The power of the moon and the power of faith can help me recover, but I do not want to live like this anymore. The sprite's voice was cold and sad. Aren't you a demigod sorcerer? You are still a scholar, you can continue to study magic and knowledge. Jia Kun was really anxious. This old sorcerer seemed to have taken things too hard and wanted to kill himself. I've lived for far too long, sealed in a jar all by myself. The magic pot sprite suddenly flicked his sleeves and said helplessly, forget it, even if I tell you that even the Grim Reaper desires death, you probably won't understand. Even the Grim Reaper desires death. Jia Kun repeated this sentence, and he seemed to be in a daze. Isn't this the ultimate version of the theory that all mortals have to die? Although he really couldn't understand it now, this kind of theory sounded high and mighty, and it made him feel very moved. It seemed that the fire demon Hades had really studied the forbidden spell of the Grim Reaper to an extremely high level. There is no point in saying more. Once we end our fate, I will try to break through to the astral plane. The magic pot sprite said. Break through to the astral plane, what do you mean? Jia Kun came back to his senses and asked curiously. I want to become a demon. The sprite looked up at the moon and said in a bleak voice. How do you become a demon? Jia Kun asked. You faceless people believe in the Grim Reaper? The sprite looked down at Jia Kun and asked instead of answering. Yes, we believe in the God of Thousand Faces, the Grim Reaper. Then do you know who the Grim Reaper is? Jia Kun said, the God of Thousand Faces has different names in different places. In Koor, it is the Black Goat, in the Barren Land, it is the Night Lion, in the Westeros, it is the Stranger. The name of a god is unique, and the spirit is unique. This is why you faceless people have never received a response from the Grim Reaper. It is simple, if you shout, hey, answer me on the street, the people on the street will think you are an idiot. The sprite sneered. Jia Kun's expression did not change, and he emphasized, the faceless people believe in the God of Thousand Faces, and with the will of the God of Thousand Faces, to bring relief to anyone who believes in the world. Danny understood what he meant. The faceless people could not clearly believe in a particular Grim Reaper, otherwise it would conflict with their fundamental doctrine. For example, if the faceless people only believed in the Stranger, then they could not kill the people of Koor. This was because Koor believed in the Black Goat, but the core doctrine of the faceless people was, the faceless people did not kill, it was a gift to the Grim Reaper. The sprite looked up at the full moon in the sky again and said in a faint voice, Jia Kun, the Grim Reaper is a clergy, a profession, and there is not only one employee. Night Lion, Black Goat, Lalo, Frost God, and other Grim Reapers, all have this clergy. Even I. I am a demigod, and I have mastered the forbidden technique of the Grim Reaper. I cannot be compared to Lalo, he is a true god. But if the Black Goat is only a demigod, then I am also a Grim Reaper. Jia Kun's pupils shrank, but he quickly regained his composure and said slowly, if someone believes in you, the school of Black and White can establish a position for you. No, I said it the first time we met. It was because I did not want to be an evil god that I sealed myself in the magic jar. Black Goat? Trash. It is better to end one's life than to be associated with him. The sprite said arrogantly. This time, Jia Kun was deeply shocked. He could not hide the horror on his face. What do you want to do? Jia Kun's voice was trembling, and his face was filled with reverence. I want to take a gamble and break into the astral world, which is to become a true god. If I can become a god in the astral world, I will become the only Grim Reaper in the world. Chapter 474. Ascend to the astral world and ascend to the throne? Jia Kun was shocked. What kind of arrogant ambition was this? At most, the Faceless One would use the banner of the Death God to send gifts, but you, old scholar, actually want to be our Faceless One's immediate superior? It may not succeed. But even if I die, dying on the way to ascend to the throne is 1,000,000 times more glorious than living like this. What do you think? That's true. Jia Kun nodded slowly. Becoming the Death God, even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, Jia Kun was willing to give it a try. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked up and stared at the magic jar sprite. Scholar Hades, why can you ascend to the throne of the Death God? Your question is strange. I am a demigod, and I have the title of Death God. If I don't ascend to the throne of the Death God, should I become the Light God? The sprite said strangely. No. I am asking, why can you become a demigod? Why can you have the title of Death God? Jia Kun's voice trembled, his eyes shining. The magic jar sprite shouted impatiently, this is even more strange. I am a mage, I know the Death God's forbidden technique, I worked hard to cultivate, and then naturally became a demigod of the death attribute. Didn't I say it? I didn't want to become an evil demon like the black goat, so I sealed myself. Don't you know the black goat's death attribute? I heard that there is a black goat statue in the Black and White House. Ah! His guess was confirmed. Jia Kun couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Many people in the world were deceived, many of them were intellectuals with high IQ. But they were not stupid. How could they be deceived? Because people, not gods, had weaknesses. Especially the greed in human nature, it was the main reason why people were deceived. The Faceless were not greedy for money, power, food, sex, no, the Faceless had almost no desires, and almost never were deceived. Only the Faceless could deceive others, no one could deceive the professionally trained Faceless. But the Faceless were also people, and the Faceless were also firm believers. Indifference to ordinary desires would make the believers go crazy in the face of the arrival of faith. The fact that Jia Kun hadn't gone crazy was already a sign that he had great willpower and cultivation. Well, under the guidance of Danny's mother, he was about to go crazy from excitement. Fire demon Hades had cultivated part of the Grand Wizard's meditation techniques and the Death God's forbidden technique. He could become a demigod Death God and even have the chance to become the God of Death. In that case, the School of Black and White had Hades's meditation technique and the Death God's forbidden technique. Io, my God of 1,000 faces, why do you still need a dragon? He had already become a Grim Reaper, so why would the mortal Megalosaurus come here? Oh, he could be a mount for the God of Death. Scholar Hades, what are your chances of becoming a divine throne? Jia Kun asked with anticipation and nervousness. Not even half a cent, the elf said casually. Half a point, counted as 0. 5%. Jia Kun muttered a few words and suddenly raised his voice. He shouted in disbelief, God of 1,000 faces, a 0. 5% chance is not small. In theory, as long as 200 people attack the God of Death, a true God will be born. Are you deaf? I said, not even half a point. It's not even half a point. The genie in the magic pot scoffed. It's enough, Jia Kun said with a satisfied face. What's enough? How many people can your School of Black and White have? The elf said with disdain. A lot, it's enough. How much is a lot? Danny was very anxious. But she was also very calm. Can there be 10? Humph, we have thousands of scholars in the City of Knowledge, but only 10 people have magic talent. The elf raised the corner of his eyes and said contemptuously. The excitement on Jia Kuen's face gradually disappeared. He shook his head and sighed, "You're right, I was too optimistic. The school of black and white has less than 100 qualified faceless. It seems that we have to expand the number of apprentices in the future." "Less than 100 people? Bastard, can't you give an accurate number?" 99 is less than 100, 9 is less than 100. "Well, it's definitely more than a single digit. Take the median, 50. It seems that 50 faceless is terrifying enough. Or, should I just arrest Jia Kun and let the Whip of Solitude Hattar try the whip technique?" "Scholar, you said last time that as long as I leave the Westeros and promise not to use the Death God's forbidden technique in the 7 countries, you will give me the forbidden technique." Jia Kuen's eyes became very eager, and the desire in his eyes almost overflowed. "I did say that. But after coming in contact with you, I suddenly found that you're a good person, and now I don't want you to go astray." The elf hesitated. Jia Kun shook his head again and firmly said, "No, I'm definitely not going astray. I really want to master the power of the Death God. Do you know the after effects of practicing the Death God's forbidden technique?" The elf pointed to his pale cheeks that seemed to be covered with a thick layer of powder. "Do you see? Neither dead nor alive, just like a devil." "Scholar, this doesn't scare me. The school of black and white has thousands of Death God statues. Which one of them looks like a normal living person? This is the characteristic of a Death God." Jia Kuen's expression became more and more firm. That's true, even Oxhead and Horseface of the Celestial Empire and the 10 Kings of Hell didn't look human. Ugly, ferocious, and terrifying were the common standards of Death Gods of all races in the world. Other than the change in appearance, even the habits, the magic jar elf smiled bitterly and sighed. "I think I have a strong will, but I still gradually lost my humanity after practicing the Death God's forbidden technique. I'm no longer interested in human food, and I no longer have a reaction to women. Instead, I crave the blood and souls of living people." Jia Kun, becoming a Death God means becoming an inhuman. Death Gods must be different from normal people. Jia Kun said matter-of-factly. Death Gods like the Black Mountain Goat liked blood sacrifices, and he knew that. "Are you sure you want to learn?" "I'm sure," Jia Kun said with certainty. "You won't regret it?" "I definitely won't." "Alright, I'll teach you next time." "What?" Jia Kun was stunned. "Look." The magic jar elf pointed to the moon that was moving to the west. "It's past midnight, and after talking with you for so long, my divine power is exhausted, and I'm about to fall asleep." Jia Kun was stunned. He looked up. Wasn't that right? They had been talking like this for an hour or two, no wonder the magic jar elf couldn't hold on. But wasn't this a little too much? Finally, after much effort, Jia Kun didn't have time to be depressed, and quickly said, "Scholar, use this last bit of time to teach me the forbidden arts. I'll teach you as much as I can." "Alright, but you'll have to learn the meditation technique first." "Teach me then, I'll listen." Jia Kun sat up straight. "There's not much time left. If I explain it verbally, I won't be able to teach you much." The magic jar elf hesitated. "I have a method. It's very dangerous, but it can teach you magic knowledge in the shortest time possible." "What method?" Jia Kun asked. "Spiritual transmission." The magic jar elf raised his walking stick and pointed it at Jia Kun's forehead. "I'll use my divine power to forcefully break open your sea of consciousness, convert information into runes, and inject it into your spiritual space. I don't really understand, but it sounds dangerous." Jia Kun frowned. The elf quickly explained, "Everyone's soul is like a mysterious and private castle, a sturdy fortress that naturally blocks outside invasions. The stronger your will, the harder it is for external spiritual power to affect you. Now, I want you to open the castle gates and let me send a trace of my will into the castle. The danger is that once you sense my spiritual power invading, your sea of consciousness will resist involuntarily, and then our spiritual power will collide and both of us will be injured. If I don't resist, will your spiritual transmission hurt me? Jia Kun asked solemnly. That depends on whether I have any ill intentions towards you. The magic jar elf said meaningfully. Jia Kun's eyes flashed, he understood what the fire demon meant. The castle had been opened, and the soldiers outside had already entered. Whether they were enemies or allies, it was up to the soldiers to decide. Very dangerous. Jia Kun sighed. Very dangerous. The elf admitted. How long will it be before you appear again? Jia Kun asked. The elf said uncertainly, well, maybe 3 or 4 months, like this time. Maybe a few years, after all, no one can be sure about the magic tide. Come. Jia Kun said in a low voice. What? The elf was confused. Transmit your spiritual power to me. Jia Kun smiled faintly. You're not afraid that I'll do something bad? This time, the elf was not faking his surprise. All mortals have to die, and all mortals have to serve. The most serious consequence is only death. Dying on the way to worship the God of 1,000 faces is the greatest glory for any faceless. A nameless person does not fear death. Jia Kun said calmly. No, child. You should be afraid, some things are scarier than death. Then I'll start. The magic jar elf raised his walking stick and pointed it directly between Jia Kun's eyebrows. Yes. Relax, it will hurt a little at first, don't resist, it will be fine after you go in. The elf reminded him. Okay. The green prophet's ring brought the second soul into the dragon spirit state. Blackie absorbed the power of faith, the holy megalosaurus transformed, the dragon spirit turned into the holy light, the second soul fused with the holy light, and the second soul entered the state of wind song. With all of the above added together, I'm coming. Jia Kun's vision turned black, and he entered a strange state of gray. Then, a majestic and sacred red meteor seemed to come from the sky, crashing down on his head. It's me, don't be afraid. The voice was somewhat familiar, but the terrifying pressure in the voice made him feel suffocated. It was like a lowly beggar on the streets being scolded by a king who commanded 1,000,000 troops. He was in fear and trepidation, he really wanted to shrink into his turtle shell and hide. But Jia Kun was not immortal, after all, and in an instant, he got rid of this embarrassing feeling. He understood that the magic jar elf did not lie to him, he was really a god. This kind of pressure on the level of the soul meant that the other party's level was too high. This was how a mortal should face a god. So, Jia Kun did not reject the red meteor, instead, he tried to suppress the fear in his heart, opened his chest, and embraced the meteor. Boom, in an instant, he felt a pain in his head as if he was kicked by a donkey, and the pain stunned him. So painful. But in an instant, the piercing pain of his soul being torn apart disappeared, and then it was warm, and actually a little comfortable. It was not an illusion. At this moment, he was so comfortable that he wanted to moan out loud. Of course, it was comfortable. Jia Kun opened the door to welcome the thief, and put the Dragon Queen's second soul into the spiritual space. She was now gathering spirit. That's right, the Dragon Queen activated the spirit concentration technique, gathering a sparse patch of spirit essence to heal Jia Kun's mental trauma, and slowly improve the quality of his soul. Just like what she did to the savage woman that day. Chapter 475. This world's laws were quite peculiar. On one hand, it allowed transfiguration users with powerful souls to exist, while on the other hand, it allowed ordinary people's souls to be so strong that even gods couldn't invade them. Even a transfiguration user who was on the verge of death could try to possess the body of a strong and healthy spearwoman. However, ordinary demigods couldn't distort ordinary people's wills. Dani couldn't enter other people's soul realms quietly like the three-eyed crow. She could only enter other people's soul realms while riding a megalosaurus through a different type of true dragon roar. The spearwoman was a special case, as her soul was already riddled with holes by the 6 forms man Valimir. It was just like how the castle walls had many holes, and Danny could enter through them. Jia Kun was different. He had a firm will, a healthy body, and a strong mental power. His castle was firmly sealed. Under normal circumstances, if Danny pressed him to the ground and used True Dragon Roar 100 times, she would only be able to shatter the castle and cause Jia Kun's mind to collapse, turning him into an idiot. Unless Jia Kun didn't resist and opened the gate to welcome her into the castle. Jia Kun wasn't a fool, so why wouldn't he resist? Actually, even if he was a fool, his soul realm would automatically counterattack according to this world's special soul laws. There was only one situation where the soul realm wouldn't counterattack, and that was when the intruder was the three-eyed crow. Now, due to Danny's coincidence, Jia Kun really didn't resist, and he even consciously opened the gate to allow Danny to enter his soul realm. This was the second time Danny entered another person's soul realm. Jia Kun's soul realm had a blue starry sky as its background, just like her and Larry. The spearwoman was possessed by the six forms man, and her soul core was shattered like glass. Every piece of glass contained a short memory. Danny's soul core was perfectly round, and it was hidden in a 9-colored whirlpool. It didn't leak any mental power, and anyone who entered her soul realm wouldn't be able to see any memory unless they broke the 9-colored whirlpool. Jia Kun's soul core was also very restrained, and it was like a polyhedral crystal hidden in a deep blue fog. From time to time, the fog would disperse, and Danny would catch a glimpse of a fleeting image on the crystal Jia Kun's memories. But most of the time, the crystal was wrapped in blue mist, and Danny couldn't see anything. Scholar Hades? A spirit wave came out of the blue mist. There was a strong sense of shock in his tone, which showed that Jia Kun was not calm at the moment. In fact, the magic jar sprite in his spiritual sea was like a blazing golden red sun. It was majestic, domineering, and filled with power and oppression. With just a glance, it was as if he had become a beggar on the streets, ascending to the palace of the gods to meet the God King. This was not an illusion. The person in front of Jia Kun was not a human at all, but a powerful demigod. The black dragon and Danny's soul were one, and it was mixed with the waves of wind song and the great power of faith of the Church of the Seven Gods. Even the Khal black goat didn't have this kind of power. It's me. Hades's voice rumbled, and the entire soul space began to tremble. This is the might of a demigod? Too powerful, Jia Kun said in shock. You're just an ordinary person without any extraordinary powers. It's only natural for you to have such thoughts when facing a demigod. With a chuckle, the sprite continued, let's cut to the chase. I'll show you the Death's 108 runes. With that, a ray of light shot out from the golden red sun, and quickly sketched out mysterious runes in the space. At first, Jia Kun was still a little vigilant. His spirit was highly concentrated, and the blue mist was almost solid, firmly protecting the spirit core. But gradually, he realized that the magic jar sprite was really only focused on teaching, and the runes it taught were so profound. While he let down a little of his vigilance, he also had to divide a lot of his attention to study the knowledge of the Death's forbidden art. Just like that, the blue mist surged, and like a steamer that was just opened, the spirit core inside was exposed, and memories flashed on the surface of the crystal like a slide. Danny knew many secrets of the Faceless, such as the weekly gatherings of the Faceless, some of Jia Kun's assassination missions, and little Jia Kun's experience when he was a trainee, but it was too messy, and 99% of it was useless information. And Jia Kun did not completely let down his guard, so it was difficult for Danny to spy on the core secrets. For example, the total number of Faceless, the name list, and the technique of changing faces. But peeking at the memories was only a secondary goal. Her main goal was to replenish the nutrition of her good boy. The Barren Land Undead Association had developed two types of spiritual qualities that were not yin and yang spirits, type A will, type B vitality. Dragon Queen gave up the rough, seeding method of the past. This time, she specifically instilled Jia Kun with type A yang spirit. When there were no corpses nearby to burn, the spiritual qualities that Danny extracted from nature were already scarce. Now that she eliminated the non-type A spiritual qualities, the rain of spiritual qualities turned from a drizzle to a mist. This was because Jia Kuan's soul was mature and full, and could not absorb too much spiritual qualities. Hardfoot Larry's soul was broken, so he could absorb a large amount of spiritual qualities given by Danny. Jia Kuan's soul was complete, so giving a small amount of spiritual qualities would make his soul saturated, and he could not absorb any more spiritual qualities to grow. This was the same as Danny. She could not replenish spiritual qualities endlessly, so most of the time, she could only give spiritual qualities to the gluttonous Megalosaurus. The misty type A spiritual qualities entered Jia Kuan's soul space, and then the second soul imprinted strange runes on it. After that, the type A spiritual qualities that had been roughly processed into a Trojan horse began to soak in the blue mist and was absorbed by the spirit core crystal. Almost visible to the naked eye, the blue mist became thicker, and Danny could no longer see the memories on the crystal. The crystal also became brighter and more transparent, as if the glass had been freshly scrubbed. Jia Kuan also felt more and more spirited, more and more refreshed. Even his wisdom had inexplicably increased, and his understanding of the profound death meditation runes was getting faster and faster. After an unknown amount of time, Jia Kuan's soul began to saturate, and could no longer absorb the type A spiritual qualities given by Danny. Dragon Queen no longer used the water plot, and quickly finished the final teaching process. Well, the complete set of basic meditation techniques has been taught to you, and I will soon fall asleep. There is only a little time left. If you don't understand anything, you can ask. I feel that my spiritual power has become stronger. Is it an illusion? As the most elite faceless, Jia Kuan immediately noticed the positive changes in his soul. Your spiritual power has become more condensed. After I leave, you will have a period of exhaustion, so sleep well, and when you start to learn magic tomorrow, your spiritual power will gradually increase. The meditation technique you taught me doesn't seem to be the inheritance of the Great Wizard. Jia Kuan asked again. The inheritance of the Great Wizard I received is not complete. There are number 108 runes. Alas, this kind of basic knowledge, you can find any wizard to ask about it. I can only tell you that this is the Sutra of Death, that I created by nurturing hundreds of scriptures in a cauldron and combining all Daos into one. If you are afraid of becoming a ghost like me, you can only practice the first 1/3 of it, and inherit my fire demon name. Ouch, time's up, see you next time. Without waiting for Jia Kuan to ask again, if he really asked her about the knowledge of condensing the foundation of meditation, she had never practiced it, so she couldn't give an accurate answer. The golden red sun suddenly disappeared. Jia Kuan felt a burst of emptiness, and slowly opened his eyes. The magic jar sprite had disappeared. Looking up at the sky, Jia Kuan was shocked to find that the position of the moon had almost not changed. In other words, the sprite didn't lie. The spiritual power transfer was only a few minutes, or 10 minutes, and she had completed such a complicated teaching. Ugh! Jia Kuan just stood up, and suddenly his body swayed, tiredness came like a tide, and his eyes were in a trance. His legs were weak, and he was about to fall down. But in front of him was the magic jar, placed on the ridge of the roof. Plop! Jia Kuan hurriedly tilted his body, avoided the magic jar, and rolled sideways on the wooden roof. Fortunately, no. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw the magic jar shake a few times in the vibration of the roof, suddenly left the ridge of the roof, and rolled to the other side. Clang clang clang, hearing the sound of the magic jar rolling on the roof faster and faster, Jia Kuan's eyes were about to burst, and he struggled more and more fiercely. When he propped himself up, lying on the ridge of the roof, he watched the magic jar fly in the air and fall to the ground. No, Jia Kuan's cry was like the cry of a hungry wolf, mournful and sad, and the construction workers in the nearby wooden houses were awakened from their sleep. Crash, the clear sound of the jar breaking, like thousands of ice swords, pierced Faceless One's heart, took away his vitality, and froze his soul. No, what are you howling for? It's so late, can't you let me sleep? A neighbor got out of bed, opened the door, and yelled at Faceless One's house. Well, They were all sailors who were forcibly hired by the Royal Navy to build wooden houses in Queen's Corner, level the land, and plant seasonal fruits and vegetables. They were mainly prepared for the coming barbarians. The house that Jia Kun was living in now was newly built, and there were many of them, enough for each person to have one. The magic jar spirit clearly warned me that after he left, there would be a period of exhaustion, but why didn't I care? Why did I worship the magic jar on the roof? Why did I? Looking at the broken tiles on the ground, Jia Kun's expression was desperate, and his heart was filled with endless grief and self-blame. Actually, Jia Kun didn't need to blame himself. The jar was broken by Dragon Queen. It had been 4 months since the first time she disguised herself as the magic jar spirit. Especially after the success of the preliminary research on the antidote for the gray scale disease, Danny had a lot of time to sit and discuss with Butian and Kuei Shi. Finally, she roughly figured out the teach you to become undead ghost meditation technique. Well, roughly. Danny wasn't sure if this meditation technique could be cultivated, and if it would cause one to go crazy. But she could guarantee that this meditation technique was definitely not meant for normal people to cultivate. Since the meditation technique had been taught to Jia Kun, then the mission of the magic jar was almost complete. She didn't know the God of Death's forbidden technique, so she couldn't teach it. Not only did the jar break, Danny also removed the soul imprint on Jia Kun, so she couldn't use her spiritual projection to track him anymore. Danny wasn't using her spiritual projection this time. She was hiding in the hills behind Jia Kun's wooden house. Only within a short distance could the mental projection cast magic, enter Jia Kun's soul space, endow him with a soul, remove the soul imprint on Jia Kun's wrist, and leave the extremely complicated seals and sealing runes on the jar. Well, even if she decided to break the jar, she used fire magic to imprint many mysterious runes on the inner walls of the jar. This wasn't a world where the Dragon Queen ruled alone. Bravos was full of talents, so how could she not find a mage who could test whether the magic jar was magical? In fact, there was an island of gods in Bravos. There were many temples on it, such as the Moon Singer Temple, the God of 1,000 Faces Temple, the Red God Temple, and many other temples. There were many priests and transcendents. This was also the reason why Danny tied Jia Kun up here. If she really went to Bravos, her trick would be exposed. Of course, removing the soul imprint didn't mean that Danny let Jia Kun go. Instead, there was something 10 times more secretive and 100,000 times more terrifying left in his spirit sea. The evil god's whispers, mother of dragons. Danny's whispers. Chapter 476. Before this, the Dragon Queen had 4 mission objectives in Slaver's Bay: 1. Prepare for war, 2. Plant crops, 3. Epidemic prevention, 4. Magic research. As for Big Nephew Aegon, Prince Illyrio, and Prince Varys' plan to restore the country, sorry, she didn't care at all. She didn't care about their plans, nor did she care about their thoughts. Then, the magic research was divided into a few small projects: recasting tile steel without blood sacrifice, Jia Kun's teach you to become a dead ghost meditation technique, usurping the position of the 7 gods, and researching the effects of different types of spirits. Before completing teach you to become a dead ghost meditation technique, Danny's main focus was on recasting tile steel. The night was coming, and the Alliance was surrounding them. Creating tile steel armor and forming the tile steel army was the top priority. Danny knew her priorities. The key to recasting tile steel was that the forging of the sword required a blood sacrifice, a sacrifice to the demon god, and a sacrifice to the sword itself. Danny didn't have homicidal phobia. Countless people had died directly or indirectly in her hands. But just like how she tried to help Megalosaurus get rid of its bad habit of eating people, she didn't want Megalosaurus to become an evil god that accepted blood sacrifice. She had an idea. The 7 gods were Holy Father, Holy Mother, Maiden, Old Woman, Warrior, Blacksmith, and Stranger. The 7 gods, the 7 virtues, and the different forms of humans. At the same time, the 7 gods combined into one, which was equivalent to the 7 gods having 7 clergy. Not mentioning the other 6, the meaning of the blacksmith was very obvious, and it was also very rare for Dany. She had an idea: after Dahe usurped the blacksmith's clergy, could he become a divine dragon blacksmith? Or, after Dahe put on the blacksmith persona, could his faith have the effect of a divine blacksmith, and could recast tile steel without blood sacrifice? Or even use his divine power to create weapons that were better than tile steel, such as the Dragon Mother's version of the Light Emissary? This wasn't a delusion. The divine persona, clergy, had a real additional effect. Dahe's great guardian clergy obviously strengthened the power of his dragon flame, and changed the shape of the dragon flame. This was a real example. If Dahe got the blacksmith's clergy, it was very likely blacksmith's power of faith plus dragon flame equals forge god. The black goat of Coer and Balerion of Valeglia could reforge steel, but they did not have the divine title of god of forging. Dahe and the blacksmith would definitely surpass them. With this idea in mind, the plan to usurp the position of one of the 7 gods surpassed the reforging of the tiles and became the project that Dany was most concerned about. For this reason, Archbishop Dany once again changed the doctrine of the 7 gods. The great protector was to the 7 gods, just as the king's hand was to the king, the king's hand was to the king. The great protector was the agent of the 7 gods' authority in the mortal world. This was an indirect method to make Big Black bind to the 7 gods. Even if Big Black was only the 7 gods' hand of the 7 gods, the 7 gods were fake, and the 7 gods' hand was the entire god spirit. In Westeros, the hand of the king could even sit on the Iron Throne. It was like an idol in the entertainment industry who had a powerful and influential godfather. In order to make this new starlet famous, the godfather used his connections to arrange for the starlet to act with the big shots of the entertainment industry, spread rumors with the top celebrities, and be bound to the heavenly king for promotion. Dahe did not have a godfather, but he had the strongest and most influential mother in the world. Mother Dragon Dany easily bound her son to the 7 gods, the brightest star. Today, Dahe was the underling of the 7 gods and acted with the 7 gods. Tomorrow, he would be able to call the 7 gods brothers and compete with them on the same stage. The day after tomorrow, he would be able to kick the has-been 7 gods away and Dahe would dominate the stage and become a heavenly king. The process seemed a little troublesome. Why not just tell the 7 gods to get lost and let Dahe take over? Of course, Dany wanted to tell everyone, my Dahe is one of the 7 gods, a top heavenly king. Come and worship him. Believe in Dahe and you will have eternal life. Worship Dahe and you will become a koi. But this was not realistic, at least not in the short term. Even in the real world, young men with godfathers and backgrounds could not be so reckless. The believers of the 7 gods were not stupid. They had worshipped the humanoid 7 gods for thousands of years. If you suddenly said that he was a dragon, and a young dragon that had just been born 3 years ago, wouldn't that be an insult to their intelligence? Who would believe that? If the believers did not believe it, no matter how much Dany said, even if she put a knife to the believers' necks, it would be useless. The key to the power of faith was the devout faith of the believers from the bottom of their hearts. It could not be forced. Of course, if Dany directly established a sect and created a divine dragon sect in Slave Bay among the Dothraki, Dragon God sect would be better. She could casually announce the divine position of the dragon god Dahe, such as justice, freedom, blacksmithing, wisdom. After a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years, it might really be possible to give Dahe the corresponding divinity and divine position. But Dany did not have a few hundred years to wait. Besides, the billions of assets of the 7 gods church were there. It would be a pity to give it up. So, the Dragon Queen revised the 7 holy scriptures of the 7 gods church in Slave Bay. She did not know how many times she had added private goods. If the 7 gods were really not weak, they would have sent down divine punishment long ago to teach Saint Dany how to behave. Not only did the doctrine change, but even the statues of the 7 gods in the Sacred Grace Great Cathedral were changed. A black dragon was added under the buttocks of the 7 gods, and the statues of the 7 gods rode the dragon. There were also black dragon patterns on the uniforms of the 7 gods. Today, the 7 gods rode the dragon. In the future, when Dahe got the divine position of the 7 gods, the statues would immediately become human heads and dragon bodies. In this way, Dahe would completely replace the 7 gods and become the orderly dragon god with great potential. Well, if the gods were divided into camps, order and chaos, good and evil. There was no doubt that the 7 gods were the most orderly, and the only gods who only had good attributes. For example, Lala was the good king of light, but also the evil shadow demon. He was not purely in the good camp. At most, he was like the door god of the old gods, a neutral camp. If good and evil had to reach a balance, in this world full of evil gods, the only good god was destined to be very powerful. Therefore, if one day, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire ascended, the 7 gods would have the brightest future. Unfortunately, the 7 gods were fake. Gods were real and not fake. Pure faith could not create gods out of thin air, at least not in this world and in this time period. P.S. The believers of Slave Bay easily accepted the changes in the doctrine of the 7 gods and the statues of the 7 gods. Well, they did not know how many times the Dragon Queen had changed the doctrine. They were used to it. Previously, the people of Slave Bay did not believe in the 7 gods. It was the Queen who led them to believe in the 7 gods. She was also the Archbishop. Of course, whatever she said was right. No one had any objections. Moreover, in the eyes of the believers of Slave Bay, the 7 gods and Megalosaurus were united, which was very suitable for the national situation. Wasn't their homeland guarded by Megalosaurus? Megalosaurus could guard Slave Bay, so of course it could guard the 7 gods. It was too reasonable. However, the Church of the 7 Gods in Slave Bay was not a big deal. Danny had to implement this kind of reform in the Westeros. It would be best to persuade the Big Sparrow to do this. Why? Because the Big Sparrow believed in the 7 gods wholeheartedly and was a saint of the 7 gods. In a way, he had part of the ability to confer the title of a god. This was confirmed by Danny after more than half a month of research. When she first learned that the Big Sparrow had built a statue for Dahe, Danny did not care too much. She did not know how this kind of behavior would affect Dahe. When the statue was built, the Big Sparrow led a group of believers and prayed to the newly appointed Great Guardian of Light according to the usual practice of treating the 7 gods. Dahe suddenly became the Great Guardian of Light. He had the divinity of a clergy and was connected to the faith pool of the 7 gods. At that time, although Danny was surprised, she did not think that the Big Sparrow was important. She felt that if she built a statue for Dahe, it would have the same effect. But she was wrong. When Dahe became the Great Guardian of Light, he also became the only master of the faith pool of the 7 gods. Therefore, Danny in the dragon spirit state could see the faith of the believers of the 7 gods through the line of faith. That was to say, Danny could judge the level of piety of the believers through the power of faith they offered to the faith pool. If Old Yamont's faith was used as a standard, the level of piety was scaled and named faith. Then the Dragon Queen was about 0.001, note that it was approximately equal to 0.001. Danny could only observe the level of faith up to 3 decimal places at the moment. In other words, the Dragon Queen's faith was far less than 0.001. Even Tyrion, who was proficient in eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, had a faith of 0.5 of the 7 gods. Saint Danny should be ashamed to death. Aegon was very reluctant, only 0 for faith, which was not even as good as Tyrion. This was not to say that Aegon was not pious, but the reference standard was Yamont, which was a bit high. Clinton had 1.6, Sister Ashera 9.0, White Knight Barristan as high as 50, a true knight. Then, the one-armed hero, Lancel, 100, fanatic. Big Sparrow, 250. How terrifying. In her dragon spirit form, Danny roughly observed 1,000 beggars and 1,000 ordinary people who went to the church. She came up with a set of criteria: those who were lower than 0. One were non-believers, ordinary people who were around 1. 0 were shallow believers, 1. 0 to 10. 0 were true believers, 10 to 50 were devout believers, 50 to 100 were fanatics, 100 to 150 were petitioners, 150 to 200 were saints, 200 to 250 were saints. In fact, Lancel was far more pious than many sparrows, but his faith was not top-notch. There was a large group of small sparrows under the big sparrow. Among the thousands of sparrows, at least 500 were petitioners, terrifying, and there were more than 10 saints, terrifying. Under the natural and man-made disasters of chaos of the 4 kings, and a winter is coming, the faith of the 7 gods of kings landing ushered in unprecedented prosperity. It seemed that faith was also related to the believer's understanding of the 7 gods doctrine. In other words, it was related to the compatibility of the 7 gods doctrine. Because of his personal experience, Lancel only wanted to be redeemed by the gods. At this time, he joined the Sparrow army to atone to the gods. But he could atone to the 7 gods, and he could atone to the red god, so his behavior was very pious, but his spirit was not compatible with the 7 gods doctrine. The one-armed hero still had a lot of room for improvement. The big sparrow was different, he had almost reached the peak of the faith of mortals. Saint Baylor might also be a saint, but his faith was not as high as his. Danny gave him the title of Saint of Light, which was not an exaggeration. What was the use of faith other than providing faith for the faith pool? Conferring the title of a god. When the big sparrow led a group of small sparrows to pray, all the faith lines of the small sparrows all gathered on the big sparrow, and then his 250 faith line suddenly expanded, becoming the gate of faith. At that moment, the faith pool, which was located in the unknown void, was closest to the mortal world, almost reaching the great cathedral of Baylor. Danny tried it herself later. She led tens of thousands of people to pray in the great cathedral of Holy Grace in Astapor, and then the faith lines of the people directly merged into the void and entered the faith pool. Her delicate line could not bear the faith of the people at all. Chapter 477. The great sparrow could lead the believers to open the door to the pool of faith. The dragon queen could not even bear and gather the faith of the believers. This gap had nothing to do with the strength between the two, and also had nothing to do with their positions in the secular political system. When studying how Blackie suddenly became the great guardian of light, Danny also found that the clergy mark left by Blackie in the pool of faith was also sent in by the great sparrow. The great sparrow and his thousands of small sparrows recognized Blackie as the great guardian of light. They also deliberately sent messenger crows to inform the holy churches of this event that changed the history of the church in the 7 kingdoms. Undoubtedly, the great sparrow did this for political reasons, to use the power and reputation of the megalosaurus to expand the influence of the church in the 7 kingdoms, to enhance the sanctity of the church in this period of turmoil. But he did recognize the fact that the black dragon became the great guardian of the 7 gods. In this way, the preliminary, great guardian clergy and faith began to form. But at that time, the power of faith was too little to affect Blackie, and he could not detect it. But on the day of the statue of Blackie, when the great sparrow led thousands of believers to pray to the statue, it was equivalent to officially conferring on Blackie the position of the great guardian of the Church of the 7 Gods on behalf of all the believers. The great sparrow himself did not know anything about mysticism, so he did not know this at all. At that moment, the great guardian clergy was imprinted into the pool of faith through the door of faith opened by the great sparrow. Blackie's clergy was imprinted on the list of gods, and he was the only one. Danny could not suddenly become the Holy Son who believed in the 7 gods, so she could not replace the great sparrow to do what he could do. Of course, this did not mean that the great sparrow was irreplaceable. Without the great sparrow, there were other holy disciples and even holy sons in the 7 kingdoms. For example, in Hajian land, the monk Meribad who was promised by the dragon queen was also a high-ranking holy disciple. If the great sparrow was not honest, he would be killed, and then Meribad would be promoted. There was only one point. Meribad was a free man without any friends, and he did not study or know how to read. He did not have the Great Sparrow's solid knowledge of religious theory, and did not have his tactics and skills. He didn't have enough charisma to gather a large group of pious sparrows. Without a loyal follower, he could not represent all the believers of the 7 gods in the 7 kingdoms. He could not open the door of faith and could not give Blackie the priesthood. Therefore, even if Meribad was honest and obedient, his efficiency and ability were far inferior to Big Sparrow. This kind of thing was simply too common in the workplace. Those who were honest and obedient and knew how to flatter were incapable, those who were capable were unruly and often dissed the boss. In this way, Dani's Hand of the 7 Gods religious reformation couldn't be done alone. She hoped to get the Big Sparrow's approval. He immediately had Dragonstone Island send a letter to Big Sparrow to inform him of this matter. Big Sparrow replied that he could consider letting the 7 god statues ride dragons. However, Megalosaurus was one with the 7 gods. Even if Megalosaurus was only the hand of the 7 gods, it would still be tampering with too many doctrines. In theory, he did not agree. Out of respect for the Dragon Queen, and out of consideration for the special situation of Slave Bay, he agreed to abstain from food and pray to seek guidance from the old woman. Then, the Dragon Queen planned to observe through the thread of faith and guide Big Sparrow. Well, if the believers prayed to Blackie's statue, Dani could descend her consciousness to the Black Dragon statue in the great cathedral through the thread of faith and observe the scene of their prayers. It was very blurry. But she could indeed see the believers from the statue's perspective across thousands of miles, and even hear their thoughts at that time. However, this kind of descent of faith had great limitations. Outside the range of Blackie's statue, even if the believers chanted the name of the Great Guardian, it would lose its effect. Similarly, if they did not pray to Blackie, even if they stood under Blackie's statue, Dani could not see him without connecting the thread of faith to the Great Guardian. Dani maintained the state of Dragon Spirit and Song of Wind and waited for Big Sparrow to pray to Blackie. At that time, she would disguise herself as one of the 7 gods and give him the guidance of Old Woman Dani. Just like the time when Big Sparrow set up Blackie's statue, she could talk to him. As a result, after waiting for a long time, Big Sparrow, the devout Holy Son, did not pray to the Great Guardian even once. This was too much. He simply did not treat the Great Guardian as a god. Or was Big Sparrow lying, and he did not abstain from praying? Then, one day, Dani waited for another person, a person she would never have thought of. After admitting defeat, the people of Bravos were very active. Almost within a week, 80 ships with a capacity of more than 400 tons were prepared for Jerodane. The ships were not empty. They were loaded with 50,000 tons of supplies, such as grain, iron ingots, butter, cheese, cotton, wool, and so on. The Great Wall of the East Sea was about 2,000 kilometers away from Bravos. A single ship usually took about half a month to travel. A fleet, especially 80 giant ships, took even longer to travel in order not to fall behind. About 3 weeks later, the East Sea voyage blew the horn. Woo, one sound meant that they were allies. The red 3-headed dragon flag on the black background on the ship was so bright that it made the night watchers and savages in the post very excited. The Dragon Queen is here. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. The queen kept her promise, and in just a month, she brought the fleet here. 7 gods above, the queen is really generous. The sea is filled with ships. How many ships are there? The ships are so big. Look at the one in the lead. It is 300 feet, 100 meters, long. Even a giant would look small on it. Commander Carter Pike, there are too many ships. Our East Sea Voyage Pier is too narrow to fit them all. The East Sea Voyage Pier had never received such a huge fleet. Not only were there many ships, but the tonnage of each ship was also too big. The lowest load was 400 tons. In the end, only half of the ships were able to dock at the pier. The rest could only retract their sails, throw down their anchors, and let the ships hover in a sheltered bay. The Queen's fleet had already made the savages and night watchers very excited. When the supplies on the ships were transported down, countless savages were so happy that they cried, "We finally don't have to die. The free people won't starve anymore. The Queen didn't lie to us, she is now sending food to the 100,000 savages, she must have prepared land in the south with a safe temperature." The Dragon Queen's reputation and credibility had been completely solidified among the savages, as stable as Mount Tai. From now on, the Queen of the South and the hearts of the savages would be divided into two, the trustworthy Dragon Queen, and the vigilant other kings. The Night Watchers were also very grateful to the Dragon Queen for keeping her promise. Not only were the savages running out of food, the Night Watchers were also running out of supplies. As the Queen's representative, the preparatory White Knight, Jiro Dane received an unprecedented grand reception from the Night Watchers. The reception even exceeded that of Stannis and the Dragon Queen who came to the Great Wall that day. Even the Commander-in-Chief, Jon Snow, who could not be seen, brought a group of high-ranking Night Watchers to the East Sea Voyage Pier on the third day. The moment the savages got their first piece of cheese and first bag of wheat flour from the Dragon Queen, their reverence for the Dragon Queen was almost equivalent to worshipping an old god for thousands of years. Other than a small number of elites from the mountain tribe who stayed in Dark Castle, most of the tribe members came to the East Sea Voyage Pier, including the tribe leader's wife, Larry, her mother and daughter. The Dragon Queen miraculously saved her from death, and Larry was already very grateful. This time, when she was given the Queen's food again, she hugged her daughter and sat by the bonfire, sincerely praying for the Queen. Her mother was a witch in the tribe, and she even lent a bronze book that recorded the ritual of the Green Prophet to the Dragon Queen, so Larry also knew some of the prayers and rituals. In fact, when her mother died in the future, she would change from a spearwoman to a witch. If there were no accidents, her daughter would repeat this path in the future. That was not the point. The point was that when Larry used the Green Prophet prayer to express her gratitude to the Dragon Queen was also in the state of wind song, and she was waiting for the Great Sparrow. The Great Sparrow did not come, but the follower Larry did. What was even more ridiculous was that the Hardfoot did not believe in Dany, she still believed in the old gods, but her power of faith all went to Dany. Dany was not a demigod, she could not absorb the power of faith. But now Dany and the great black dragon spirit, Blackie was a demigod, she was a demigod, she could absorb the power of faith. Then, the second soul ring absorbed the power of faith, she had a trace of divine power. This trace of divine power did not have much power, but it allowed Dany to locate the Hardfoot in the East Sea Voyage Pier, just like how Blackie could locate the followers of the seven gods who prayed to the statue of the Great Guardian. Dany was shocked to find that there was her spiritual imprint hidden in the depths of the Hardfoot's soul. It was exactly the same as the three-eyed crow's method of hiding the imprint in her soul space. When the Dragon Queen herself did not know, she left a baton in the Hardfoot's mind. At this time, Dany realized how reckless she was to use spiritual bestowment to repair the spearwoman's soul that day. The spiritual substance she summoned contained traces of her spirit. There was even an A-type spiritual substance that controlled the will, but those spiritual substances all became part of the spearwoman's soul. The human soul space was like a fortress, and the control of the fortress originally belonged to the person. But at this time, more than half of the buildings in Larry's fortress belonged to Dany, and Dany could partially control this fortress. She tried. Hardfoot's camp, by the bonfire. After reciting a blessing for the Dragon Queen, Larry put the washed iron pot on the bonfire to roast. Then, she cut a piece of butter, took the butter, and wiped the bottom of the pot, adding a layer of oil to the hot gray iron pot. After that, it was time to pour the prepared batter into the pot. After distributing the flour and butter, Hardfoot's Larry prepared to make some scallion pancakes for her daughter and old mother. Dany said to the spearwoman, "Don't make pancakes tonight, eat dough balls." Dough balls, dough balls, dough balls, dough balls, dough balls. The spear-wielding woman's movements paused as she hugged the pot of flour paste. Her eyes were blank and her expression was dull as she muttered, dough balls, no pancakes tonight. Let's eat dough balls, Larry, what's wrong? The old witch felt that something was wrong, and put down her granddaughter in her arms. She walked over and touched her daughter's forehead, and said nervously, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Seeing that the effect was so obvious, Dani was shocked and happy, and she could not help but lower her power, and her tone became gentle. "Larry, don't eat pancakes tonight, eat dough balls. The pancakes are too dry, and dough balls can help digestion and warm the body." "What?" The blankness in Larry's eyes disappeared, and she turned to ask her mother, "What did you say? Why were you in a daze just now?" The old witch saw that her daughter was fine, and she was relieved, but her tone had a hint of reproach. "Nothing, I think the pancakes are too dry, and it's better to eat dough balls for digestion and warm the body," Larry smiled and said. "The pot is hot," the witch mumbled. "It's okay, add water and boil it, and I'll dry the dough a little more." Larry's tone was natural, and her movements were smooth. She scooped water into the pot, and then went to the tent to take out the flour bag, and carefully threw a handful into the batter pot. The evil god's whisper, it worked. Chapter 478. When she was waiting for the big sparrow, she accidentally sensed Larry's prayer, and she also verified the secret of the god's whispers from the spear-wielding woman. It was really unexpected, and Dani was pleasantly surprised. After that, she tried a few more times, and she discovered that the willpower distortion was only related to the wind song and spiritual bestowment. Even if she cancelled the dragon spirit state with Blackie, and even if she didn't have any god power or faith power, as long as she entered the wind song state, Dani could still locate Larry from tens of thousands of miles away. She could pass her instructions to the spear-wielding woman through the wind. However, the consumption of her magic power and mind power was 10 times higher, and the effect was 10 times lower. Larry's prayer was just a signal, and it reminded Dani that she still had a human puppet outside. If she had activated the mind imprint hidden in Larry's soul when spiritual bestowment repaired it, she wouldn't have had to wait until today. As long as she entered the wind song state, she would be able to affect Larry's willpower. At first, Dani was pleasantly surprised that she learned the three-eyed crow's evil god's whispers, but she didn't understand the principle behind it. Well, her evil god's whispers was obviously different from the three-eyed crow's. At least, the three-eyed crow didn't know how to bestow a spirit, and it didn't need to bestow a spirit. After that, Dani conducted a few more experiments, and she used the spies of the allied army who threw the stone men. The true dragon's roar would enter the spy's soul space and forcefully bestow a spirit. Then, she would enter the wind song state and give the willpower distortion command. How should she put it? It was effective, but it wasn't as effective as Larry's. Almost all of the spies whose soul space was forcefully invaded could detect Dani's voice, and they even hugged their heads and wailed, "Witch, get out, demon, I won't listen to you, no, dragon queen, let me go," and other similar words. Under normal circumstances, the spies shouldn't be able to detect her voice, and they shouldn't know the contents of her commands. For example, Dani, who wasn't in the dragon spirit state, couldn't detect the three-eyed crow's voice, Larry couldn't detect Dani's voice, and Kuei couldn't detect the underground palace's evil god's voice. Because of this, Dani understood that forcefully entering the spy's consciousness wouldn't work. Then, she looked for volunteers of the unsullied people. When they willingly cooperated, Dani entered the spy's soul space. The effect wasn't good either. The unsullied indeed could not detect Dragon Queen's voice, but the Dragon Queen's orders were almost useless. For example, during lunch, there were 3 choices: noodles, bread, and rice. Dani asked those who didn't like to eat noodles to choose noodles, but she almost never succeeded. As such, Dani was certain that a small amount of spiritual bestowments would not have any effect. The problem was that almost every normal adult's soul was in a saturated state. Otherwise, the Dragon Queen would have been able to continuously nourish him until now. Even if he couldn't become a true god, he would still be a humanoid megalosaurus with unlimited magic power. Then, Dragon Queen suddenly thought of the Barren Land Undead Society's classification of spiritual quality: Type A willpower spiritual quality, Type B active spiritual quality. When Danny bestowed a spirit, no matter whose imprint the spirit essence carried, it would be formatted and turned into a new, completely blank spirit essence without an owner. The blank here meant that the imprint on the spirit essence would be erased, but the original characteristics would still be retained. For example, after the three-eyed crow's soul was burned and Danny used the spiritual bestowment skill to absorb the spirit essence, the new spirit essence would lose the three-eyed crow's traces, but it would still retain the green prophet's characteristics. For example, if it was originally type A spirit essence, after being bestowed a spirit, it would only become a clean type A spirit essence. Well, the clean here was for Danny. In theory, she couldn't directly bestow a spirit essence to other humans. She could only pull the spirit essence into her own soul. So, when she bestowed a spirit on others, she used a trick. Her soul stayed in the other person's consciousness space, and when the spirit essence entered the consciousness space, her soul would not absorb it. In this way, the foreign spirit essence would stay in the other person's consciousness space and be absorbed by the other person's soul as nourishment. In other words, when entering the consciousness space, the spirit essence would already have Danny's imprint, and would not be so clean. Because of this, it was possible to carry out the Dragon Queen's whisper. In summary, Danny's whisper had two conditions: the other person would accept her willpower, and she would try her best to bestow type A spirit essence, which represented willpower. The more type A spirit essence was given to the other person, the better the effects of the whisper would be. She could make Larry change his recipes in a short time, but it would be difficult for her to make Jia Kun fall in love with the leek and sausages that he didn't like to eat in a month. The restrictions were great, and it couldn't be compared to the three-eyed crow's aura, which was completely devoid of smoke and fire. But Danny's whisper also had an advantage: it wasn't limited to the Westeros. After she perfected this skill, her obedient Jia Kun became her first victim. Danny could only choose something that was beneficial to Jia Kun among the options that made him hesitate. She couldn't let him do anything that went against his heart, as that would make him realize that something was wrong. For example, she couldn't let him surrender to her, and she couldn't let him eat shit. The three-eyed crow had such restrictions as well. He wanted Danny's dragon, but he advised her not to leave the Westeros. He used indirect means to let Danny hatch the dragon in the Westeros, and then control the young dragon. He couldn't directly say, "Give Blackie to Jon." The soul projection could only cast magic when it was close to the main body. The closer it was, the better the effect. Hence, in order to bestow a spirit on Jia Kun, Danny rode her dragon to the narrow Sea Queen's corner. However, this trip wasn't just about sending warmth to her obedient son. She also needed to make a trip to Dragonstone Island. Hyder used 3 million gold royals to buy 200,000 tons of food from Mill and Pentos. He spent a month to transport 100,000 tons of food to Dragonstone Island and Crab Island. Crab Boss went to Slaver's Bay to become the captain of the ship, while Crab Boss II accepted the mission of delivering food to Nuquin City. Yes, this was Danny's promise to Monk Maribad. Since she said that she would deliver food to the refugees in Hajin County, she had to do it. Year 299 of Aegon's era, 16th of December, morning. Thick grayish-white fog shrouded the dark Dragonstone Island and the surrounding deep blue sea like a giant marshmallow. Hissed suddenly, a loud dragon's roar resounded throughout the island. The black dragon's giant wings flapped violently, and the fog above the flying dragon tower scattered like frightened deer, revealing the wide face of the black stone platform. The Dragon Queen has arrived. The guard on duty at the top of the tower shouted. On the second morning after giving her obedient son Jia Kun the Dragon Mother's operation guide, Danny arrived at Dragonstone Island. Soon, Bronn and the old crab arrived together. "You flew here in the middle of the night. Do you want to rest?" the old crab asked. "No need. Call Scholar Marwyn over. We'll have breakfast together," Danny said. On the way down, Danny asked anxiously, "How did the big sparrow reply?" "He didn't reply," the old crab said. "Is he still fasting and praying?" "No, he didn't even go into seclusion." In the past week, the Big Sparrow has been giving speeches on the podium every day. He's very active and busy, Bron said. You mean, he's trying to trick me? Danny said with a dark face. It's more like a tactful rejection, the old crab said. Then, he slowly explained, with Sir Kevin's efforts, the turmoil in the Seven Kingdoms has been quelled, and the Lion Army in Hajin County has been mobilized back to King's Landing in batches. The Big Sparrow is under more and more pressure, and he has no time to think about changing the doctrine. Changing the doctrine is very important to the church, and he has to think about it carefully. However, changing the doctrine is of no benefit to the church's current predicament. Instead, it gives the archbishops of the other parishes an excuse to denounce the Big Sparrow. After entering the hall, Danny sat in the main seat, and Bron and the old crab sat on her left and right sides. After a while, Bullneck Dr. Marwin and Scholar Pylus also arrived. Scholar Pylus was the original scholar assigned to Dragonstone Island. He was a young man of 26 years old, polite and conscientious. In Westeros, every noble's castle had a scholar to serve the noble family. The higher the noble's rank, the better the scholar assigned to the city of learning. There was no doubt that Pylus was one of the most outstanding scholars of his generation to serve Dragonstone Island. He originally served Stannis, and when Erlu went beyond the Great Wall, he served Lannister. In just a month, he became the Dragon Queen scholar again. Danny did not make things difficult for the young man, and let him continue his work of sending and receiving messenger crows. Breakfast was rich wheat toast, boiled goose eggs, fried ribbonfish with onion and bacon, grilled sausages, oatmeal, boiled plums, and sour wine. It was very simple. Is the church under a lot of pressure? Danny swallowed half of the goose egg yolk and asked dryly. Bron and the old crab looked at each other, and finally, the old crab, who knew more about politics, explained. Your Majesty, other than Cersei, no one is an idiot. Any noble or royal family with a brain would not be happy with the expansion of the church's authority. Otherwise, they would not have disarmed the church. At that time, King Meg I had died, but the church still had not won. Because the nobles, whether in the open or in the dark, were all on the Iron Throne's side. The king is the king of King's Landing, the 7 dukes are the kings of the 7 territories, and the counts and marquises are the kings of their own territories. The church's encroachment on the Iron Throne's authority would naturally endanger the dukes, marquises, and counts' sovereignty. The Dark Dragon announced himself as the guardian of the 7 gods, and the Great Sparrow as the Holy Son of Light. This had indeed increased the church's influence among the commoners and lower nobles. But the nobles were more and more afraid of the Great Sparrow. In Westeros, the true power and authority are still in the hands of the nobles. Sigh, how can I help him? Danny bit into a sausage and sighed. The old crab's face twisted. He had already made it clear. Other than that idiot Cersei, all the nobles should know that the church's authority could not be expanded. How could Her Majesty, have you forgotten King Meg I, or have you been possessed by St. Bailey? But St. Bailey does not support the church's armed forces. You may not like the Iron Throne, but your descendants will have the chance to sit on it. No matter what, Targaryen is the top nobles of Westeros. The church's rule will not be good for your family. The old crab advised. Danny shrugged and said, the Great Sparrow is already in his 60s. How many more years can he live? When he dies, the church's anger will be vented. Even if it doesn't vent, I can make it vent. She had never really thought of establishing a theocracy, unless the king of that country was her enemy. It was best to leave the worst to the enemy. Your Majesty, don't help the church. That would be the greatest help to the church. Pylus said with a serious expression. What do you mean? The person the Iron Throne fears the most will always be you. If you help the church, the Prince Regent will think that you are using the church to interfere with the Iron Throne's rule. But the Prince Regent does not dare to make a move on Dragonstone Island, so he can only transfer his fear and resentment to the church and suppress the church even more. Ah! Danny was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't that the case? You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.